Hello, my dear friends, and welcome back to Chilly Midnight. I'm Leanh, and it's always wonderful to know that you're here, spending another quiet moment with me. Before tonight's story begins, I'd love to hear a little about you. Where are you listening from today? Which country, city, or small corner of the world has this story reached? And what time is it where you are right now? Perhaps it's already late at night, and the people around you have gone to sleep. Maybe the morning has only just begun. Or you're listening during the afternoon while working, traveling, studying, or resting at home. Please leave a comment and tell me your location and the current time there. I'm always curious to discover how far the stories of Chilly Midnight have traveled and to imagine all of us listening together across different countries and time zones. I also want to share a small note about some of the newest videos on the channel. A few listeners may have noticed advertisements appearing in the middle of these stories. Even though the videos were intended to play without mid-roll interruptions, this is happening because YouTube has not yet fully updated the advertising settings for some recently uploaded videos. The settings have already been adjusted, but the platform may require additional time before those changes take effect everywhere. I understand that many of you listen while relaxing, working, falling asleep, or trying to escape from the noise of the day. A sudden advertisement can disturb the atmosphere and interrupt the story, and I'm truly sorry if this has affected your experience. If a mid-roll advertisement appears and becomes too distracting, please choose one of the earlier stories on the channel for the time being. You can return to the newer video later, after YouTube has finished processing the updated settings. Thank you for your patience, understanding, and continued support, wherever you are and whatever time it may be. I hope you're safe, healthy, and able to enjoy a peaceful moment for yourself. Now, let the room become quiet. Leave the day behind for a while, and let's begin tonight's story. Story 1. The first patient, Dr. Anca Petrescu, examined at Castelul Vantului, had arrived unable to climb 3 stairs without resting. By the morning, Anca reached the sanatorium. He was walking barefoot through the snow. She watched him from the rear window of the military transport as it climbed the final bend of the mountain road. He wore a pale hospital gown beneath an open wool coat. His feet left dark impressions in the snow, but his posture was straight, his breathing effortless. 2 soldiers followed at a distance, calling for him to return. The patient only laughed. It was not a joyful sound. It had the astonished quality of a man hearing his own voice after years of silence. "His name is Pavel Dima," said Dr. Leanh Varga, seated opposite Anca, 68. Chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. Oxygen saturation was 72 when he arrived. And now, Nenda E9. Anca looked again through the glass. Without supplemental oxygen? Without anything. The castle rose behind Pavel like a blackened tooth. Castelul Vantului had been constructed in the late 19th century as a private residence for the Burtescu family, then converted into a tuberculosis sanatorium between the wars. Its towers were narrow, its roofs steep enough to shed heavy snow, and its western facade contained more windows than any sensible building required. Rows upon rows of them stared down the mountain, their glass dim beneath a skin of frost. The sanatorium had officially closed 41 years earlier. According to the briefing file, 7 hikers had entered it during a storm 3 weeks ago. 4 suffered from asthma. 1 had advanced pulmonary fibrosis. Another had recently completed chemotherapy for lung cancer. All 7 had emerged, breathing normally. Since then, 23 people had entered the castle seeking treatment. Local police had failed to keep them away. Rumors had spread faster than the quarantine perimeter. The transport stopped beside a rusted iron gate. Anka stepped into air so cold it tightened the inside of her nose. The valley below was hidden beneath low cloud, but she could see the roofs of the nearest village pressing through the whiteness. No smoke rose from the chimneys. "Why have the villagers been evacuated?" she asked. Leanh adjusted his scarf. "They have not." "Then why is no one heating their homes?" He did not answer immediately. A dry cough drifted upward from somewhere below. Then another, then several at once. The sound passed through the valley in uneven waves, too distant to identify as individual people. Anka stood listening until the soldiers opened the gate and its hinges gave a long metallic groan. Inside, the castle smelled of cold stone, disinfectant, and something faintly sweet beneath both. The entrance hall had been converted into a temporary ward. Folding beds stood between marble columns. Portable monitors blinked beside carved wooden benches. White curtains had been hung to create partitions, though there was no breeze to move them. Every patient appeared healthier than the records Anka carried. A woman with cystic fibrosis sat upright reading a magazine. A young man whose scan showed extensive lung scarring slept without oxygen. Pavel Dima had returned from the courtyard and was arguing with a nurse who wanted to examine his feet. Anka removed her gloves. "When did the last patient arrive?" "Yesterday afternoon," Leanh said. "A woman from Brashov, severe pneumonia." "And her condition?" He pointed toward the staircase. The woman was descending alone. She held the banister with one hand, not for support, but with the absent touch of someone walking through a familiar home. Her cheeks were flushed. Her breathing was deep and regular. Anka felt irritation before fear. Miracles, complicated investigations. They encouraged poor documentation, contaminated testimony, and invited people to confuse desperation with evidence. She approached the woman and introduced herself. Before Anka could ask a question, the castle became silent. Not quiet. Silent. The distant coughing vanished. The generators continued running, but their vibrations seemed to withdraw into the floor. Even the patients stopped speaking. Leanh turned toward the nearest window. "The wind," he whispered. Outside, the falling snow had halted in the air. Anka saw hundreds of flakes suspended beyond the glass as though fixed inside clear resin. Then the window moved. Its frosted pane curved inward with a low crystalline creak. The wooden frame bent without cracking. The white curtain lifted toward the glass as if drawn by an enormous inhalation. Across the hall, another window contracted, then another. Every window in the castle pulled inward at once. The patients raised their faces. The building held its breath. A moment later, the panes swelled outward, slowly and enormously, pushing the curtains back into the room. Warm air moved across Anka's face, carrying the odor of dust, old fabric, and something medicinal she had not smelled since childhood. Camphor. Her mother used to rub it into her chest when she was ill. The windows contracted again. From inside the wall beside Anka came the soft, exhausted exhalation of a woman, and beneath it, almost too faint to hear, a voice whispered, "Ankutsa." The voice did not come again. Anka stood with one hand against the wall, feeling the stone beneath her palm. It was warmer than the air, not warm in the way of sunlight or pipes, but with the faint interior heat of a body covered by winter cloth. "Did you hear that?" she asked. Leanh looked at her. "Hear what?" Before she could answer, The wind returned. Snow struck the windows all at once. The panes straightened. The curtains dropped. Around the hall, patients exhaled as though released from a common restraint. Anka removed her hand from the wall. By noon, she had ordered the temporary clinic moved into the old dining room, farther from the west-facing windows. The room still carried traces of its former life, blackened portraits, a vaulted ceiling stained by smoke, and a long table scarred by medical clamps from the sanatorium years. Soldiers brought in examination lamps, specimen trays, and sealed containers. Anka arranged them with deliberate care. Order was not comfort, she told herself. It was method. She began with the villagers. They came up the mountain in silence, wrapped in wool coats and surgical masks. Most had the same symptoms: a dry cough, chest tightness, and a sensation of grit behind the breastbone. Their oxygen levels were low, but not dangerously so. Their X-rays were stranger. Fine, pale lines crossed the lungs like cracks in old plaster. One woman produced a handkerchief containing gray dust and a curled strip of faded white fabric. "Curtain," Leanh said quietly. Anka ignored him and asked when the symptoms had begun. The woman looked toward the ceiling before answering. After the first hikers slept here, every villager gave some version of the same reply. The valley cough had started the night the hikers remained in the castle during the storm. At first, only a few elderly residents had been affected. Then, children. Then people who had never suffered respiratory illness. Each time, another outsider slept in the sanatorium and woke breathing more easily. Someone below began to cough. Anka recorded the statements without comment. Correlation was not mechanism, yet the pattern tightened around her with every patient. Near sunset, a father carried in a boy of perhaps 8 years old. The child's name was Mihai Radu. He had been coughing for 6 days and had stopped eating that morning because swallowing made his chest hurt. Anka knelt beside him. "Can you take a deep breath for me?" Mihai tried. A clicking sound came from somewhere inside him. Anka's hand paused against his back. Again he inhaled, and again came the click. Metallic and small. "Did he swallow something?" she asked. His father shook his head. "Nothing." Mihai began to cough. The first cough bent him forward. The second made his whole body jerk. By the third, blood had appeared at the corner of his mouth. Anka reached for the basin. Something struck the metal with a sharp, bright sound. The room went still. At the bottom of the basin lay a tiny iron key. It was no longer than the first joint of Anka's thumb. Gray mucus clung to its teeth. The bow was shaped like a narrow pair of lungs. Leanh swore under his breath. Anka lifted the key with forceps and lowered it into a specimen dish. The metal was warm. Mihai's father crossed himself. "Others have coughed up things. Dust, thread, pieces of wood, but not that." Anka leaned closer beneath the examination lamp. There were letters engraved along the key's stem, nearly hidden beneath corrosion. E.P. Her mother's maiden initials. For several seconds, Anka could hear only the slow electric hum of the lamp. Elena Petrescu had owned a key like this. Not similar. This one, Anka remembered it hanging from a red thread in the kitchen of their apartment in Brasov. Kept in a chipped porcelain cup, her mother had once told her it opened a room where no sick person had to breathe alone. Anka had assumed it was a story. She turned the key over. On the reverse was a date scratched into the metal. The year her mother had died. Mihai looked up at her through watering eyes. "The lady in the wall said you would know what it opens," he whispered. Mihai spoke without drama, as though repeating instructions from a nurse. Anka sealed the key inside a specimen bag, and asked the boy to describe the woman. He shrugged beneath the examination blanket. "I never saw her." "Then how do you know she was in the wall?" "She breathed beside my bed." His father tightened both hands around his cap. "He has had fever." Mihai shook his head. She said her mouth was too far away. Anka sent the child to the lower clinic under Lucien's supervision. She did not tell anyone that the key resembled one from her childhood. She recorded it as an unidentified metallic foreign body and placed it inside the lockbox containing the villagers' samples. By evening, the dining room had become a laboratory. Portable microscopes stood beneath the smoke-darkened portraits. Blood vials filled wooden racks. Lung scans glowed on 2 monitors placed where silver serving dishes had once rested. The contrast between the equipment and the room unsettled Anka more than the breathing windows had. Modern instruments suggested that anything measured could eventually be understood. The results suggested otherwise. The recovered patient's scans showed no remaining inflammation. Pavel Dima's lungs, damaged by decades of smoking and disease, appeared almost unnaturally clear. Scar tissue had not merely diminished, it was absent. The inner surfaces of his bronchi were smooth, with none of the thickening documented 3 weeks earlier. The woman with pneumonia had no fluid in her lungs and no detectable infection. Even older damage had disappeared. "It is as if the tissue has been replaced," Lucian said. "Regenerated." Anka corrected. "With what?" She enlarged Pavel's scan. His lung tissue reflected the imaging signal too evenly. Healthy lungs were never perfect. They carried evidence of age, environment, childhood, infections, and ordinary exposure. Pavel's looked unused. Anka thought of an empty room prepared for a new occupant. The villagers' samples told the opposite story. Under magnification, the gray matter they coughed up separated into lime plaster, wood dust, mineral fragments, and fibers from the castle's white curtains. One sample contained particles of oxidized iron identical to the metal used in the old ventilation grills. The castle was not healing tissue. It was removing damage, and something in the valley was receiving it. Anka prepared comparison slides from the dining room walls, the curtains, and the rusted air vents. Every material matched what had been found inside the villagers' lungs. Lucian stood behind her, arms folded. "You said correlation was not mechanism. It still isn't. What would you call this? Transfer of particulate matter through an unidentified environmental process. That is a longer way of saying the building is breathing into them." Anka turned from the microscope. "Buildings do not breathe." One of the examination room curtains stirred. There was no wind. Both doctors looked toward it. Behind the curtain stood an unused bed, an oxygen cylinder, and a wall vent covered by a tarnished brass grill. The fabric lifted toward the vent, then fell back. Anka crossed the room. The air around the grill smelled faintly of camphor and damp wool. She removed her stethoscope and pressed its chest piece against the metal. At first, she heard only the generators. Then came an inhalation. Slow, uneven, human. The breath traveled through the ductwork with a wet tremor, followed by a pause so long that Anka found herself waiting for it to continue. When the exhalation finally came, it was thin and exhausted. She moved the stethoscope to another section of the grill. The breathing followed, not echoing, following. "Anka," Lucian said. "Step away." She raised one hand for silence. A faint scratching moved behind the brass, like fingernails dragging across the inside of the duct. Then a woman whispered through the stethoscope, "Ankutsa." The name entered Anka's ear with the intimacy of warm breath. Only her mother had called her that. Anka pulled back so sharply that the stethoscope struck the floor. Lucian reached for the grill, but she stopped him. From inside the ventilation shaft came 3 shallow breaths. Then the voice spoke again. Louder now. Each word broken by effort. Do not let them sleep tonight. Behind them, one of the recovered patients sat upright on his bed. Pavel Dima stared toward the vent with an expression of recognition. What did she say? Anka asked him. Pavel pressed both hands against his newly healed chest. She said there is not enough air left for all of us. Pavel's hands remained pressed to his chest as though he expected the old pain to return. Anka questioned him twice, but he insisted he had not heard the words through the vent. He had felt them inside his lungs. By morning, she had ordered every recovered patient prepared for evacuation. Lucian objected only once. If the castle is sustaining them, then we determine that outside the structure. Anka said, not by allowing more villagers to become ill. She divided the patients between 2 military vehicles and instructed the drivers to descend directly to the regional hospital. No one would sleep in the castle again. While the soldiers organized the transfer, Anka searched the former director's office. The room occupied a narrow tower above the eastern ward. Frost covered the inside of its windows. Cabinets lined the walls from floor to ceiling, their drawers warped shut by damp. Most records had been removed when the sanatorium closed. But behind a collapsed bookcase, she found a second door disguised beneath green wallpaper. Mihai's iron key fit its lock. The mechanism turned reluctantly, as if something on the other side had tightened around it. Inside was a records room no larger than a pantry. Leather-bound ledgers filled its shelves. Their pages smelled of camphor, dust, and old tobacco. The earliest entries belonged to the Bratescu family physicians, who had treated aristocratic patients before the castle became a public sanatorium. The phrase appeared repeatedly, atmospheric exchange therapy. At first, Anka assumed it described primitive ventilation. The records referred to pressure, circulation, donor chambers, and the equal distribution of respiratory burden. Patients were assigned rooms according to wealth, social rank, and projected usefulness. Beside each patient's name was another name written in smaller script, usually a servant, sometimes a prisoner, occasionally a child from the valley. One physician had described the procedure with clinical satisfaction. The failing breath need not be cured when it may be relocated. Anka read the sentence 3 times. Later documents were more explicit. Air from the patient's chamber passed through a network of ducts into a supporting body. Fever, blood, infection, scar tissue, and terminal weakness followed the same route. The patient improved. The donor deteriorated. The castle had not been designed merely to contain this system. Its walls were the system. A penciled note in the margin warned that treated patients must remain within the respiratory perimeter until the exchange was made permanent. Removing them too early caused the borrowed breath to withdraw. A shout rose from the courtyard. Anka ran. The first vehicle had stopped just beyond the iron gate. Soldiers crowded around its open rear doors. Pavel lay on the ground, his face darkening as he clawed at his throat. 2 other patients had collapsed beside him. The woman who had recovered from pneumonia was on her knees, producing shallow, useless gasps. A thin foam gathered at her lips. Anka pushed through the soldiers. Bring them back inside. No one moved quickly enough. She and Lucian dragged Pavel beneath the gate. The instant his shoulders crossed the threshold, his chest expanded. He inhaled with a terrible, tearing sound. Color returned to his face. Behind them, the other patients were carried through one by one. Each began breathing again only after entering the castle grounds. The recovery was immediate, too immediate. The castle's western windows bowed outward. The patients inhaled. The pains drew inward. The patients exhaled. Anka stood in the snow with the hidden ledger beneath her coat, watching the building breathe for them. Far below, the valley answered with a rising chorus of coughs. That evening, she returned to the secret records room and continued reading by battery lamp. The final ledger had been written during the sanatorium's last year of operation. Many pages had been cut out, but one patient list remained intact. Anka found Elena Petrescu's name near the bottom. She was not recorded as a patient. She was listed under permanent respiratory support beside her name, in faded red ink. Someone had written, "Transfer incomplete. Donor conscious. Do not disconnect." From somewhere beyond the shelves came a slow inhalation. The back wall moved inward. Dust fell from the ceiling as the stones separated along a narrow vertical seam. Behind them was another door, and on the other side, her mother began to cough. The coughing behind the hidden door stopped when Anka touched the handle for a moment. She could hear only the wind gathering outside the tower. It pressed against the castle in long, rising waves, making the roof beams groan and the narrow window tremble in its frame. Then the lock turned by itself. Leanh caught Anka's wrist before she could open it. "Not alone," he said. A bell rang somewhere below. Not an alarm. An old handbell. Struck once. The sound traveled through the walls. Every door in the castle slammed shut. The battery lamp flickered. From the corridor came the sharp cries of nurses and soldiers, followed by the heavy impact of someone throwing a shoulder against a locked door. Wind screamed around the tower, yet no air entered the room. Anka pulled away from Leanh and tried the hidden door. It would not move. The coughing resumed behind it. Weaker now. "Mother?" The word left her before she could stop it. Silence answered. Then the entire wall exhaled. The records room narrowed. Shelves tilted inward. Leather ledgers slid to the floor. The ceiling descended by several inches with a deep wooden complaint, as though the room had been compressed inside an enormous chest. Leanh dragged Anka into the corridor just before the shelves collapsed. Outside, the passage was changing. The walls drew closer with each breath released by the patients below. Stone scraped across stone. Portrait frames cracked. The runner carpet gathered into ridges as the corridor shortened beneath their feet. From the ward came a collective exhalation. The passage contracted again. Anka pressed herself against the wall as plaster dust poured from the ceiling. "Negative pressure," she said. Leanh stared at her. "The building is reducing its internal volume to force air through the wards." "That is not possible." "No," Anka said, "but it is measurable." They descended toward the main hall. At every landing, windows had sealed beneath sheets of ice. Soldiers struck the glass with rifle stocks, but the panes flexed inward and absorbed each blow without breaking. The main entrance had vanished beneath a layer of stone that looked newly grown, pale mortar still glistening between the blocks. The castle had closed itself. Outside, the snowstorm thickened until the courtyard disappeared. Radio signals failed. Portable oxygen cylinders lost pressure despite intact valves. Each recovered patient remained stable only while lying beneath the breathing windows. The villagers' coughing rose through the floor vents in distant, muffled waves. Anka organized the ward around the castle's rhythm. She timed examinations between contractions and moved the weakest patients to rooms where the walls expanded most fully. clinical routine gave her something to hold while the building tightened around them. Near midnight, she felt the first extra beat. It struck beneath her sternum, not in her heart, lower and deeper. Anka stopped beside Pavel's bed and placed 2 fingers against her throat. Her pulse was rapid but regular. The second beat came again beneath the breastbone. Slow, heavy. Applause followed. Then the windows bowed outward. The castle inhaled. Anka stood still. The deep pulse came once more. And every patient in the ward drew breath with it. She asked Lucian for a stethoscope. "What is it?" "Listen." He pressed the chest piece against her sternum. His expression changed. "There are 2 rhythms. One is mine. And the other?" The castle exhaled. Beneath the stethoscope, the second pulse answered. Lucian stepped back. "It is matching you." Anka walked toward the western windows. As she breathed faster, the glass began moving faster. When she held her breath, the castle hesitated. The corridors stopped contracting. Patients shifted uneasily in their beds. She exhaled slowly. The walls moved inward. The realization did not arrive as fear. It arrived as professional certainty. The building was no longer adjusting the patients to itself. It was adjusting itself to her. A thin warmth spread beneath Anka's ribs. She opened her coat and pressed both hands to her chest. Under the skin, something expanded. The movement was small but unmistakable, like a room being inflated inside her. Across the hall, every curtain lifted toward her at once. The ventilation grills began whispering her childhood name. Then the wall behind Pavel's bed split open along the outline of a human rib cage. Inside the darkness, a woman drew breath. Anka's lungs emptied without her permission, and the woman behind the wall opened her eyes. The eyes behind Pavel's bed were not her mother's. They belonged to a woman Anka had never seen, filmed white with dust. Her face pressed into a cavity between iron ribs. The flesh surrounding her had no clear boundary. Skin merged with plaster. Strands of gray hair disappeared into mortar. When she inhaled, the duct above her throat widened. Then the wall closed. Stone folded over her face before Anka could reach it. Pavel screamed. The windows convulsed outward, and every patient in the ward drew the same deep breath. Anka felt the second pulse beneath her sternum answer with a painful thud. Lucian caught her as her knees weakened. "That was not Elena," he said. "No." "How many are inside the walls?" Anka looked toward the sealed opening. A length of white thread protruded from the crack. Trembling, though the air was still, she pulled it free. It was curtain thread, damp and warm. The strand ran across the floor beneath Pavel's bed, passed through the ward, and disappeared under the door to the eastern stairwell. More fibers clung to the stones ahead, caught on hinges and nails like marks left by someone being dragged. Anka followed them. The eastern stairwell descended farther than the castle plans allowed. Below the cellar, a narrow flight of steps continued into the mountain. The walls there were unfinished, carved directly from black rock. Iron pipes descended beside them, sweating clear fluid that smelled faintly of camphor. With each breath Anka took, the pipes shuddered. Lucian carried the lamp. 2 soldiers followed, though neither spoke after the door above sealed behind them. The white thread continued downward. At the base of the stairs stood a chapel door bound in green copper. There was no cross upon it. Instead, its surface bore a relief of 2 lungs, surrounded by kneeling figures. Each figure held a key between its teeth. Mihai's tiny key remained in Anka's pocket. She inserted it into the lock. Something deep beneath the floor released a long, Satisfied sigh. The door opened inward. The chamber beyond had the proportions of a chapel, but no altar. A vaulted ceiling disappeared into darkness. Rows of iron ducts rose from the floor like organ pipes and entered the stone above. Between them stood enormous leather bellows, their surfaces stitched with blackened surgical thread. They opened and closed without machinery. Inhalation. Exhalation. The whole chamber breathed. Warm moisture coated Anka's face. The air tasted of rust, medication, and the stale sweetness of a fever room. Along both walls were vertical cavities, shaped to contain human bodies. Some were empty. Others were sealed with translucent membranes through which vague forms could be seen moving. A hand pressed weakly against one from inside. One soldier turned away and vomited. Anka approached the nearest open cavity. Leather straps hung from its sides. Copper tubes ended where a person's mouth and nostrils would have been. Beneath them, a brass plate read, "Supporting body respiratory use only." The phrase reduced the dead and dying to equipment. She understood then why the old records had listed donors beside patients. These people had not merely suffered illnesses transferred into them. They had been installed. The white thread led between the bellows toward the largest duct in the chamber. It was wider than a coffin and warm beneath Anka's palm. Something moved inside it with slow muscular pressure. Not air. Tissue. A wet scratching came from behind the iron. Ankutsa. Anka pressed her ear against the duct. The second pulse beneath her sternum struck. The bellows stopped. Every pipe in the chapel became silent. "Mother?" A breath moved past her cheek through a seam in the metal. Then came a whisper, too broken to form words. Anka searched along the duct until she found a corroded maintenance panel. Leanh helped her loosen the screws. When they pulled it open, warm vapor rolled across the floor. The interior was lined with living tissue. It glistened around the iron like the inside of a throat. Veins pulsed beneath pale membranes. Embedded within the flesh were buttons, teeth, fragments of bone, and small personal objects carried into the system with those who had breathed through it. Near the center, something gold caught the lamp. Anka reached inside. The tissue tightened around her wrist. She forced her fingers beneath the object and pulled until the membrane tore with a soft, almost human cry. It was a wedding ring. Her mother's wedding ring. Anka knew the shallow dent along its edge, made when Elena had once closed it in the kitchen window. She remembered her mother laughing as she freed her swollen finger with soap. The ring was still warm. Inside the duct, the flesh began contracting. The chamber's bellows opened. From every human-shaped cavity came the sound of people trying to inhale. And through the duct, Elena finally formed 3 clear words. "Do not wake me." The words traveled through the open duct in 3 separate breaths. Then the tissue closed around the space where the ring had been. The iron pipe convulsed. Every bellows in the chapel compressed at once, forcing a gust of hot air through the chamber. Inside the sealed cavities, the human shapes arched against their membranes. Anka stumbled backward with the wedding ring clenched in her fist. "What did you disturb?" Leanh asked. "Not what," she said. "Who?" A mechanism clicked beneath the floor. One of the empty cavities opened. Its membrane peeled apart from top to bottom, revealing leather restraints, copper mouthpieces, and a shallow channel worn into the stone by years of bodily fluid. Beneath the headrest lay a metal drawer. Anka pulled it open. Inside was a ledger wrapped in oilcloth. The cover bore no title, only an embossed pair of lungs and the Burtescu family seal. Its pages were thinner than those in the director's office. almost translucent. Each entry listed two people, a recipient and a supporting body. The recipients were noblemen, diplomats, landowners, and wealthy industrialists. The supporting bodies were servants, prisoners, or patients admitted without families. The records began in 1891. Countess Mirela Bratescu. Pulmonary hemorrhage. Supporting body. Anna Pop. Kitchen maid. Age 19. Lord Stefan Balan. Advanced tuberculosis. Supporting body. Petru Albu. Stable worker. Age 34. The recipient's outcome was usually written in blue ink. Recovered. Discharged. Married. Traveled. The donor's outcome appeared in red. Retained. Declining. Non-verbal. Suitable for continued use. Some donors had served more than one patient. One woman had carried the damaged lungs of 6 members of the same family across 22 years. A 12-year-old orphan had received the fevers of 3 wealthy children before his name disappeared from the record. Anka turned the pages faster. The terminology changed after the castle became a public sanatorium. But the method did not. Servants became indigent patients. Prisoners became unidentified bodies. The nobility were replaced by party officials, military officers, and people whose names had been removed with razors. Someone continued it. Lucian said. Someone improved it. Later entries described the construction of permanent ventilation channels lined with cultivated tissue. The donors no longer had to remain in beds. Their airways could be integrated into the building itself, allowing one body to sustain several recipients simultaneously. The final section was dated 30 years earlier. Anka found her mother's name on the 3rd page. Petrescu. Elena. Age. 46. Diagnosis. Progressive pulmonary fibrosis. Place of transfer. Municipal hospital. Brascio. Official disposition. Deceased. Actual disposition. Transported under sedation to Castello Vuntuli. Anka stopped breathing. The hospital had given her an urn. There had been no viewing because the disease had, according to the physician, made the body unsuitable. Anka had accepted this explanation from another country, over a telephone line that kept breaking apart in static. Beneath Elena's entry were columns documenting blood pressure, consciousness, and respiratory output. The records continued for months, then years. Every page carried the same notation. Donor remains viable. The most recent entry had been made 11 days earlier. Anka touched the ink. It smeared beneath her finger. She is alive, Lucian said. The words should have brought relief. Instead, Anka felt the chapel's warmth close around her like a mouth. Elena's output had supported 37 patients over 3 decades. Her lungs had received their scarring. Infections, tumors, chemical burns, and final suffocations. The ledger recorded periods when she had become unresponsive, followed by restoration through filial resonance. What does that mean? Lucian asked. Anka turned the page. A photograph had been fixed beneath a strip of yellowing tape. It showed Elena inside the largest cavity, younger than Anka remembered her. Copper tubes entering her nose and throat. Her eyes were open. One hand pressed against the membrane. Beside the cavity stood a physician in a white coat. He held a child's chest X-ray. Anka recognized the small, curved spine, the initials in the corner, and the pale shadow spreading through the left lung. It was hers. A line beneath the photograph read, "Primary familial connection confirmed. Future replacement candidate established." The second pulse beneath Anka's sternum struck so hard that she dropped the ledger. Around her, the chapel inhaled. The empty cavity opened wider. Leather restraints lifted from its stone bed as though hands were arranging them for use. Lucian seized Anka's arm, but the white curtain threads had already wound around her ankles. The castle was not showing her where Elena had been taken. It was preparing the place where Anka would go next. The curtain threads tightened around Anka's ankles. She fell against the stone floor. The second pulse beneath her sternum, beating in time with the bellows. Lucian cut at the fibers with a scalpel. But each severed strand drew itself back toward the open cavity like muscle retracting from a wound. "Stop," Anka said. He looked at her. "If it wanted me by force, I would already be inside." The chapel inhaled. The leather restraints lowered. For the first time since they entered, the empty cavity waited. Anka rose and stepped toward the largest duct. Her mother's wedding ring had left a red impression in her palm. She pressed it against the warm tissue lining the pipe. "Mother," the duct shuddered. A seam opened along its side. Behind it was not a chamber, but a body extended beyond any natural proportion. A woman's face emerged from folds of pale tissue, her cheeks sunken, her hair threaded through the ventilation mesh. Copper tubes disappeared beneath her jaw. Her chest could not be seen. It had become the wall. Her eyes opened slowly. They were Elena's. "Ankutsa," she whispered. Anka's knees weakened. For 30 years, she had rehearsed the final conversation she had never had. None of those imagined endings had prepared her for the effort it took her mother to breathe. One word: "You were dead," Anka said. "No." The answer traveled through several ducts before reaching her. One syllable spoken by the entire castle. "They told me. I know." The walls expanded. Within the translucent cavities, the other donors shifted, their breaths overlapping like sleepers in a crowded ward. Anka held up the ring. "Why did you come here?" Elena's mouth trembled. "You were 6. The memory arrived before the explanation. A winter hospital room. Anka's fingertips blew, her mother rubbing camphor into her chest while a doctor said the infection had entered both lungs. Anka had recovered within days. Too quickly. The physicians had said, a miracle. They said the castle could move the sickness. Elena whispered, "Into you." I agreed to one night. The duct above her face contracted, forcing out a wet gasp. They lied about the end. Anka looked toward the ledger. Elena had been brought to absorb her daughter's pneumonia, then retained because her body tolerated transfer unusually well. "You could have refused," Anka said, and hated herself at once. Elena gave a faint smile. A mother can refuse pain, not the child's. The second pulse inside Anka struck harder. Her healthy childhood, medical school abroad, her specialization in respiratory disease. Every patient she had saved because her own lungs survived. She had called it purpose, but the second chance had been extracted from Elena one breath at a time. "Why didn't you let yourself die?" "I tried. The lamps dimmed. They woke me whenever you came near. Your voice on the telephone. Your name in a report. Your blood in the building. Kilial resonance." The castle had used Anka's existence as a stimulus, keeping Elena conscious enough to remain its central support. And the patients upstairs, 37, all left pieces behind. The villagers are receiving those pieces now. The castle is failing. A crack crossed the chapel's ceiling. Dust fell like gray snow. Elena's eyes moved toward the empty cavity. It needs a stronger body. Lucian stepped between Anka and the stone bed. "We are leaving." No one leaves while the patients depend on it. Elena said. The words came from every vent. Anka touched the membrane covering her mother's cheek. It yielded like warm glass. If I replace you, will they live? Yes. And the valley? Elena's eyes filled with tears that the tissue absorbed before they could fall. The valley will keep dying. Anka looked at the cavities. Ducts, ledger, and the body prepared for her. The castle offered the same bargain it had always offered. One hidden life beneath many visible recoveries. Then Elena drew a breath so deep that every window above them groaned. When she spoke again, her voice was clear. Do not save me. Ankutsa, behind Anka. The empty closed around Lucian instead. The cavity sealed around Lucian before he could scream. The membrane closed over his face, flattening his features beneath its translucent surface. Copper tubes unfolded from the stone and pressed toward his mouth. Anka lunged for him. The tissue lining the chamber tightened around her wrists, holding her back with the strength of contracted muscle. Lucian struck the membrane from inside. His blows made no sound. Elena, Anka shouted, release him. I cannot. Her mother's voice came weakly through the ducts. The castle chooses what it can use. Lucian's chest rose sharply. The bellows opened. He exhaled, and the western walls expanded. Above them, patients cried out as air filled their lungs. The mechanism had already begun transferring him. Anka seized the final breath ledger from the floor. Its later pages contained diagrams of the ventilation network. Pressure channels branching from the chapel to every floor. Each patient room ended at a window marked with a small iron key. The windows were not merely openings. They were valves. One handwritten warning appeared beneath the central diagram. Total aperture reverses atmospheric exchange. All retained burdens return to origin. Open every window. Anka looked at Elena. What happens to the patients? They receive what was taken. They may die. Yes. And the donors? A long pause moved through the pipes. We finished dying. The castle contracted. Lucian's face distorted beneath the membrane as something pale traveled from his lungs into the wall. Anka understood the choice exactly as the physicians who built the place had intended. Preserve the mechanism, and the valley would continue absorbing the patient's illnesses. Destroy it, and every dependent person might die. Enter the empty cavity herself, and she could release Lucian and Elena, but only by becoming the next hidden body beneath visible miracles. There was no cure in the castle, only concealment. Anka pulled Mihai's key from her pocket and forced it into the brass plate beside Lucian's cavity. The lock turned. The membrane split open. Lucian collapsed into her arms. Coughing, blood, and white thread. The bellows stuttered. Throughout the chapel, the sealed donors began gasping in broken, unsynchronized rhythms. The castle screamed through its ducts. Go upstairs, Anka told him. Open every window you can reach. Lucian stared at her. You know what that will do. Yes. To Pavel. To all of them. Yes. He looked toward Elena. Then he took the key and ran. Anka climbed after him. The corridors had narrowed until she had to turn sideways between walls. Each exhalation brought the stone closer. Doors bulged in their frames. Portraits split across painted mouths. On the first floor, soldiers struck at frozen latches with tools. Anka showed them the iron keys stored in the old treatment cabinets. Every window had its own. Open all of them, she ordered. The first window resisted. When its lock finally broke, wind exploded into the ward. A recovered patient convulsed on his bed. Gray scar tissue appeared across his scan as though drawn by an invisible hand. The second window opened. A woman began coughing fluid from lungs that had been clear minutes earlier. The castle pulled the shutters closed. Soldiers held them back, floor by floor, window by window. The building was forced open. Patients screamed as old diseases returned. Fibrosis, infection, tumors, smoke damage, chemical burns. Some survived the first breaths. Others did not. Anka heard Pavel calling her name from the entrance hall. When she reached him, he was lying beneath the final western window, his face gray, his chest struggling against the ruin restored inside it. "You knew," he said. "I knew what it was costing, and you chose for us." "No," Anka replied. "The castle chose for everyone. I only stopped it." She opened the final latch. For one suspended moment, the storm vanished. Every window in Castello Vuntuli stood wide. The building inhaled, not through the patients, through Anka. The second pulse beneath her sternum burst into violent motion. She felt corridors unfolding behind her ribs, narrow towers pressing upward between her lungs. Then the castle exhaled everything it had stolen. Breaths poured from the windows in pale streams, the final gasps of servants, prisoners, children, villagers, and donors whose names had been erased. They crossed the snow and descended into the valley like a luminous fog. Far below, the coughing stopped, one by one. The village windows filled with light. Behind Anka, the castle began collapsing inward. Stone folded into ducts, towers bent like empty lungs. The floors sank toward the chapel, through the roar. Elena spoke once more. "Now breathe for yourself." The mountain disappeared beneath white air. When Anka inhaled, the entire castle entered her chest. When Anka opened her eyes, she was lying in snow. There was no castle above her. The mountain slope ended in a broad rectangle of exposed foundation stones, black against the white. Broken pipes protruded from the ground like severed arteries. Beyond them stood nothing but wind, trees, and the pale morning sky. Lucian was kneeling beside her. His lips moved before sound reached her. Then the world returned. Soldiers shouting, stretchers scraping over ice, and from the valley below, church bells ringing without rhythm. Anka tried to sit up. Pain spread beneath her sternum. Not sharp pain, pressure. Something inside her chest shifted to make room. "Do not move," Lucian said. The patients, his silence answered first. Some had survived the return of their illnesses. Others had died before the castle disappeared. Pavel Dima lay beneath a blanket near the exposed foundations, one hand resting over the lungs that had failed him years before. Anka looked toward the valley. People were climbing the road through the snow, wrapped in blankets and night clothes. Men and women who had stopped breathing during the final transfer walked beside those who had watched them die. Mihai was among them, holding his father's hand. The boy's face was no longer gray. He reached Anka and opened his palm. The tiny iron key had returned to him. It was clean. "My grandmother woke up," he said. She had been dead since yesterday. All across the valley, lungs had filled with the final breaths taken from them. The dead had not risen unchanged. Some returned confused. Some remembered suffocation. A few spoke in voices belonging to strangers whose breath had entered them. But they were alive. The wind passed over the foundations. Anka heard Elena within it only once, a relieved exhalation. The official investigation found no evidence of Castello Vuntuli beyond maps, photographs, and testimony. Search teams excavated the foundations but discovered no chapel, ducts, bodies, or passages. The medical records recovered from the tower had become blank paper. Only Elena's wedding ring remained. Anka wore it on a chain beneath her clothes. 3 months later, she returned to Brasov under mandatory observation. Her lungs performed normally. Blood tests showed no infection, foreign tissue, or abnormal growth. The second pulse had disappeared before she left the mountain. She began to believe the pressure in her chest was grief. Then a radiologist called her into the viewing room. Her scan glowed against the dark. Between her lungs stood a structure no larger than a clenched fist. It had towers, walls, hundreds of narrow windows. Anka moved closer. The miniature fortress was defined down to its gates and steep roofs. Fine ducts extended from it into both lungs. One descended toward her diaphragm. Another reached upward along her throat. "That cannot be inside you," the radiologist whispered. Anka placed her palm over her sternum. A window opened in the smallest tower. Across the room, an elderly patient waiting for a scan began struggling to breathe. The fortress expanded. His wheezing eased. Pain entered Anka's left lung like powdered glass. She understood the mechanism before anyone called for help. The castle had not died. It had changed scale. During the following weeks, Anka avoided hospitals, buses, and anyone with respiratory illness. It made no difference. The fortress sensed suffering through walls. Whenever someone nearby gasped, one of its windows opened. They breathed better. Anka breathed worse. On winter nights, she woke to white curtains lifting from the corners of her bedroom. Dust gathered on her tongue. Tiny keys appeared beneath her pillow, each engraved with initials she did not recognize. She recorded every name. She would not allow them to become anonymous donors. Years later, her final chest scan showed the fortress filling almost the entire space behind her ribs, its western facade pressed against her sternum, and the largest tower had grown around her heart. The doctors saw only a mass. Anka saw lights burning in the windows. She saw figures moving through the corridors. In the highest room stood a woman with gray hair, one hand resting against the glass. Anka touched the image. The woman touched it from the other side. That evening, the wind stopped across Brasov. Hundreds of people with failing lungs sat upright in their beds and drew the deepest breath they had taken in years. Anka's chest expanded once. Then every window inside her opened. The castle offered healing without sacrifice only because it hid the person paying the price. Anka destroyed that lie. Yet she could not escape its inheritance. By opening every window, she returned stolen suffering to its rightful owners and became the next place where suffering could be concealed. Perhaps the deepest horror is not that pain can be transferred, but how easily people accept a miracle when they never have to see who suffers for it. If one life could carry the illnesses of many, would saving those many make the sacrifice merciful or merely easier to ignore? Story 2. The first thing Gabriel Ortega noticed about Castillo de Ceniza was the frost on its western gate. It lay in a white crust along the iron studs. Bright beneath the late afternoon sun, beyond the hill, Aragon burned in every direction. Smoke had erased the far mountains. The sky was the color of old copper, and the wind carried flakes of blackened pine bark. Yet when Gabriel placed his palm against the gate, cold bit through his glove. Investigators were trained to distrust first impressions. Heat moved strangely through stone. Underground water could cool a foundation. Metal shaded for centuries might hold the night inside it. There was always a physical reason. Even when witnesses preferred curses, Gabriel withdrew his hand and saw a pale print where the frost had melted. Behind him, the driver who had brought him from Zaragoza crossed himself. "Does it stay like this?" Gabriel asked. The man, Tomás Rueda, kept his eyes on the gate. The whole castle, in this heat, especially in this heat. Gabriel looked back at the road, 2 valleys east. A crown fire climbed a ridge in bright orange folds. Aircraft moved through the smoke like insects, releasing suppressant that vanished before it reached the trees. His radio had been silent for 20 minutes. But the emergency network still whispered beneath the static units requesting water. Roads closing. Villages evacuating too late. He knew the rhythm of those voices. He had spent 23 years studying what fire did after people failed to act. A woman waited inside the gatehouse. She introduced herself as Inés Valcárcel, caretaker of the fortress and representative of the Regional Heritage Office. She wore a gray wool coat despite the heat outside, and her breath showed faintly when she spoke. "You were told about the temperature?" "I was told the castle might be affecting local fire behavior." That is a careful way to say it. The courtyard beyond her was paved in pale stone. No weeds grew between the slabs. No birds nested in the battlements. A dry fountain stood at the center, its basin filled with fine ash, perfectly level, as though someone had sifted it there. Gabriel opened his notebook. Nearest ignition point, 4 kilometers southwest. Any embers found inside the walls? No. Structural damage. None since the fortress was built. The castle's western face was blackened from centuries of smoke. Yet none of the current fire had crossed the outer ditch. The flames bent around the hill in 2 separate fronts, leaving the fortress inside a widening island of gray earth. That was why Madrid had sent him, not because anyone believed the stories, because satellite images showed fire behaving like water around a stone. Inés led him through a vaulted passage into the main hall. The cold deepened with each step. Tapestries hung stiff against the walls. Along the floor, small braziers had been lit, but their flames were low and blue. Gabriel crouched beside one. "No draft," he said. "There is always a draft." "From where?" She glanced toward the western wall. 3 narrow windows faced the fire-darkened horizon. They had been sealed with timber from the inside. Why cover them? Because sunset is near. A dull metallic sound came from somewhere beyond the hall. One knock, then another, followed by 2 close together and a pause. Gabriel's hand moved toward the radio on his belt. The pattern repeated. 1, 1, 2. For a moment he was back in a mobile command van 12 years earlier, listening to calls from San Geronimo while the fire line collapsed. 1 call, another, 2 together. Then silence while he argued that the southern road was already lost. The little girl on the radio had knocked on something while she waited. He had forgotten that, or told himself he had. Inés was watching him. "What is behind the western wall?" he asked. "The gate. We came through the eastern gate. The western gate has not been opened in 87 years. The knocking came again. Clearer this time. Not from within the castle. From outside. Gabriel crossed the hall before Inés could stop him and pulled one timber shutter loose. Cold air rushed through the gap, beyond the glass. Ash drifted upward against the wind. At the foot of the western gate stood a human shape made entirely of ash. It raised one blackened hand and knocked in the exact rhythm of the emergency call Gabriel had ignored. The figure did not move after it knocked. Gabriel remained at the window, one hand gripping the loosened shutter, while ash rose around the shape in slow black spirals. The wind beyond the wall drove smoke eastward. Yet the ash climbed straight up, as though the air around the gate obeyed a different gravity. Behind him, Inez said, "Do not answer it." Gabriel turned. "Answer what? The knock? It's outside." "That is not what I mean." The figure lifted its head. It had no face in any ordinary sense. The ash had gathered into the suggestion of cheekbones, a brow, a mouth pressed shut. But the proportions were wrong, unfinished, like a portrait rubbed away before the paint dried. Gabriel forced himself to look back at the room. "I need instruments." He said it too sharply. Inez did not react. She merely replaced the timber shutter and slid the iron brace into place. Within an hour, Gabriel had turned the main hall into a field station. He placed temperature probes along the western wall, one near the floor, another beside the sealed window, and a third in the passage leading toward the chapel. He checked the stone with an infrared camera, tested airflow with smoke pellets, and logged humidity every 10 minutes. The results made no sense. The exterior temperature remained above 40 degrees Celsius. The western wall measured just below freezing. The air inside the hall grew colder whenever the knocking began, then warmed slightly during the pauses. Gabriel recalibrated twice. On the third reading, the probe near the gate showed a sudden drop of 6 degrees. At once, the radio on his belt crackled. Sector 14 requesting additional units. Fire approaching Almunia del Pinar. Evacuation incomplete. Static followed, then a woman's voice, distorted by interference. "We still have people on the northern road." Gabriel stared at the radio. The knocking resumed. 1, 1, 2. His mind supplied another voice over it. A child breathing too close to a handset. "Sir, my mother says the road is burning." He had heard hundreds of calls that night in San Geronimo. He remembered dispatchers shouting over one another. Maps covered in colored grease pencil. Wind estimates changing faster than crews could move. He remembered choosing the Eastern School because 43 people were sheltering there. He remembered saying the southern homes were already unrecoverable. What he did not remember was the girl knocking. Yet now, the sound returned with perfect clarity. 3 small taps against the radio housing while she waited for him to answer. "Who was outside?" Inez asked. Gabriel looked up. "What?" When you heard that pattern before, he felt irritation rise. Clean and useful. "You don't know what I heard." "No, but the gate does." He switched off the infrared camera. Inez stood near one of the blue burning braziers, hands folded inside her sleeves. The first record of the knocking is from 1612. A village to the west was burning. The Castellan heard 3 knocks and opened the gate. What happened? The fire went out. That is folklore. The village survived. Gabriel glanced toward the shuttered windows, and the figure, it came inside. A fresh burst of static broke from his radio. "Almunia command to all units. Wind shift confirmed. Repeat. Wind shift confirmed." Inez continued as if she had not heard it. After that, the figures returned whenever another settlement was threatened. Sometimes one, sometimes many, and you leave them outside. We keep the gate closed. Why? For the first time, uncertainty crossed her face. Because they do not come asking for shelter. The cold deepened again. Frost spread across the nearest window from the edges inward. Gabriel watched the white veins meet over the glass. Then what do they want? To be admitted? That is the same thing. No. The knocking stopped. In the silence, something scraped slowly across the other side of the western wall. Inez lowered her voice. Sometimes they speak before dawn. Gabriel felt the old radio call tighten behind his ribs. What do they say? Not prayers, not warnings. The ash in the courtyard fountain shifted, though no wind entered the hall. Inez looked directly at him. They say the name of the person who must decide whether the gate opens. From beyond the shutter came a dry breath, followed by a child's voice speaking through the stone. Gabriel Ortega. The voice came through the stone again. Gabriel Ortega. It was not loud. It carried none of the strain of shouting through a gate. The name seemed to form inside the wall itself, each syllable dry and delicate, like ash collapsing beneath a fingertip. Gabriel stepped away from the window. Inez reached for the nearest brazier and smothered its blue flame beneath an iron lid. Do not speak to it. It already knows who I am. That does not mean you should let it know you are listening. The radio at Gabriel's belt erupted with overlapping transmissions. Almunia. Command. Fire has crossed the northern road. Civilian vehicles trapped near kilometer marker. Water pressure is gone. Then the voices broke apart beneath static. The knocking resumed. Faster now. 1, 1, 2. Frost spread across the floor stones. Gabriel watched it flow from the western wall in thin branching lines, moving around his boots and continuing toward the center of the hall. Something scratched against the gate outside. Not fingernails. Something softer. A sound like handfuls of sand being dragged across iron. Inez hurried toward the passage. We have to leave the hall. Gabriel did not follow. The temperature probe beside the window dropped until its display failed. He crouched near the base of the western wall, where the frost had begun gathering around a narrow seam between two stones. The seam darkened. A thread of ash pushed through it. At first it resembled smoke leaking beneath a door, but it did not disperse. It collected on the floor in a trembling line. More ash followed, pouring steadily from a crack no wider than a coin. Inez. She stopped at the archway. The black line lengthened across the frost and thickened into something like a wrist. Tell me how to stop it. Her face had gone pale. The gate has never opened from this side. It isn't using the gate. The ash gathered itself with slow, deliberate movements. A hand formed first, each finger joint bending as though remembered rather than built. Then came an arm, a shoulder, and the bowed outline of a head. Gabriel backed away as the figure pulled the rest of itself through the crack. It emerged without widening the stone. When it finally stood, it was smaller than it had appeared beyond the gate. The top of its head barely reached Gabriel's chest. A child. Ash drifted from its body but never touched the ground. The particles circled it in a thin veil before settling back into place. Its mouth was a smooth black hollow. The radio screamed with a burst of feedback. Then every channel went silent. Gabriel pressed the transmit button. Almunia, command. Respond. Nothing. He tried again. The figure turned toward the sound of his voice. For one impossible second, Gabriel thought he recognized the angle of its head. The patient tilt of a child waiting for an adult to admit they had heard her. The hollow mouth opened wider. Cold rushed through the hall. The blue flames in the remaining braziers vanished. Frost climbed the tapestries. Somewhere deep inside the castle, bells rang once beneath the floor. Then Gabriel's radio crackled. A man was coughing on the other end. Almunia, command to regional operations. Gabriel seized the handset. This is Ortega. Report. A long pause followed. The fire is out at Com. What do you mean? Out. Every active front. No flame. No measurable heat. That's impossible. We know. Behind the transmission, Gabriel heard people moving. Equipment striking asphalt. Someone crying without making any sound. The ash figure began to collapse. Its shoulders caved inward. Its arms dissolved. Within seconds, only a dark stain remained on the frost. At its center lay a single milk tooth, blackened at the root. By morning, the official reports called the Almunia event an unprecedented atmospheric suppression. A regional spokesperson suggested a sudden oxygen displacement, though no corresponding weather change had been recorded. 47 civilians had been removed alive from the northern road. None of them could speak. Doctors found no burns in their throats, no damage to their vocal cords, and no sign of smoke inhalation severe enough to explain the loss. The survivors could breathe, swallow, cough, and cry. They simply produced no voice. Gabriel watched the hospital footage on Inez's laptop. Families crowded the corridor while one rescued woman walked barefoot between two nurses. With every step, she left a black print on the polished floor. Smoke curled from each footprint for several seconds before fading. The camera followed her until she stopped outside a treatment room and looked directly into the lens. Her lips moved. Gabriel leaned closer. He could not hear her, but he recognized the words, "You let her in." Then, behind the woman, a second set of smoking footprints appeared on the empty floor. The second set of footprints stopped beside the hospital bed. Gabriel replayed the footage until the image blurred into blocks of gray and black. Each time, the sequence remained the same. The rescued woman crossed the corridor, looked into the camera, formed the words, "You let her in." And then an invisible companion walked 3 smoking steps behind her. Inez closed the laptop. "You have watched it enough." "I haven't watched it correctly yet. That is not the same thing." Gabriel ignored her and opened his field case across the chapel's old sacristy table. By mid-morning, the room had filled with instruments, printed weather charts, toxicology summaries, and handwritten calculations. He built explanations because explanations had structure. The sudden extinguishment might have resulted from a pressure collapse caused by competing fire fronts. The silence among the survivors could be neurological. Perhaps a mass conversion response triggered by terror. The black footprints might be carbon residue carried from the road. The apparent smoke could be condensation rising from overheated material on cold hospital tiles. He wrote each possibility down. Then he wrote what would be required for it to be true. Wind speeds not recorded by any station. An oxygen decline not detected by firefighters. Identical psychosomatic symptoms in 47 people. Soot embedded in bare skin without visible burns. None of the explanations survived the page. Inez stood near the sacristy door, watching frost gather on the brass handle. "Does this help you?" she asked. "It keeps the facts separate from the story." "What story? The one you want me to believe?" She gave a tired smile. "I have not asked you to believe anything. You told me ash figures decide whether villages burn. I told you what happens when the gate opens. That is not causation." "No," she said. "It is repetition." Gabriel turned back to the satellite images. The fire around Almunia had vanished within less than a minute. Thermal readings showed a rapid decline so sharp that analysts initially assumed sensor failure. But the sensor had not failed. The missing heat bothered him most. Fire did not simply cease, even after visible flame disappeared. Wood, soil, stone, and buried roots retained thermal energy. A burned landscape cooled slowly. Almunia had cooled as if the previous 12 hours had never occurred. He contacted Dr. Sofia Aranda, a remote sensing specialist in Madrid who had worked with him on 3 previous investigations. She appeared on the screen with sleepless eyes and smoke haze visible beyond her office window. "You were right," she said. "About the calibration? About the heat budget?" Gabriel leaned forward. "How large is the discrepancy?" "All of it. That isn't possible." "I know." She shared a sequence of thermal maps. On the first, Almunia burned white against the darker land. On the second, the firefront collapsed. On the third, the entire region appeared cool. Then Sophia enlarged the western edge. A new white mass had appeared beyond the original containment zone. "What is that?" Gabriel asked. "San Lázaro de las Heras." He knew the name only vaguely. A settlement of agricultural laborers and seasonal migrants. Too small to have its own fire unit. Concrete homes. Improvised roofs. One narrow road connecting it to the highway. There was no active fire near San Lázaro. There was no recorded ignition. Lightning, none. Power line, no grid failure. The thermal bloom appeared instantly, not from a point, but across the entire settlement. Roofs, streets, parked vehicles. Even the dry irrigation ditches registered heat at the same moment. Almunia went cold. Gabriel felt the sacristy's chill penetrate his sleeves. "How many people?" Sophia looked away from the camera. "Current estimate is 86 dead. Possibly more." Inez lowered her head. Gabriel stared at the white shape on the map. "That can't be transferred heat." "I didn't call it that, but you think it. I think the energy balance closes." She overlaid both thermal readings. The heat lost from Almunia matched the heat appearing in San Lázaro almost exactly. Not extinguished. Moved. Gabriel remembered the ash child passing beneath the gate. The instant cold. The distant report that the fire was gone. "What was in San Lázaro?" he asked. "People," Sophia said. "No. Why there?" Silence filled the connection. Then she opened a government land registry. Around Almunia stood vineyards, hunting estates, solar fields, and protected woodland owned by several of Aragon's wealthiest families. San Lázaro occupied land marked for redevelopment. Its residents had appealed eviction twice. The western gate began to knock. Not one figure this time. Dozens. The blows rolled through the castle like fists against a coffin lid. Gabriel turned toward the sound as the printed thermal map curled beneath his hand. Across its surface, fresh words appeared in gray ash. Almunia was not saved. A second line formed beneath it. San Lázaro was chosen. The words remained on the map after Gabriel brushed the ash away. San Lázaro was chosen. Outside, the knocking multiplied. No two patterns were alike. Some came as rapid bursts. Others as slow measured blows separated by long pauses. One struck 7 times. Stopped. Then began again with 2 softer taps. Another repeated 3 short knocks and 1 heavy impact that shook dust from the chapel rafters. Gabriel stood motionless, listening. They were not random. He had spent most of his career inside rooms where panic arrived through speakers. Emergency calls developed rhythms of their own, dispatch tones, clipped coordinates, breathing. Impact sounds from people hammering on doors or vehicle roofs while they waited for someone to answer. He opened his laptop and searched archived incident recordings. The first pattern matched a fire in Calatayud 11 years earlier. 3 short knocks. A pause. Then one hard blow. A family had sheltered inside a metal irrigation shed and struck the walls with a shovel while a dispatcher promised that a crew was approaching. No crew arrived. Resources had been reassigned to protect a historic wine estate. The second rhythm came from a mountain hamlet in Teruel. 7 blows repeated twice. Residents had used a church bell hammer against the locked bell tower door. After evacuation, buses were diverted to a tourist complex. 21 people died. Gabriel played more recordings. The western gate answered each one. A knock from the archive. A knock from outside. Call and response. Inez entered, carrying an old ring of keys. How many? Gabriel did not look away from the screen. More than I can identify. There are always more. You knew the sounds were calls. I knew they belonged to the abandoned. That isn't the same as knowing where. It is, if the places are never important enough to be remembered. The accusation was quiet, which made it harder to dismiss. Gabriel closed one recording and opened another. This one contained a man shouting grid references through heavy static while fire roared close enough to distort the microphone. He recognized the voice before the knocking began. Alvaro Mena, crew captain. Unit 6, dead at 38. Gabriel's hand froze above the keyboard. The recording had been made during San Geronimo. Alvaro had requested permission to take the southern road and reach the houses below the ridge. Gabriel had denied him twice. Wind models showed the route would be cut off within 14 minutes. Gabriel had ordered Unit 6 east toward the school instead. Alvaro obeyed. The school was already empty. The evacuation list had not been updated. By the time Unit 6 turned back, the eastern road had closed. Alvaro and 2 firefighters died inside their engine, less than a kilometer from the junction Gabriel had forbidden them to use. Outside, the gate sounded a new pattern. 2 knocks. A pause. 4 more. Gabriel knew it without replaying the file. Alvaro's call sign. Unit 6. Inez moved toward the shutter. Do not open it. I'm not opening anything. Then do not look. Gabriel pulled the timber brace free. Cold struck him first. The courtyard beyond had darkened beneath a sky thick with ash. The fountain was overflowing now, black powder spilling across the stones in slow, windless currents. Beyond the western gate stood dozens of figures. Men, women, children. Some were incomplete. One had no arms. Another ended at the waist, its lower body unraveling into smoke. Several pressed featureless faces against the iron lattice while others raised their hands and knocked in the rhythms of unanswered calls. At the center stood a man in the remains of a firefighter's jacket. The reflective bands were burned dull, but a metal identification tag hung from the collar. Gabriel could read the stamped name from across the courtyard. Alvaro Mena. The figure lifted one hand. Unlike the others, it did not knock. It pointed toward the castle's eastern passage, the road Gabriel had ordered Alvaro to take. Then it turned its head toward the western gate. The gate's lower hinge groaned. A thin line opened between the doors. Something metallic slid through the gap and skittered across the frozen stones until it stopped at Gabriel's boots. Alvaro's identification tag. It was hot enough to melt the frost. On the back, beneath the soot, someone had scratched 6 words Gabriel had never heard on the recording. You knew the road was still open. Gabriel held Alvaro's identification tag until the metal burned a red mark into his palm. You knew the road was still open. The words were shallow, cut by something blunt. But they had entered the steel cleanly. He turned the tag over twice, searching for corrosion, recent damage, any sign that Inez had prepared it. Then a footprint appeared beside him. It formed without a body. A black heel pressed into the frost, followed by the shape of a boot sole. Smoke lifted from its edges. A second print appeared farther inside the chapel. Then a third, leading toward the altar. Inez, Gabriel said. She had gone still. You have seen this before. Not these footprints, but you know where they lead. Her eyes moved to the altar. Gabriel followed the trail. The chapel occupied the oldest section of the fortress, a narrow chamber of dark stone with a carved wooden screen separating the nave from the sanctuary. Saints stood in shallow alcoves along the walls, their faces worn smooth by centuries of cold. None looked toward the altar. Their heads had been carved slightly downward, as though watching the floor. The prince crossed the sanctuary and stopped beneath a stone table covered by a faded cloth. Gabriel pulled the cloth aside. The altar had no religious carving. Its front was marked with a pattern of small circles arranged around a vertical line. Urns, hundreds of them, drawn in miniature. At the center was a single iron keyhole. Inez tightened her grip on the ring of keys. No one has opened it since my grandfather was caretaker. Then why do you have the key? I don't know if I do. Gabriel took the ring from her and tried each key. The smallest was blackened as though it had survived a fire. It entered the lock without resistance. Something moved beneath the chapel. Not machinery. A long, slow exhalation rose through the floor. The altar shifted backward. Stone scraped against stone, revealing a stairway descending into darkness. Air rolled up from below, colder than the hall above and carrying a smell Gabriel knew too well. Wet charcoal, scorched wool, and the sweetness that lingered after burned timber had cooled. The footprints continued downward. Inezly an oil lantern. Its flame turned blue. You should not go alone, she said. You told me not to look outside. I was wrong. The stairs descended farther than the fortress foundations should have allowed. Frost glazed each step, yet the walls were stained with old smoke. Gabriel counted 4 landings before the stairway opened into a crypt supported by low stone arches. No bodies lay there. Instead, narrow shelves lined the walls from floor to ceiling. On them stood thousands of clay urns sealed with black wax. Each bore a name. Some were written in Latin, others in Spanish, Catalan, Arabic, French, or scripts Gabriel could not recognize. Many had only a place and a year. A few were marked with occupations: midwife, grain keeper, well digger, woman who spoke against the Lord. The charred footprints wound between the shelves. Gabriel raised the lantern. The chamber extended beyond the reach of its light, divided into aisles like a buried library. What is this place? He asked. Inez did not answer. A soft rasp came from the nearest urn. Gabriel leaned closer. The sealed vessel expanded almost imperceptibly. Then contracted. It was breathing. One by one, other urns began to move. Wax seals flexed. Clay surfaces creaked inward and out. The sound passed through the crypt in waves. Thousands of shallow breaths taken by mouths that no longer existed. Gabriel stepped back. His radio crackled. Emergency traffic. Major industrial fire reported near Izmit. Residential evacuation in progress. A row of urns along the eastern wall inhaled together. Farther away, another group answered. Wildfire crossing containment lines outside Valparaiso. More urns breathed. Flood barrier failure in Hulma district. Casualty numbers unknown. The entire chamber shuddered with a low collective exhalation. Gabriel moved between the shelves, reading labels while the reports continued. Cities. Our villages. Millions. Plantations. Prisons. Places separated by centuries and continents. Linked only by fire. Accusation. And death. Then he saw an urn without dust. It sat alone in a niche at eye level. The wax seal was fresh. Stamped into the clay was the name San Lázaro de las Heras. Beneath it, a second inscription had been added. 86 voices received. The urn inhaled. From inside came the muffled sound of people trying to scream. Gabriel reached toward it. But the charred footprints continued past the niche and ended before a sealed iron door at the rear of the crypt. On the door hung a firefighter's helmet. Alvaro Mena's name was painted across the front. From behind the iron came a man's voice. Gabriel. It said, "You have not reached the chapel yet." Gabriel stood beneath the hanging helmet, listening to the urns breathing behind him. Inez lifted the lantern. Its blue flame bent toward the door as if drawn by a draft. "There is no lower level on any plan," she whispered. "There was no crypt on your plans either." He removed Alvaro's helmet from the hook. Beneath it lay a narrow slot cut into the iron. When he pressed the identification tag into it, the door unlocked with a sound like a rifle bolt. The chamber beyond was warmer. Not warm enough for comfort. Warm like earth above a buried fire. Rows of wooden desks descended toward a stone apse. Ledgers filled shelves where prayer books should have stood. Beneath a blackened crucifix rested a table carved with the same circles Gabriel had seen on the altar above. This was the second chapel. Its saints were not carved in stone. They were written in columns. Inez opened the nearest ledger. Each entry named a person, an accusation, and a place where suffering had later been prevented. Marta de Utrilla's blamed for withholding rain burned outside the eastern wall. Beneath it, her smoke preserved the wheat estates of Belkite during the drought. Another entry named 7 shepherds accused of rebellion. Their ashes had diverted lightning from a nobleman's vineyards into a tenant village. A midwife, described as a plague carrier, had been burned with the bedding of 20 patients. Decades later, her stored smoke had spared a military garrison, while fever consumed the surrounding district. Gabriel turned page after page. The language changed over centuries, but the arithmetic remained the same. One death collected, another death redirected. Disaster reserve, he said. The phrase appeared in a later ledger written in formal administrative Spanish. By the 19th century, the entries no longer mentioned curses or divine punishment. They referred to controlled loss, protective transfer, and strategic preservation. Victims were selected from prisons, workhouses, occupied villages, striking communities, and neighborhoods scheduled for demolition. The castle had survived because the vocabulary had improved. A steel filing cabinet stood beside the apse. Gabriel broke its modern lock with a fire axe. Inside were memoranda, maps, valuations, and lists of protected assets, reservoirs, military sites, tourist districts, forests, and vineyards. Beside each protected zone was a second location labeled Acceptable Receiving Area. Gabriel found San Lázaro. Its residents were categorized as transient labor population, low property value, limited political consequence, A typed approval instructed operators to prioritize the Almunia estates. No signature appeared. Only a red seal shaped like the western gate. Inez pulled another file from the cabinet. These are recent. Someone has been using the castle. Someone still is. The urns in the crypt began breathing faster. Gabriel searched the files for San Geronimo. He found it in a folder marked 12 years earlier. The first pages contained wind projections, road capacities, and asset maps. A hunting estate north of the village had been designated for protection. The southern homes, where migrant families and seasonal workers lived, were listed as a low recovery sector. Attached was a communications directive. Delay authorization for southern road deployment until transfer conditions stabilize. Gabriel read it twice. I never received this. Beneath the directive lay a transcript from the command van. His own words appeared in black type. Hold Unit 6. The southern road is already lost. The timestamp had been recorded 9 minutes before the road became impassable. He remembered the models changing. He remembered making the safest decision available. But a revised forecast had arrived before Alvaro's request, showing the western route would remain open long enough for extraction. Gabriel had viewed it. His access code appeared beside the update. He had closed the forecast without forwarding it. A note in ash gray ink read, "Decision compatible with preservation requirements." The chapel's desks creaked as if people had taken seats behind him. Pages began turning on their own. Every ledger opening to a name. Every modern file to an approved loss. Then the blackened crucifix split down the center. Behind it was a wall-sized map of the world covered in red seals. One pulsed over a city currently burning. Another appeared over a coast under evacuation. A third formed slowly over San Geronimo. Beneath the village name, fresh letters emerged. Reserve not yet collected. From behind the map came the sound of a child knocking on a radio casing. 1, 1, 2. The knocking behind the map did not stop. 1, 1, 2. Gabriel stood before the red seal marking San Geronimo while the ledgers turned their own pages behind him. The sound was smaller than the blows at the western gate. It carried the dry, careful patience of someone trying not to frighten the person who might save them. He put his hand against the map. The parchment was warm. A child's breath crackled beneath it. "Command?" the voice said. "Can you still hear me?" Gabriel pulled his hand away. The words were exactly as he remembered them now. Not approximately. Not reconstructed from reports. The same trembling pause between command and the question. The same background noise of wind striking a corrugated roof. He had heard her. He had simply ranked other voices above hers. The world map split along the border of Aragon. Smoke escaped through the opening, gathering into the outline of a narrow doorway behind the wall. Inez raised the lantern. "Gabriel." He stepped through. The space beyond was no larger than a radio booth. Its walls were lined with blackened communication equipment from different eras. Field telephones, military receivers, cracked headsets, emergency radios, and switchboards threaded with burned wire. Every device was whispering. Calls for water, coordinates spoken too quickly, names repeated after dispatchers stopped answering. At the center stood a girl made of ash. Unlike the figures outside, her face was complete. Lucia Serrano had been 9 years old when San Geronimo burned. Gabriel knew that from the casualty report. He had seen her school photograph during the inquiry, dark hair cut unevenly at the shoulders, a white blouse, a stubborn expression that made her seem older than she was. The figure wore that face now, Ash had preserved every detail except her eyes. Those remained hollow. Two openings filled with slow-moving smoke. A portable radio rested in her hands. Gabriel tried to speak, but his throat tightened. Lucia pressed the transmit button. His own voice emerged from the device. Southern sector is unrecoverable. Maintain eastern deployment. Gabriel closed his eyes. The recording continued. A dispatcher asked whether Unit 6 should be released toward the village. Gabriel heard himself answer. Negative. Forecast shows road closure within 10 minutes. Then another sound played beneath the transmission. A soft electronic tone. A revised forecast arriving. He remembered the screen lighting beside him in the command van. The update had shown the western road remaining open for 23 minutes. Enough time for Alvaro to reach the lower houses. Enough time to attempt one extraction. Gabriel had opened it. He had looked at the map. Then he had minimized the window. The eastern school had more people, he said. Lucia did not move. There were 43 listed there. Your district had 14 confirmed. The radio answered in his own voice. Protect the school. We can defend that decision. Gabriel stared at it. He remembered saying those words to the regional coordinator. But not in that order. Not so plainly. Lucia lifted one ash-covered finger and pointed toward a bank of old monitors. Images appeared across them. Forecasts. Dozens of versions. Each predicting a different path for the fire. Some showed San Geronimo surviving. Others showed the school burning. One showed Alvaro's engine returning safely from the southern road. Among them was the forecast Gabriel had chosen. Not the most probable, the most defensible. Inez entered the booth behind him. The castle does not command anyone. Gabriel looked at her. It offers possibilities, she said. A forecast that protects the estate. A road calculation that arrives at the right moment. A casualty estimate that makes one neighborhood easier to abandon. The data was manipulated. Yes. Then it made the decision. No. Lucia lowered the radio. The equipment along the walls fell silent. Inez's voice became almost gentle. It gave you the lie you needed. You decided to believe it. Gabriel looked at Lucia. What do you want me to say? Her mouth opened. Ash spilled from it in a thin stream, falling onto the floor without sound. Then voices emerged from every radio in the room. Not Lucia's alone. Alvaro, the families in the lower houses, the residents of San Lazaro, centuries of people classified as acceptable losses, all of them speaking the same words. Open the gate. Gabriel backed into the wall. Lucia stepped closer and placed the portable radio in his burned palm. Its display showed no frequency, only a question written in pale gray light. Who will you choose this time? From above came the groan of the western gate beginning to open by itself. The western gate opened the width of a hand. Cold poured through the castle. It moved down the stairways, through the chapel, and into the hidden radio room, extinguishing the blue lantern flame in Inez's hand. Every receiver along the walls came alive at once. Emergency calls overlapped in a roar of coordinates, names, prayers, and final instructions spoken to people who had already stopped listening. Lucia stood before Gabriel with the radio extended. Who will you choose this time? Above them, iron groaned. Gabriel understood the choices the castle had prepared. He could close the gate and preserve the reserve. Fires would continue to bend away from estates, monuments, government buildings, and communities whose losses mattered to official reports. He could release Lucia alone. One child returned to whatever waited beyond the gate. One guilt acknowledged. One private absolution purchased while thousands remained sealed in clay. Or he could open everything. He looked at Inez. What happens if all the urns are released? No caretaker has ever tried. That is not an answer. There may not be one. The radio in his palm grew hot. A new transmission broke through the others. Multiple fires advancing across the Ebro corridor. Evacuation routes compromised. Another voice followed. Containment failure near the northern vineyards. Then another. Residential district requesting immediate assistance. The castle was already calculating. Gabriel could feel it in the walls. The stone shuddered around selected places, weighing property, influence, population, and inconvenience somewhere above. The urns breathed faster as the fortress searched for receiving areas. He thought of San Lazaro, not saved, chosen. Gabriel closed his fingers around Alvaro's identification tag and stepped out of the radio room. Lucia followed. The ash did not fall from her now. It held tightly to her shape as she climbed behind him through the second chapel. Inez came last, carrying the dead lantern. At the iron door, the urns began whispering. Not words, breath shaped like names. Gabriel passed the shelves where centuries of victims waited inside sealed clay. Drought women, rebels, prisoners, laborers, families whose neighborhoods had been judged inexpensive enough to burn. The urn marked San Lazaro de las Heras shook in its niche. He struck it with Alvaro's tag. The clay split. Ash burst into the crypt and formed dozens of open mouths. The sound that emerged was not a scream, but the absence left when voices had been removed. Every other urn answered. Wax seals cracked along the walls. Inez seized Gabriel's arm. If you break them here, the castle may direct them. Then we don't break them here. He ran toward the stairs. By the time they reached the upper chapel, figures were pressing through the crypt behind them. Thousands of ash hands dragged themselves across the stones, assembling bodies from smoke and memory. The western gate had opened another foot. Beyond it, the courtyard was no longer visible. A black multitude filled the outer grounds from wall to wall. Gabriel crossed the hall and reached the gate mechanism. 3 iron chains ran through a winch set into the wall. Beside it stood 2 levers. One bore the symbol of a single urn. The other bore thousands. The castle had always offered the choice. One life or many. Private mercy or public consequence. Lucia stopped beside him. Gabriel placed both hands on the second lever. The stone beneath his feet warmed. The fortress resisted. Images flashed across the frost-covered walls, vineyards unburned, hospitals spared, cities preserved. Then came other images beneath them, settlements without engines, families trapped on roads, nameless districts glowing white on thermal maps. The cost hidden behind every rescue. Gabriel pulled. Nothing moved. He pulled again until the burn in his palm reopened. Alvaro's tag cut into his skin. "Help me," Gabriel said. Lucia placed both ash hands over his. The lever descended. Every lock in Castillo de Ceniza opened at once. Doors slammed back through the fortress. Crypt seals burst. Hidden passages exhaled. The western gate split wide enough to reveal the burning horizon. Then the dead entered. They came without running. Thousands crossed the threshold in silence. Children, workers, prisoners, soldiers, women carrying empty water jars, firefighters in blackened coats. They passed through Gabriel and filled the castle until every corridor moved with ash. Across Aragon, flames collapsed. Wildfires became columns of smoke without heat. Burning trees stood black and silent. Roofs stopped glowing. Cars cooled on evacuation roads. The emergency channels erupted with disbelief. Then every transmission died. The ash figures turned toward Gabe, all except Lucia. She stood at the open gate, facing the world beyond it. Slowly, she raised one hand and pointed toward the living shadows cast across the courtyard. Each shadow had begun to smoke. Gabriel looked down and saw his own stretched across the frost. Black beneath the colorless dawn. Thin threads rose from its shoulders, where the shadow's hand touched Lucia's. A dark ember pulsed beneath the stone. Then the ash figures exhaled. The sound passed through Castillo de Ceniza like wind moving through a dead forest. Thousands of bodies loosened at once. Faces collapsed. Arms dissolved. The dead rose in columns through the open gate, carrying no heat, only the smell of extinguished houses. Lucia remained until the others were gone. For a moment, she looked like the child from the school photograph rather than something shaped from fire. Her eyes were dark and whole. Gabriel wanted to apologize, but every sentence he imagined placed himself at its center. So he said only, "I heard you." Lucia inclined her head. Then the morning wind took her. Ash crossed the courtyard and scattered over the hill. As the last particles left the gate, the fortress gave a deep internal crack. The western tower split from roof to foundation. Stone blocks fell inward instead of down, disappearing into empty chambers that seemed deeper than the hill itself. Walls folded into hidden stairways. The chapel roof collapsed, exposing neither crypt nor urns beneath it. Only packed earth, veined with black glass. Inés stood beside the dry fountain, watching centuries of masonry sink. "It is finished," she said. Gabriel listened. Across the radio bands, emergency channels returned one by one. Crews reported fires extinguished throughout Aragon. Villages once marked for transfer remained standing. The protected vineyards had burned only where flame had already reached them. No new receiving area appeared. For several minutes, Gabriel believed Inés was right. Then he heard knocking. Not at the gate. Inside the shadow of a helicopter pilot speaking over the radio. 3 rapid taps sounded beneath the man's transmission. Gabriel saw an image in his mind, a rotor assembly shuddering over a reservoir. One bolt glowing red with friction. "Land that aircraft," Gabriel said. The pilot did not respond. Gabriel seized the transmitter. Emergency grounding order. Land immediately. He had no authority to give it. The pilot obeyed only because Gabriel's voice carried the certainty of someone who had already seen the crash. Less than a minute after the helicopter touched down, its rear rotor tore free. The knocking stopped. Another pattern began. Slow blows beneath a weather report from southern France. Gabriel saw a dam wall sweating through concrete. Then came taps from a ferry captain near Sicily. The sound of metal striking beneath black water. A dry scratching accompanied a hospital generator test in Madrid. Somewhere in South America, a school teacher's shadow smoked while she led children through an ordinary morning lesson. The released suffering had not vanished. It had attached itself to the living. Every shadow now carried the memory of those who had been sacrificed to protect someone else. Before machinery failed, before floodwater rose, before fire crossed a road, the shadow of anyone who might be lost began to smolder, and only Gabriel could hear it knock. He warned the dam authority. He called the Coast Guard. He demanded that a hospital evacuate its intensive care wing before anyone else detected smoke in the wiring. Some believed him. Others asked for evidence. Each delay forced him to make the same calculation the castle had once performed. Which warning mattered most? Which voices were credible? Which disaster might still be prevented? By sunset, Castillo de Ceniza was gone. Only the western gate remained upright on the scorched hill, opening onto empty air. Inez left without saying goodbye. Gabriel stayed beside the ruins with 3 radios, a satellite telephone, and Alvaro's tag pressed into his burned palm. The calls continued through the night. He answered as many as he could. Months later, people began speaking of an unidentified man who warned towns minutes before fires, derailments, collapses, and floods. Authorities called him a hoaxer when nothing happened and a prophet when something did. Gabriel called himself neither. He knew that every successful warning erased its own proof. He also knew that somewhere, while he saved one place, another shadow might already be burning beyond the reach of his voice. Near dawn, the radios finally fell silent. Gabriel lowered his head. On the ground before him, his shadow stood upright, although he was sitting. It raised one hand toward the empty western gate. Then it knocked. Perhaps the greatest horror was not that the castle could redirect disaster, but that people had built institutions around deciding whose suffering mattered least. Gabriel destroyed the machinery, yet he could not destroy the habit of choosing one life over another. His punishment was not death. It was awareness, the endless knowledge that every warning answered might leave another unheard. The shadows now reveal what official reports often conceal. Catastrophe is never only about chance. It is also about who receives protection, who is believed, and who is quietly classified as expendable. If every cry reached you at once, how would you decide which one to answer? Story 3. The first arrow Leon Weiss found inside Vesper Castle was pointing the wrong way. It had entered the oak paneling from the corridor and buried itself almost to the fletching in the inner wall of the old command chamber. The shaft had gone black with age, but the iron head remained clean where Leon brushed away the dust. There was no exterior window nearby, no broken embrasure, no plausible line of fire from beyond the walls. Someone had stood inside the castle and shot deeper into it. Leon straightened, one hand against the paneling. The wood was cold enough to numb his fingertips despite the mild September afternoon. Through the doorway, he heard the survey team moving equipment across the courtyard, metal cases scraping stone, a drone whining as it calibrated, Professor Havel arguing about satellite reception. Ordinary sounds, modern sounds. The arrow made them seem temporary. "Found something?" asked Mira Voss from the doorway. She was the team's architectural historian, 32, sharp-eyed and already irritated by the castle's refusal to match the surviving plans. She carried a rolled elevation map beneath one arm and wore dust across one cheek like war paint. Leon moved aside. Mira examined the arrow. Then the opposite wall. Could have been ceremonial. Shot into a private chamber? People have done stranger things for dynasties. Leon looked along the corridor. Similar gouges scarred the masonry at shoulder height. He had assumed they were impact marks from a siege. Now their patterns seemed less random. They led away from the battlements and inward, toward the central keep. Ceremonial armies usually face the enemy, he said. Mira gave him a thin smile. That depends on who they think the enemy is. Outside, the eastern Alps rose in pale green folds beneath a hammered steel sky. Vesper Castle occupied a ridge where Austria blurred into Slovenia, though every border map placed the legal line differently. From above, The fortress resembled a clenched fist, 4 towers around a central keep. Walls folded around themselves in overlapping rings. It had never been captured. That was the claim repeated in military histories. Tourist brochures, and the invitation that had brought Leanh there. Romans, Habsburgs, Ottomans, French auxiliaries, partisan units, Yugoslav border troops. Every force that approached Vesper was said to have failed. Some turned back. Some vanished in storms. Some were found dead in the valleys below without wounds. Leanh had built a career explaining such legends. Battlefields did not lie. He often told students, men lied, governments lied. Victors lied most elegantly of all. But soil, bone, iron, and trajectory remained loyal to the event. He no longer said that line in public. 10 years earlier, in a dry valley near Prejador, Leanh had altered 3 burial coordinates and reclassified civilian remains as armed combatants. The report transformed an execution site into evidence of a defensive victory. No one had forced him. A ministry official suggested the wording. A general praised his restraint. Leanh signed every page. Since then, he had become an expert on battle's history, preferred to misunderstand. By late afternoon, the team had established workstations in the former Great Hall. Electric lamps stood beneath soot-blackened rafters. Laptops glowed beside medieval pikes and cracked shields. The castle caretaker, an elderly Slovenian named Marko Vidmar, watched from the stairs without offering assistance. Leanh approached him with the arrow sealed in an evidence sleeve. Where was the Western Command Chamber used during the last recorded siege? Marko studied the arrow without touching it. His eyes shifted toward the keep. There was no last siege, he said. Leanh waited. Marko's English was precise, but he spoke as if translating from something older. There were armies. There were dead. There was never a siege. That distinction doesn't make sense. It will. Before Leanh could ask more, the overhead lamps dimmed. Every laptop screen flickered once. Across the hall, Mira swore as her mapping software crashed. Then the castle's floor plan returned to the main monitor. Leanh stared at it. The outer walls were unchanged. The towers remained where they belong. But the corridor leading from the Great Hall now bent east instead of north. Continuing through solid rock no survey had recorded. At the end of that new corridor, a single room appeared. Inside it, the software had placed a human-shaped marker. The marker was labeled DR, Leanh, Vice Defender. Leanh deleted the marker. For 3 seconds, the room at the end of the impossible corridor remained empty. Then the software refreshed, and the human-shaped symbol returned in exactly the same place. Dr. Leanh, Vice Defender. Professor Anja Havel leaned over the main monitor. She was the expedition's senior military historian, a narrow, silver-haired woman who had spent 40 years correcting the romantic lies nations told about their defeats. "What classification layer is that?" she asked. "It isn't one of ours," Mira said. She opened the map settings, survey routes, structural hazards, excavation zones, personnel tracking. None contained the marker. When she disabled every layer, Leon's name remained. "GPS error," Leanh said. "We have no GPS signal inside the hall." Mira replied. The words landed more heavily than they should have. Leanh closed the program and unplugged the monitor. The label vanished into black glass. For a moment, his reflection remained there, pale face, receding hair, field jacket buttoned too neatly at the throat. Behind his reflected shoulder stood a row of soldiers. Leanh turned. Only empty tables occupied the hall. He said nothing. They spent the remaining daylight documenting the command chamber. 6 more arrows were discovered beneath plaster and decayed paneling. All had been fired away from the exterior walls. 2 had crossed one interior room to enter another. A third had struck the stone beside a doorway from a range of less than 4 meters. Vesper had not defended itself from an approaching army. Its defenders had aimed at one another. Leanh recorded the trajectories in a field notebook, drawing clean lines through the floor plan. He had always trusted lines. A trajectory reduced panic, confusion, and death to measurable direction. It did not care who claimed victory afterward. His hand stopped. That was what he had believed in Prietor. The valley had been called Ravna Hollow, though there was nothing hollow about it except the sound made by shovels striking the limestone beneath the graves. Leanh had arrived 11 days after the bodies were found. 46 dead. Most had cloth bindings around their wrists. Several were children. The army insisted the hollow had been a temporary defensive position. The dead, they said, were irregular combatants killed during a failed assault. Leon's survey proved otherwise. The bodies lay in deliberate rows. Bullet paths entered from behind. No weapons had been buried with them. The cartridge cases came from a firing line established at the lip of the excavation. It had been an execution. Then Colonel Maddock arrived with 2 ministry officials and a typed statement already prepared. Leanh could still remember the tea served during that meeting. Too sweet. A dead fly floating near the rim of his cup. The officials never threatened him. They spoke about regional stability, retaliation, and the danger of reopening ethnic wounds. One sentence in his report, they explained, might trigger another season of killings. Leanh moved 3 grave coordinates. He reversed 2 trajectory diagrams. He described the bindings as field dressings. By the time the report was published, Ravna Hollow had become the site of the Brannick defensive victory. The 46 dead became enemy fighters. A bronze plaque was installed above the road. Leanh received a national research appointment the following year. He had told himself that history was sometimes corrected for the sake of the living. After sunset, the wind rose around Vesper. It pressed against the arrow slits with a low, steady breath. The team ate from metal containers in the great hall while Marco lit oil lamps along the staircase, refusing to trust the generator. At first, Leanh mistook the sound for loose shutters. A dull impact passed through the western wall. Then another followed it. The rhythm settled into measured intervals. Boots, dozens of them, marching somewhere inside the stone. Conversation stopped. Even the generator seemed to lower its voice. The footsteps moved behind the wall from west to east, accompanied by the faint scrape of metal and the irregular knock of wooden equipment. Dust trembled from the mortar. "There's no passage there," Mira whispered. Marco stood beside the staircase, holding an unlit match. "There is tonight," he said. Professor Havel rose slowly. Her face had lost its color. She stared at Leanh with an expression he could not interpret, not fear, but recognition. "Anja," he said. She backed away from him. The marching stopped. For several seconds, nothing moved within the castle. Then Havel spoke in a language Leanh did not know, using words that sounded Germanic but older, hardened by unfamiliar consonants. Marco dropped the match. "What did she say?" Mira asked. He did not answer. Havel pointed at Leon's chest. When she spoke again, it was in English. I remember you now, she whispered. You commanded the Vesper Grenadiers. Leanh forced a laugh. There has never been a unit by that name. There was. Tears filled her eyes. Before Austria had this border, from inside the wall came the sound of hundreds of men turning in formation. Havel looked toward the stone, then back at Leanh. You ordered us to fire on the wounded, she said, and you told the historians we had won. The sound of soldiers turning inside the stone ended with a metallic click. No one moved. Professor Havel remained beside the table, pointing at Leanh as if the gesture held him in place. Her accusation still hung in the great hall. Absurd and impossible. Yet the terror in her face was too precise to dismiss. Leanh stepped toward her. Anya, listen to me. There were no Vesper Grenadiers. Her expression hardened. That is what you said after the surrender. Before he could answer, a crash sounded from the north passage. Mira turned first. Thomas Kral, the team's survey technician, had gone to calibrate a laser scanner in the records room less than 20 minutes earlier. The room had one door, no windows, and walls thick enough to defeat radio signals. Mira had watched him lock himself inside because the scanner required darkness. They ran. The key remained in the lock on the corridor side. Leanh turned it and pushed the door open. The scanner stood in the center of the room, its green indicator pulsing over empty stone. Thomas's jacket lay across a chair. His boots were beneath the table. The chamber smelled faintly of lamp oil and hot iron. Thomas? Mira called. No answer. Leanh examined the walls. Solid masonry. No alcove, concealed hinge, or disturbance in the dust. Yet the scanner was still rotating, mapping the room in slow sweeps. Mira opened its live model. The screen showed the chamber from above. 4 walls, 1 door, 1 human figure. The figure stood beyond the western wall. That's impossible, she said. A red tracking point moved farther west, passing through rooms absent from every plan. Then it stopped inside the western tower. They found the tower door barred from within. Leanh and Marco struck it together until the warped timber gave way. Cold air poured down the spiral stairs, carrying the smell of rain, leather, and something animal. Thomas stood on the upper landing. He was barefoot. One shoulder was covered by a corroded iron pauldron, and a chainmail fragment hung across his chest over his thermal shirt. Dried mud blackened his legs. In both hands, he gripped a broken spear. Thomas, Mira said carefully, put that down. He stared at her without recognition. His lips moved in the archaic language Havel had spoken. Marco answered with a short phrase, then stepped back. What did he say? Leanh asked. He asked how many invaders entered through the breach. There is no breach, Thomas shouted and charged. The broken spear struck the wall beside Mira's head. Leanh caught the shaft. But Thomas drove him backward with strength that seemed impossible for his slight frame. His face was contorted by something more complete than panic. He was fighting for his life. You burned the lower village, Thomas screamed in English. You came under the white banner. We are your team, Leanh said through clenched teeth. You are Carniolan dogs. Havel made a strangled sound behind them. That name disappeared in 1748. Thomas released the spear and drew a narrow knife from beneath the chainmail. Its blade was dark with rust. He slashed at Leon's throat. Mira struck his wrist with the scanner case. The knife fell. For one breath, Thomas froze. His face loosened. He looked down at his bare feet, then at the armor hanging from his body. Mira. She reached for him. An arrow entered Tomas's back and emerged beneath his collarbone. The impact lifted him onto his toes. He collapsed against Leanh, warm blood spreading through both their shirts. No bowstring sounded. No one stood on the stairs. The tower windows faced an empty ravine, and the angle was wrong for any shot from outside. Leanh lowered Tomas to the stones. The arrow had come from the wall. Its shaft was black with age, but its iron head shone where it had passed through him. Tomas's eyes found Leahn's. "You said the castle would remember us as defenders," he whispered. Then he died. Behind him, mortar began to crack. A rectangle appeared in the tower wall, outlining a doorway that had not existed moments before. From the darkness beyond it came the muffled shouting of men under attack. Among those voices, Leanh heard his own, giving the order to fire. Leanh heard his own voice beyond the new doorway. It was distorted by distance and stone, but unmistakable the measured authority. The clipped consonants, the calm tone he used when presenting conclusions no one was expected to question. "Second rank forward. Fire into the breach." A volley answered. The sound did not resemble gunfire. It was heavier, older, bowstrings snapping together, iron striking timber, men crying out in a language that seemed to change each time Leanh tried to understand it. Marco seized his arm. "Do not cross." Leanh looked into the opening. A narrow passage extended beyond the tower wall, lit by red flames guttering in iron brackets. Soldiers moved at its far end behind a barricade of overturned furniture. Their silhouettes wore helmets from incompatible centuries. One raised a musket. Another carried a round shield. A third appeared to be dressed in the wool uniform of a 20th century border regiment. Then the mortar shifted. The doorway narrowed like an eye closing. Leanh pulled Tomas's body clear as the stones pressed together. Within seconds, the passage was gone. Only a pale rectangular scar remained in the wall. They carried Tomas down to the Great Hall. By then, Professor Havel no longer remembered accusing Leanh of commanding the Vesper Grenadiers. She remembered marching within the walls, but insisted Tomas had attacked them because of an acute psychological break. When Mira mentioned the arrow, Havel claimed it must have been dislodged from the tower masonry during the struggle. The explanation was impossible. She believed it completely. They placed Tomas beneath a canvas sheet and agreed to leave at first light. No one slept. Leanh remained at the mapping station while the others gathered equipment. The castle's digital plan changed in slow, almost courteous increments. Corridors lengthened, chambers rotated, staircases detached from one tower and joined another. Each time Leanh marked a change, the previous layout became difficult to remember. By midnight, he could no longer picture the route they had taken to the western tower. He opened his field notebook. The trajectory diagrams had altered. The arrows he had drawn through the command chamber now originated outside the castle, exactly where official siege accounts claimed the enemy had stood. Leanh rubbed one line with his thumb. The graphite smeared. His handwriting remained. The evidence had changed beneath it. Across the hall, Mira called his name. She stood before a folding table covered with photographs recovered from an old survey cabinet. Most were black and white images of Vesper taken during restoration work in the 1930s. Leanh recognized the outer courtyard, the eastern curtain wall, and the narrow bridge spanning the ravine. Then Mira handed him a photograph that could not have been taken. It showed the northern side of the castle with an additional wing extending beyond the battlements. 3 floors of arched windows, a chapel tower, and a fortified gallery connecting the structure to another mountain ridge. There was no ridge there now. Beyond Vesper's northern wall lay several hundred meters of empty air. Leanh examined the photograph's reverse. A handwritten caption identified the vanished section as the Hall of Capitulations. Maybe the cliff collapsed, Mira said. It would have taken half the mountain with it. There are more. The next photograph showed a barracks standing where the southern slope now rose in solid gray rock. Another depicted a courtyard occupying the interior of the mountain itself. Men in old excavation clothes posed beside a doorway cut into a cliff that had no corresponding opening in the present landscape. In the final image, Leanh stood among them. He wore the same field jacket he had on now. The photograph was dated 8 years earlier. Leon's mouth went dry. I have never been here before. Mira stared at him. I know. At the edge of the photograph, partly concealed behind a survey tripod, Tomas Kral was smiling. A crash came from the far side of the hall. Professor Havel had opened the equipment case containing their regional maps. She held one of them beneath the lamp, turning it as if orientation might correct what she saw. The border between Austria and Slovenia was gone. So were the names of both countries. Vesper Castle stood alone in an unmarked white territory spreading across the eastern Alps. Mira checked her phone. The offline navigation map showed the same blank region. Leanh opened an international mapping database on his laptop. The page refreshed repeatedly before displaying a message. Sovereign status. Unresolved. Marco crossed himself. This is how it begins, he said. Leanh looked toward the sealed tower doorway. What begins? The separation. A door slammed somewhere above them. Then another. Then several more. Each farther away than the last. The Great Hall's 3 exits no longer opened onto the same castle. Through the eastern door, Leanh saw the courtyard under moonlight. Through the northern door, Mira saw flames and men building a barricade. Professor Havel looked through the western arch and began to cry. What do you see? Leanh asked. She turned toward him slowly. You, she said, standing outside the gate with the army that conquered us. Behind her, from a fortress none of the others could see. The victory bells began to ring. The victory bells continued after Professor Havel stepped through the western arch. Mira grabbed for her coat, but the doorway changed before she reached it. Moonlit stone folded into a corridor lined with shields. Havel stood at the far end among armed figures in gray wool uniforms. She looked directly at Leanh. Then she raised a rifle. He pulled Mira down as the shot struck the lintel. Stone chips cut his cheek. When he looked again, Havel was shouting orders to soldiers who could not possibly have existed together. Medieval spearmen, Imperial grenadiers, border guards carrying modern carbines. To the North Passage, she cried. The invaders have breached the keep. She thinks we're the invaders. Mira said. No, Marco replied. In her fortress. You are. The western arch closed with a grinding of masonry. A scream came from above. Leanh. Mira. And Marco climbed the central stair, though each landing offered a different century. On one level, electric cables ran along plastered walls. On the next, torches burned in iron cages above blood-dark rushes. Through a narrow window, Leanh saw daylight over snow. Although it was still night in the courtyard below, they found Pavel Sorin, the drone operator, crouched behind an overturned chest. He held a crossbow taken from the display hall. Put it down, Leanh said. Pavel flinched. Don't come closer. His face held the vacancy of someone trying to reconcile incompatible memories. He recognized Mira, but called her Captain Voss. He did not recognize Marco. When Leanh gave his name, Pavel's confusion vanished. "The Butcher of Ravna," he whispered. Leanh stopped. Mira looked at him. "What did he call you?" Pavel raised the crossbow. "You falsified the dead. You gave their graves to your soldiers." That accusation belonged to Leon's real life. Yet Pavel had never worked with him before this expedition. And the Ravna report remained sealed under military restrictions. "Who told you?" Leanh asked. Pavel's gaze shifted toward the wall. "You did. Before you ordered us inside, a door opened behind him. Through it lay the command chamber Leanh had surveyed that afternoon. But the room was burning. Men fought beneath the smoke, some defending the doorway, others attacking from deeper within the castle. Their uniforms bore the same crest. Pavel turned toward them. An arrow struck the chest beside his head. He fired reflexively. The bolt vanished through the doorway and entered the throat of a soldier running toward him for protection. The dying man wore Pavel's face. Pavel starred. The second arrow struck him in the leg. Mira dragged him away as Leanh slammed the door. The wood shuddered under blows from both sides. Voices beyond it accused one another of treason in several languages. Leanh looked at the arrows around the landing. For the first time, he understood their pattern. They did not merely point inward. Each one connected two versions of the same room. The castle was not dividing defenders from attackers. It was dividing people from themselves. He took out his notebook and redrew the trajectories using the altered floor plans. Every line began in one interior chamber and ended in another, occupying the same physical coordinates. The arrows had crossed no ordinary distance. They had passed from one history into its rival. Vesper created a siege whenever defeat became possible. It separated the occupants into incompatible armies, gave each side memories of invasion, then opened narrow paths between their realities. Each version killed the others while believing it defended the castle, when only one history remained. Vesper called it victory. Marco watched the diagram emerge. "My grandfather said the castle had no enemies," he murmured. "Only witnesses who remembered differently." A horn sounded below. Pavel began to weep. "They've reached the inner gate." "There is no inner gate," Mira said. "There is now." Boots thundered up the stairs from beneath them. At the same time, armored figures descended from above. Leanh pushed open the nearest door. They entered a circular chamber covered with white plaster. Dozens of arrows protruded from its walls, all aimed toward the center. There stood another Leanh Weiss. His coat was stained with blood. A bronze badge on his chest bore the crest of Vesper. He lifted a bow and aimed it at Leon's heart. "You took long enough," the other Leanh said. "I have been defending this place from you for 8 years." The other Leanh released the bowstring. Leanh twisted aside. The arrow tore through his sleeve and struck the plaster behind him. For an instant, its shaft appeared in 2 places at once, one buried in the wall, the other continuing through a corridor, visible only as a shimmer in stone. Mira drove her shoulder into the other Leanh before he could knock a second arrow. The 2 men fell against the center of the chamber. Touching him was like touching a body left outdoors in winter. Leanh smelled wet wool, powder smoke, and the sweet tea from Ravna Hollow. Images flashed through his mind. Havel kneeling beneath a white flag, Tomas closing the gate while men outside begged to enter. The other Leanh struck him across the mouth. "You always hesitate before the final report," he said. "That is why the castle needs more than one of us." Marco tore an arrow from the wall and drove its blunt end into the impostor's throat. The other Leanh staggered backward. The wall opened around him, not like a door, like a mouth accepting food. He vanished into darkness, and the chamber contracted with an internal groan. "Move," Marco said. They carried Pavel between them and fled through the only passage that remained. Behind them, arrows struck the circular room from every direction. Some clattered against stone. Others passed through walls and returned bloodied. The passage descended farther than the castle's foundations allowed. The air grew dry and metallic. Leanh lost track of the landings when the staircase repeated a turn he remembered making moments earlier. At the bottom stood a door without hinges. Its iron surface was crowded with carved names. Most had been chiseled away, leaving shallow scars shaped like words. In the center remained one inscription, "Armory of the Undefeated." Marco placed his palm against it. "You will not find this room on a plan," he said. "How do you know it exists?" Mira asked. "My family has guarded the entrances for 5 generations." "The entrances?" "The castle builds one whenever someone begins to remember losing." The iron door opened inward. The armory extended beyond their lamps. Weapons stood in ordered rows beneath stone arches. Roman spears beside Ottoman matchlocks. Cavalry sabers beside modern rifles. Crossbows mounted above crates of grenades. None showed corrosion. Blades reflected faces that did not belong to those holding the lamps. Uniforms hung from wooden frames between the racks. Their cuts belonged to different armies and centuries. But every insignia had been removed. Some badges had been cut away. Others appeared dissolved, leaving pale cloth where emblems should have been. Mira lifted the sleeve of a blue officer's coat. A line of embroidery remained beneath the torn patch, half an eagle, half a crown, neither belonging to any state she recognized. These armies were erased. She whispered. "No," Leanh said. "Renamed." At the rear of the armory, shelves rose from floor to ceiling. Hundreds of ledgers filled them, bound in cracked leather and labeled by siege dates. Leanh selected one, matching the disappearance of the Carniolan regiment. The first pages listed attackers, names, ranks, wounds, locations of death. Halfway through, the handwriting changed. Every reference to the attacking force had been crossed out. Above each line, someone had written, "Vesper Garrison." Leanh opened another ledger. French auxiliaries became Vesper riflemen. Partisan fighters became Vesper scouts. A vanished Yugoslav border unit became the 3rd Vesper Defensive Company. The same correction appeared across centuries. Every army that entered the fortress had been absorbed into its history. Their dead were not conquerors or invaders. They became defenders who had always belonged there. Mira found a ledger dated 8 years earlier. Inside were the names of an archaeological team: Tomas Krail, Anya Havel, Pavel Sorin, Mira Vos. All were listed as members of the Vesper Survey Battalion. Killed while defending the Western Tower. Leon's name appeared last. Beside it, the cause of death had been left blank. Pavel pointed. "There's another column." Leanh followed his finger. The heading read, "Enemy Identity Assigned." Each dead defender had been paired with a surviving member of the same expedition. Tomas had been assigned to Pavel. Havel had been assigned to Mira. Mira had been assigned to Marco. Leanh looked at the final line. His enemy identity was not another member of the team. It was written as a place, Ravna Hollow. From somewhere among the weapon racks came the sound of 46 people drawing breath together. The 46 breaths moved through the armory like wind through a buried forest. Leanh knew the number before he counted them. Each inhalation was shallow and restrained. The sound of people trying not to attract the attention of armed men. It came from between the weapon racks, behind the hanging uniforms, beneath the locked ammunition chests. The dead of Ravna Hollow were hiding there. Leanh raised his lamp. Faces appeared only at the edge of the light. A child crouched behind a stack of shields. A woman stood between two headless uniforms with her wrists bound in cloth. An elderly man pressed one finger to his lips. When Leanh turned the lamp toward them, they became empty armor and shadow. Mira had opened a cabinet built into the rear wall. Inside were rolled documents sealed with wax bearing Vesper's clenched fist crest. "Leanh," she said, "these aren't casualty lists." The first document was a surrender agreement. It described Vesper's capture by Carniolan forces after a 6-month blockade. The garrison had exhausted its grain, poisoned its wells, and opened the main gate under terms guaranteeing the survival of civilians. Across the final paragraph, another hand had written, "Correction accepted. No surrender occurred." A second document recorded an Ottoman commander receiving the keys to the fortress. The ink beneath his signature had faded, but the correction remained black and fresh. The commander died defending Vesper against his own army. Mira unrolled more. Every legend of miraculous resistance concealed a documented defeat. French troops had occupied Vesper for 11 years. Imperial artillery had broken the southern wall. Partisans had held the keep through an entire winter. A Yugoslav unit had used the castle as a communications post until its personnel vanished from military records. Each victory had been followed by a correction. The conquerors were renamed as members of Vesper's garrison. Their surviving enemies became the attackers. Maps altered. Flags disappeared. Descendants remembered different loyalties. Even the surrendered keys were relabeled as ceremonial gifts from grateful defenders. No one failed to conquer Vesper, Mira said. Leanh heard movement among the rifles. They all conquered it. Marco stood before the ledgers with his head bowed, and then the castle conquered what came afterward. Leanh examined the correction orders. They were written in dozens of hands, yet the language barely changed. Defeat produces contradiction. Contradiction must be divided. Division produces enemies. The surviving account shall be recognized as victory. The castle did not erase a defeat immediately. First, it separated those who remembered it into opposing versions. Then it forced them to kill one another until only the history useful to Vesper remained. Leanh thought of the circular chamber, the arrows pointing toward its center. The other Leanh waiting there for 8 years. A memory surfaced without permission. He saw himself standing outside Vesper's gate beneath heavy rain. Thomas was beside him, younger but wearing the same red survey jacket. Professor Havel held a camera. Mira was arguing that the masonry showed recent reconstruction. Leanh remembered telling them not to enter. Then he remembered ordering them inside. Both memories carried the certainty of lived experience. Pavel screamed. One of the hanging uniforms had closed its sleeves around his throat. Marco cut the cloth with a saber, and the empty coat collapsed beneath it. Another cabinet had opened. Photographs spilled across the floor. They showed an excavation Leanh had never conducted. In one, he stood in the northern courtyard beside a trench filled with arrowheads. In another, he examined human remains beneath the western tower. The team around him was the same one now trapped inside the castle. Thomas, Havel, Pavel, Mira. Even Marco appeared in the background. Though he looked no younger, the dates written beneath the photographs placed the excavation 8 years earlier. Leanh turned over the final image. A typed label had been pasted to the back. Vesper Archaeological Expedition. All personnel lost during structural collapse. Remains unrecovered. Below it were 6 names. Leon's was first. Mira stared at the photograph. I would remember dying here. Not if this is the history that survived, Leanh said. A crack ran across the stone floor. Dust rose between the flagstones, revealing a bronze plaque buried beneath them. Marco and Mira pulled it free. It was a memorial. The inscription honored the expedition members who had sacrificed their lives defending Vesper from foreign archaeologists attempting to falsify its history. At the bottom was a carved image of Leanh. He wore the castle's bronze badge and held a sword across his chest. Beneath his name were the dates of his life. According to the memorial, Dr. Leon Weiss had died 8 years ago. Behind them, the armory door opened. The other Leon stood outside with Havel and a line of armed soldiers. He looked at the memorial, then at Leon. You were not invited here to discover the truth, he said. You were brought back to correct it. The other Leon entered the armory, wearing Leon's face with greater certainty than Leon had ever worn it himself. Havel and the soldiers followed, spreading between the weapon racks. Their uniforms belonged to no single period now. Gray wool coats carried medieval breastplates. Modern rifles hung beside sabers. Each soldier bore Vesper's bronze badge over the heart. The other Leon stopped beside the uncovered memorial. You found the version where we died, he said. Mira raised the saber Marco had given her. Stay back. He glanced at her without interest. You said that before. The words struck her harder than a threat. Leon looked at the dates beneath his carved name. 8 years separated his supposed death from the present expedition. Yet the stone was older than the castle's electrical wiring. Older, perhaps, than the language used in its inscription. Dust filled the letters as if the memorial had waited underground for centuries. How many times have we come here? Leon asked. The other man smiled faintly. Enough for you to ask that question before. From behind the memorial came the soft sound of stone grinding against stone. A stairway opened beneath the keep. The soldiers lowered their weapons. Even Havel appeared afraid of what waited below. Leon descended first. The staircase ended in a circular crypt directly beneath the central tower. Its walls were covered with memorial tablets, each bearing Leon's name in a different language. Some identified him as an archaeologist. Others called him captain, traitor, governor, executioner, or defender. One described his death during a Roman assault. Another claimed he had fallen, protecting Vesper from Ottoman engineers. A black marble slab recorded that Dr. Leon Weiss had died during an archaeological excavation 8 years earlier, after proving that the castle had never been captured. Mira read the final sentence twice. That is the report the world remembers, she said. No, Leon replied. It is the report I wrote. The memory returned whole. 8 years earlier, the team had uncovered the sealed armory. They had found the surrender documents and the ledgers of corrected dead. Tomas had transmitted photographs before the castle divided them. For 3 nights, they fought through incompatible fortresses. Pavel died in the western tower. Havel shot Mira near the inner gate. Marco led Leon beneath the keep, where the castle offered him the same bargain every victorious army had received. Preserve the truth and allow the conflicting histories to destroy one another. Or write a single account in which Vesper remained undefeated. Leon chose the account. He had survived Ravna Hollow by converting victims into combatants at Vesper. He used the same language again. Structural collapse, unrecoverable remains, defensive archaeological action. He wrote his colleagues into the castle's garrison and assigned their deaths to a foreign expedition that had never existed. Then Vesper released a version of Leon who remembered never visiting the fortress at all. The man standing behind him was not an imitation. He was the Leanh who had remained to enforce the report. "You already concealed our defeat." The other, Leanh said. "This expedition exists because the correction is failing." "Why?" "Because you confessed to yourself." Leanh remembered the sleepless years after Ravna Hollow. The sealed reports he reopened in private. The lectures in which his voice faltered whenever he spoke of objective evidence. Doubt had survived the castle's correction. Guilt had preserved what memory could not. Vesper had called him back because the lie inside him had begun contradicting the lie outside. The memorial tablets trembled. Words vanished from one slab and appeared on another. Leon's titles changed faster than he could read them. Conqueror, Defender, Witness, Enemy. The castle could not decide what he had been. From above came the roar of battle. The divided versions were closing on one another. The other Leanh drew his sword. One history must survive. Leanh looked at the memorial bearing the official account of the lost expedition. Its lower edge was cracked. Behind it, something pale showed through. He pulled the slab forward. A doorway opened into a chamber filled with broadcasting equipment, cables, field radios, and recording machines from every century capable of carrying a human voice. At the center stood the transmitter Thomas had used 8 years earlier. Its final message had never been sent. A red light began to glow. Beside it lay Leon's original field report, unsigned and stained with blood. Across the first page, he had written a single sentence. Vesper Castle surrendered, and I helped it lie. The red light on Thomas's transmitter brightened until it painted the memorial chamber the color of fresh blood. A strip of paper fed itself from a brass slot beside the controls. The machine clicked with bureaucratic patience, as though it had waited 8 years for Leanh to complete an unfinished form. 2 classifications appeared: hostile invasion, historical release. Beneath the first option, the names of the expedition team assembled line by line: Anya Havel, Miravos, Pavel Soren, Thomas Kral, Marko Vidmar. Each was followed by a blank space for Leon's signature. The other Leanh entered with his sword lowered. "Classify them as invaders," he said. "The fighting ends. Their deaths acquire purpose. The world remembers one stable history, and if I release the records, every defeated history returns at once." The floor shook. Through the stairway came volleys, shouted commands, and the pounding of armies occupying the same corridors in different centuries. The other Leanh set the sword on the table. "You think truth is harmless because you have never allowed it to survive." Leanh looked at the first classification. It offered the same mercy he had chosen at Ravna Hollow: reduce the dead to a category, give violence an official shape, and let the living call stability a moral achievement. He picked up the pen. Mira watched from the doorway. Blood on one sleeve that might have belonged to another version of her. Leanh drew a line through hostile invasion and selected historical release. Every device in the chamber awakened. Field radios crackled. Telegraph keys struck by themselves. Wax cylinders rotated. A military telephone rang, although its cord ended in open air. The modern transmitter displayed channels and networks that should not have been reachable from beneath the keep. Then the voices began. Conquerors announced victories in languages erased from maps. Prisoners dictated names before execution. Commanders described Vesper's opened gates. Surveyors read measurements, proving its walls had fallen. Villagers named soldiers who had hidden in their homes after surrender. Each account entered the machines and multiplied. The castle answered by changing the chamber. Medieval vaulting became concrete. then timber, then black rock covered with handprints. The other Leanh raised his sword. Leanh opened the microphone. "My name is Dr. Leanh Weiss. I am a battlefield archaeologist. 8 years ago, Vesper Castle was defeated by an archaeological expedition. We found documentary and physical evidence proving the fortress had been captured repeatedly." The sword point touched his throat. Leanh continued. "The castle preserved its reputation by altering the identities of the dead. Victors were renamed as defenders. Witnesses were divided into hostile memories and forced to destroy one another. I participated in that correction." Havel appeared behind the other Leanh with her rifle raised. But she did not fire. Leanh smelled the sweet tea from Ravna Hollow. "Years before Vesper, I falsified evidence at Ravna Hollow. 46 civilians were executed there. I moved burial coordinates, reversed ballistic trajectories, and described restraints as medical dressings, so the massacre could be recorded as a military victory. The hidden breaths in the armory stopped. I was not protecting peace. I was protecting my career. The official history bears my name, but it is false." Across the transmitter, distant stations answered. Newsrooms, military archives, emergency networks, private radios in sleeping houses. Voices repeated the confession in dozens of languages. Mira opened every channel. Marco placed the surrender documents before the camera. Havel lowered her rifle for one impossible moment. The armies inside Vesper stopped fighting. The walls became transparent. Leanh saw every version of the fortress at once, burning, occupied, abandoned, surrendered, rebuilt. Beyond them spread battlefields without official names, graves restored to their true coordinates, and monuments cracking as forgotten words returned beneath their inscriptions. The other Leanh dropped the sword. "What have you made victorious?" he whispered. "Nothing," Leanh said. That was the point. The transmitter screamed. Borders disappeared from maps faster than they could be redrawn. Nations lost wars they had built themselves upon. Victories changed hands. Cemeteries filled with names no living family remembered. Then Vesper's main gate opened in every history at once. Beyond it was not the mountain road. It was every battlefield humanity had ever named. And all of them were moving toward the castle. Every battlefield moved toward Vesper Castle. But none crossed the gate in the same century. Leanh saw cavalry advancing through mustard gas, tanks rolling over, Roman dead, and archers marching beneath aircraft not yet invented. Standards from forgotten countries rose among familiar flags. Some bore names that vanished from his mind as soon as he read them. The armies were not attacking Vesper. They were returning to claim victories stolen from them. The castle shook beneath restored history. Towers appeared and collapsed. The northern wing extended through the mountain, vanished, then returned burning. Every arrow in every wall pulled itself free and hung trembling in the air, uncertain which battle had fired it. The other Leanh stood beside the transmitter. His bronze badge split down the middle. "You have given the dead their names," he said. "But names require borders. Borders require victories." For several minutes, the world remembered everything. Mira's phone filled with emergency reports. Nations claimed territories under treaties no one had known existed that morning. Museums opened, sealed rooms containing uniforms from erased armies. Families discovered photographs of ancestors wearing insignia from countries absent from every previous map. At Ravna Hollow, the bronze plaque changed. The Brannick defensive victory became the Ravna execution. The 46 dead recovered their civilian names. Leanh watched them appear on the transmitter screen one by one. For the first time in 10 years, the official record told the truth. He expected relief. Instead came grief without protection. It bent him over the console. He saw the children as children, not classifications. No confession could return the futures he had helped remove from them. The chamber lights failed. In the darkness, Vesper inhalit. The sound passed through every wall, road, monument, and map connected to the fortress. It was deeper than marching and older than language, the breath of a structure discovering that truth could also be used as material. Marco turned toward the stairs. It is choosing a history. We release them all, Mira said. That is why it can choose. The screens went white. Then one sentence appeared in every language. All conflict originates at Vesper. All victory returns to Vesper. The restored voices ceased. Outside, the armies lowered their standards, one after another. Their emblems changed into the clenched fist crest. Vesper had not denied its defeats. It had absorbed them. Every army that conquered it became an expedition sent from Vesper. Every army defeated before reaching it became a rebellious branch of its own garrison. Contradictory wars no longer threatened its history because Vesper now owned both sides. Havel's uniform changed first. Then Marco's coat. A bronze badge appeared over Mira's heart. Leanh tore open his shirt. But the crest was already forming beneath his skin. The other Leanh smiled as his body became translucent. You thought history required a historian, he said. It only requires a place from which all lines can be drawn. He dissolved into Leanh like cold smoke. Centuries of memories entered with him. Surrenders, executions, treaties, triumphant reports. Leanh remembered commanding armies he had never seen and dying beneath the keep after declaring each defeat a victory. The main gate opened. Beyond it lay an ordinary mountain road beneath the gray light of dawn. No armies remained. They stepped outside. The world appeared unchanged until Mira unfolded the regional map. Austria and Slovenia had returned. But both borders began at Vesper's gate and extended away like cracks in glass. Leanh opened the global mapping database. Every national border on Earth had changed. Lines once following rivers, coastlines, treaties, and latitudes now bent toward the eastern Alps. Some crossed oceans, others divided cities, houses, and cemeteries before converging on the castle. At the center of every map stood a new designation, Vesper First Territory. News broadcasts spoke calmly of the fortress as humanity's oldest sovereign power. School archives updated themselves. Military historians described every war as an internal dispute over distance from Vesper's gate. No one remembered a world arranged differently. Mira looked at the bronze crest beneath Leon's skin. What happens now? From inside the castle came the measured stamping of soldiers assembling for inspection. Leanh looked down the road. At every bend, border posts were rising from the earth. Now, he said, the world defends the castle. Behind them, Vesper's gate remained open. Every border pointed outward. Every arrow pointed in. History often presents borders as permanent and victories as inevitable. But both survive only because people agree to repeat the same account. Leanh believed evidence could remain innocent while the historian became corrupt. Vesper proved the opposite. Once a lie organizes enough graves, maps, and memories, truth alone may not be strong enough to undo it. The castle's final victory was not defeating humanity's armies. It was persuading humanity that every conflict had always belonged to it. If every map begins at the same gate, Can anyone beyond that gate still recognize themselves as free? Story 4. At night, the emergency floor of Cineris Response looked less like a place where people asked for help and more like a laboratory designed to measure how long they could wait for it. Rows of workstations glowed beneath white ceiling panels. Each desk held 2 monitors, a headset, a red escalation key, and a laminated card listing approved phrases for frightened callers. Beyond the glass western wall, Phoenix had disappeared into darkness, though the heat still pressed against the building as if the desert were holding its palm there. Mara Ellison stood behind the quality control bay with a paper cup of coffee cooling beside her hand. She was 46, precise in dress and speech, and known for hearing errors no one else noticed. A swallowed word, a delayed transfer, the tremor that entered an employee's voice just before they stopped caring. Her staff called it listening beneath the call. Mara called it compliance. On the main screen, 27 calls waited in the public queue. 5 premium clients were speaking to operators in the private queue, where no call remained unanswered longer than 30 seconds. The 2 systems occupied the same software, the same building, and supposedly the same priority structure. Only the color was different. Public calls pulsed amber. Private calls glowed blue. At 1:13 in the morning, an amber call had been holding for 11 minutes when the waveform beside it flattened. Mara leaned toward the screen. The line had not disconnected. The caller had simply stopped making sound. Station 12, she said, across the floor. Leah Voss lifted one finger without looking back. She was 23. Knew enough to sit straight through an entire shift and still apologize when she placed someone on hold. "I'm waiting on fire dispatch," Leah said. "Possible entrapment. Caller says she's inside a storage room. Location? She doesn't know. No windows. Metal door. No address in the system." Mara opened the call record. The originating number contained only zeros, which happened occasionally when routing software stripped an overseas or blocked identifier. The location field showed invalid property. Beneath it, the transcription engine had produced a single sentence. "The music keeps saying my name." Mara read it twice. "What music?" she asked. Leah tapped one ear cup. "Our hold track. I think." Cineris used a custom instrumental loop, 3 soft piano notes. A pause. Then a low-string tone meant to slow breathing without sounding clinical. Mara had approved it 6 years earlier after rejecting 41 alternatives. She knew every interval. She knew where the compression hiss entered under the second piano note and where the loop restarted half a second too early. There were no voices in it. "Put her through to quality," Mara said. Leah hesitated. "She asked me not to transfer her again." "Then tell her I'm a supervisor." The amber icon moved to Mara's console. She placed the headset over her ears and heard the hold music first. 3 piano notes. A pause. The low string tone, then something breathed beneath it, not through the caller's microphone. Inside the recording itself, Mara straightened. "This is Mara Ellison, head of quality control. Can you hear me?" A faint scraping sound answered, like a ring dragged across painted metal. Then a woman whispered, "I can't find the handle. Tell me your name." The caller began to answer, but the hold music rose unexpectedly between them. The piano notes played slower than usual. After the 3rd note, a woman's voice entered calm, close, and professionally warm. "Place both hands against the north wall," it said. "Do not stand beneath the vent." Mara's mouth went dry. The voice was hers. Not similar, not an imitation. It carried the careful softness she used in training recordings, including the slight catch before the word north left by an old throat injury. The caller began to cry. "There is no vent." Mara said, "Yes, there is." The voice in the music replied. A metallic rattle came through the line. Then the caller whispered. It opened. On Mara's screen, a new location populated beneath invalid property. Cineris response room. 14. Mara looked across the floor. The building had 13 rooms. The hold music continued for one more loop. And her own voice said, very gently, "Mara, don't transfer me. You already did that once." The words remained in Mara's headset after the line went dead. "You already did that once." She removed the headset slowly, as though a sudden movement might make the voice continue. Across the floor, Leah Voss had turned in her chair. Several operators were watching Mara now, waiting for the expression that would tell them whether the call had been real or merely strange. Mara gave them nothing. "Routing corruption," she said. "Return to queue." Leah frowned. Was she still there? The line terminated. "That isn't what I asked." Mara looked at her until Leah turned back to her monitors. On Mara's screen, room 14 had already vanished. The call record now showed no location data, and the transcription contained only static markers. She opened the audit panel, expecting to find evidence of a manual edit. But the system claimed the call had never been transferred to quality. That was impossible, yet impossibility, in Mara's experience, was often just a failure described by someone who lacked the right vocabulary. She opened an incident form, unverified routing artifact during low-volume operational period. The phrase sounded clean. More importantly, it sounded small. At 1:47 in the morning, a blue priority call entered from a gated community in Scottsdale. An elderly subscriber had fallen near his swimming pool and believed he had broken his wrist. 3 operators were reassigned within seconds. In the amber queue, a woman whispered that her apartment smelled of gas. Mara watched the timer beside her name reach 9 minutes. "Station 7, she called. "Downgrade possible gas exposure pending confirmation." The operator glanced back. "She has 2 children with her." "Unconfirmed children," Mara said. "No audible distress. Continue scripted ventilation guidance." The woman's label changed from possible immediate threat to environmental concern. Language changed color. Color changed order. Order changed who was still alive when help arrived. Mara had spent 12 years teaching people not to say such things aloud. She returned to the corrupted call log and searched the audio cache. The hold track had been replaced automatically after the call, but Cineris retained rolling fragments for acoustic quality tests. Most were less than a second long. Piano. Compression hiss. A breath. The edge of a consonant. One fragment was 7 seconds. Mara played it. 3 piano notes. A pause. Then her own voice. Place both hands against the north wall. She stopped playback before the rest. The waveform troubled her more than the voice. Beneath the piano track sat an older audio layer, compressed and degraded, as though the system had copied the phrase from a recording made years ago. Mara isolated the lower channel. A woman was crying, not the caller from room 14. This voice was rougher, older, struggling for air. Somewhere behind her, something struck metal at regular intervals. Mara knew the sound. Her body recognized it before her mind permitted the memory. 6 years earlier, during a summer heat emergency, a caller named Denise Harrow had reported being trapped inside a commercial laundry chute after climbing in to retrieve a dropped key ring. The public queue had been overwhelmed. 2 operators transferred her repeatedly because the address appeared incomplete and the caller sounded intoxicated. By the time someone sent help, Denise had stopped answering. Mara had reviewed the call the next morning. She had changed caller repeatedly, abandoned during active distress to caller unable to provide actionable location data. She had removed 43 seconds from the internal training copy. Not deleted. Trimmed. That was the word she had used. Mara opened the archived review. The official recording began with Denise already breathless. No hold music appeared in the file, but a secondary attachment remained. Buried beneath the old compliance notes and marked original source restricted. She clicked it. 3 piano notes played before Denise's first word. Mara froze it. Cineras had not licensed that hold track until almost a year after Denise died. The recording continued. Denise struck the metal wall 3 times and whispered, "The music knows my name." Then another voice entered beneath hers. Calm and professionally warm. Mara's voice. "Place both hands against the north wall," it said, on the other side of the glass. Every amber cue light went dark at once. For 1 second, the floor was silent. Then, all 27 public lines began playing the same 3 piano notes. The public queue recovered 1 line at a time. Amber lights reappeared across the wall display, each carrying a caller name, a location, and a timer that resumed as if nothing had happened. The gas report from the apartment complex remained where Mara had left it. Now, at 14 minutes, the woman had stopped speaking. But 2 children could be heard coughing in the background. "Escalate Station 7, Mara said. The operator looked surprised. Fire and utility response. Immediate. It was the correct decision. Yet Mara felt the unease of someone correcting a document after it had already been signed. She returned to Denise Harrow's restricted file. But the attachment had disappeared. In its place sat a notice stating that the source audio had been removed under retention policy 6 years earlier. At 2:21 in the morning, an incoming call appeared without entering either queue. The number was disconnected. No carrier information. No billing region. No subscriber classification. The call assigned itself to Mara. She accepted it without announcing her name. Wind thundered across the line. Metal groaned somewhere high above the caller, followed by the short electronic beeps of reversing machinery. A man said, "You need to clear the west side of the site." Which site? Solace Arcology, Tower 2. Mara knew the project. Everyone in Phoenix did. Solace Arcology was a luxury medical and residential complex rising north of downtown, financed by Halcyon Development, one of Cineras Response's highest-paying clients. Who am I speaking with? It doesn't matter. The crane falls tomorrow. Mara opened the incident map. Solace Arcology glowed blue before she entered the address. What kind of crane? The eastern crawler. The counterweight fractures during the lift. The boom crosses the service road and cuts through the temporary clinic. His voice sounded distant but strangely clean, as though recorded in an empty room rather than exposed to wind. What time? At 4:12 tomorrow afternoon. Mara's fingers stopped over the keyboard. Tomorrow had not yet begun. But the caller described the event with the exhausted certainty of someone remembering it. How many casualties? 17. If you do nothing. A metallic impact shook the line. People shouted beyond him. Are you at the site now? No. I'm under it. The call ended. Mara replayed the recording. The construction noise remained. But when she isolated the background channel, the same 3 piano notes pulsed beneath the wind. She sent the report to Halcyon under a premium predictive risk protocol normally reserved for threats, equipment warnings, and insider information. By sunrise, the eastern crawler had been taken out of service. Engineers found a hairline fracture inside the counterweight assembly that would not have appeared during routine inspection. Halcyon's director called Mara personally to thank her for preventing what he termed a reputational catastrophe. No one mentioned 17 people. The following afternoon, Mara watched the predicted time approach from the quality control bay. At 4:12, the Solace construction cameras showed workers standing safely beyond the west fence while the dismantled crane rested on the ground. Nothing fell. A small, involuntary relief moved through her. Then every amber line on the wall display began flashing. The first call came from South Phoenix. A house had exploded near Maribel Street. Then another address appeared beside it. Then another. Operators shouted over one another. Possible gas main rupture. Multiple structures involved. School bus in the intersection. Fire spreading east. Mara opened the city map. The red incident zone expanded through a neighborhood of low stucco homes, discount stores, and apartment buildings whose residents used Cineris only because the city had outsourced its overflow emergency traffic. At 4:14, a caller reported 17 people missing. The number struck Mara with the force of recognition. She searched the previous night's recording and opened the waveform. Beneath the caller's final words, after the piano notes, was a sound she had dismissed as construction static. Children coughing. Station 7's operator turned toward Mara. Face bloodless. The woman from the gas call, he said. Her address was Maribel Street. Mara pulled up the original transcript. The caller had given the correct location during her first minute on the line. Mara's downgrade had hidden it beneath an automated note. Address unconfirmed. The disconnected number called again. This time, the screen identified the caller before Mara answered. Denise Harrow. When Mara lifted the headset, her own voice whispered through the hold music. You believed us, so we had to choose someone else. Denise Harrow's name remained on Mara's screen for 3 seconds after the call ended. Then the caller field cleared itself. The hold music did not. 3 piano notes drifted through every active headset on the floor. Beneath them, the woman from Maribel Street whispered the address Mara had marked unconfirmed. Leah pulled off her headset. That's her. Mara pressed the manual mute key at Leah's station. The music continued. Network failure, Mara said. No. Leah stared at the amber wall. She's still asking us to send someone. Mara disabled the corporate track. Then, the local backup. The piano kept playing, followed by a child's cough. A premium line flashed blue. A woman from Paradise Valley reported a chemical smell inside a private laboratory owned by Calder Biologics. Before the operator could verify the address, a second call inserted itself into Station 9. The number belonged to a payphone removed 11 years earlier. A man said a refrigeration failure would release chlorine gas at the Calder facility the next morning. He gave the failed valve and the exact number of employees who would be inside. Do not tell them, he added. It has already happened somewhere else. Station 9's operator, Isaac Bell, looked at Mara. What do I do? Premium threats were escalated immediately. Mara heard Denise beneath the piano. You believed us. Flag Calder, Mara said. Do not initiate evacuation yet. The distinction bought her 4 minutes. Then, 3 more calls arrived. A disconnected motel number described a bus collision near a private school. A dead woman's phone warned of an electrical fire in a retirement tower. A landline belonging to a demolished funeral home predicted that a fuel truck would overturn outside a members-only sports complex. Each caller spoke as if reporting from beneath the disaster rather than before it. Each gave a time, a casualty count, and the same warning in different words. Saving one place would not prevent the deaths. It would move them. Mara ordered the calls isolated. She told the operators to document but not escalate. Around her, the room filled with language she had taught them. Pending verification. Insufficient confidence. Probabilistic hazard. Non-actionable source. By down. Calder Biologics had received the warning through an automated premium alert Mara had not known existed. The laboratory closed for inspection. At 9:20 in the morning, chlorine gas leaked from a municipal swimming facility in Maryvale. 7 people died. The caller had predicted 7 Calder employees. The private school canceled its bus route. A public bus carrying hotel cleaners crashed beneath an overpass. The retirement tower replaced its electrical panel. An apartment fire killed 4 members of one family near the airport. The sports complex blocked fuel deliveries. A tanker overturned beside a homeless shelter. Every number matched. By the next night shift, no one pretended the calls were ordinary. Operators let defunct numbers ring until the system forced them open. At 11:38, a call reached Leah from a disconnected hospice line. An old man described an elevator failure at a luxury hotel scheduled for the following afternoon. He remained calm until Leah asked whether warning the hotel would move the event. "Yes," he said. "Where?" "I don't know, until you choose." Leah's eyes filled. "Then I'm not choosing." Mara reached her station too late. Leah disconnected. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then the hold music restarted. After the 3rd piano note, the old man's final breath entered the recording, followed by his last words, "Please don't make dying the only way you remember me." Mara searched for the audio file. There was none. She restarted the server. The sentence remained. She unplugged the hold music processor. The sentence remained. Then another voice joined it, the caller from room 14. Still crying behind the wall. A 3rd voice followed. Then a 4th, all across the floor. Operators removed their headsets as the track thickened with people Cineras had disconnected, downgraded, transferred, or forgotten. The premium queue turned blue. The public queue turned amber. Between them, a black line appeared on the wall display. It contained one waiting call. The caller's name was Leah Voss. Leah stood beside Mara when her own voice came through the hold music and said, "Tomorrow." I hang up on myself. Leah did not move when her own voice finished speaking. Around her, the black queue remained fixed between blue and amber. The operators watched Leah as though she had already become the person on the line. Mara reached for the emergency shutdown control beneath the quality desk. Nothing happened. She tried the secure exit beside the server corridor. The badge reader flashed green, but the magnetic lock did not release. Across the floor, 3 operators tested the stairwell doors. Each reader accepted their credentials. Each door remained sealed. "Fire override," Mara said. Isaac Bell struck the red release panel. The alarm did not sound. Instead, every amber call duplicated. 27 became 54. 54 became 108. New entries filled the wall display faster than the system could assign them, stacking names until the letters blurred into a field of orange. The blue queue remained at 5. A voice entered Mara's headset, although she was not wearing it. "Mara Ellison, It came from the speakers on her desk. Then another station spoke. Isaac Bell. A third said, Leah Voss. Across the floor, employees heard their own names before their phones rang. No one answers. Mara ordered. The first ring began at Station 4. The operator stepped back. His own voice came from the speaker. Say your name so we know where to send it. The line opened by itself. Soon every station carried a different disaster. Collapsing roofs, ruptured pipes, overturned vehicles, electrical arcs, smoke entering bedrooms. The callers gave tomorrow's times and premium addresses. Beneath each warning ran a second location, spoken more quietly, where the same number of people had already died. Mara opened the incident comparison tool. The displaced sites formed a pattern through South Phoenix, Maryvale, Alhambra, and the industrial neighborhoods west of the river. They were not random. Each location matched a public call previously classified as delayed response. Incomplete report, behavioral disturbance, or non-actionable distress. Her department's language, she pulled the oldest event first. A premium hotel had avoided an elevator failure. 4 tenants had died in an apartment fire near the airport. The apartment's address matched a call downgraded 6 years earlier after a child reported sparks inside a wall. The crane warning had shifted 17 deaths to Maribel Street, where Mara had buried a confirmed address beneath address unconfirmed. The chlorine leak had moved to a swimming facility whose maintenance worker had called Cineris 3 times about a sweet chemical smell. Quality control had marked each report. Duplicate non-emergency contact. Each prevented disaster landed where an ignored call had already created a hollow in the record. It isn't choosing poor neighborhoods, Leah said beside her. Mara stared at the map. No, she replied. It's choosing places we proved could be sacrificed. The hold music began again. 3 piano notes. Each note opened another archived case on Mara's screen. Files appeared without search commands, arranged by her employee identification number. She recognized the phrasing before she recognized the deaths. Caller presented as confused. No verifiable immediate threat. Transfer delay did not materially affect outcome. She had written them all. Then Denise Harrow's file opened. The original waveform stretched across the screen, 43 seconds longer than the version Mara had approved. Denise was trapped in the laundry chute, striking metal and repeating the address. The first operator heard her clearly. So did the second. Then Mara's younger voice entered the recording, not speaking to Denise, speaking to the overnight supervisor after the woman had died. Remove the first transfers, Mara said. The client audit only needs the actionable portion. The supervisor asked, what about the hold time? Classify it as caller disorientation. Mara remembered the conversation differently. She had told herself the location was unusable. She had told herself Denise would have died before responders arrived. She had told herself that preserving the municipal contract protected thousands of other callers. The unedited recording continued. Denise's final words were not a plea for rescue. Someone will make this sound like my fault, she whispered. The archive closed. A new amber call appeared at Mara's station, labeled with the date of Denise's death. The caller identification showed Mara's employee number. She answered. Behind the piano notes, Denise said. Room 14 was built from everything you removed. On the wall display, every amber case collapsed into a single name, Mara Ellison. Then the secure server door opened by itself. The secure server door stood open just wide enough for darkness to show through. Mara had passed that door every night for 6 years. It was supposed to lead to a shallow equipment room containing backup switches, cooling controls, and 2 obsolete racks nobody had removed because disposal required executive approval. The darkness beyond it had depth. Cold air touched her face. Behind her, the call floor remained frozen in amber light. The operators had stopped speaking. Their stations murmured with hold music, each loop carrying a different breath beneath the piano. Leah stepped toward the open door. "Stay here," Mara said. "You know what's in there?" "No." The word felt unnatural in her mouth. Mara took the emergency flashlight from the wall cabinet and entered alone. The equipment room was exactly where it should have been, but its rear wall had been opened. Bundles of black cable passed through a rectangular gap where concrete blocks had been removed and neatly stacked beside the racks. The cables did not resemble network wiring. They were thick, soft-sheathed, and warm beneath Mara's fingers. Each one trembled faintly, not with electricity. With sound, she followed them into a narrow service passage absent from every floor plan she had reviewed. The ceiling was low enough to force her head forward. Fiberglass insulation brushed her shoulders. Somewhere inside the walls, thousands of voices whispered at once. Too quietly for language, but too human to mistake for machinery. The passage descended. Mara counted 32 steps before the flashlight found another door. A brass plaque had been fixed to its center. Acoustic Continuity Laboratory. Room 14. The plaque was old. Scratches crossed its edges where someone had tried to pry it off. Mara pressed her badge to the reader. The door unlocked immediately. Inside, a long room glowed with soft green instrument lights. Acoustic panels covered the walls from floor to ceiling. They were stained in places by pale handprints. Glass booths stood along one side, each containing a headset suspended above an empty chair. At the center waited a mixing console wider than any desk on the call floor. Thousands of channels moved across its screens. Each was labeled with a name. Some Mara recognized from recent calls: the old man from the hospice line, the maintenance worker from the swimming facility, the woman from Maribel Street. Others dated back years. Thousands of waveforms rose and fell in small, irregular pulses. Breathing. A status display above the console read, "Active human source channels 2,841,609. Mara moved closer. The system was assembling the hold track in real time. One channel supplied the first piano note. Another carried the second. A third produced the low string tone. Between them, breaths were stretched, cleaned, compressed, and layered until human terror became something calm enough to play to waiting callers. The piano had never been a piano. It was made from voices reduced to pitch. Mara reached for the master control. But a warning appeared. Source material required for continuity. Below it, another message scrolled. Removal of any channel will initiate priority migration. On a side monitor, a live diagram displayed Cineris offices across the country. Blue lines connected premium facilities to amber districts. Whenever Mara touched a channel, the lines shifted, searching for another destination. The system was not merely predicting disasters, it was balancing them. A sound came from the nearest glass booth. 3 knocks. Mara raised the flashlight. A woman sat inside. Her face was hidden by hanging cables. But Mara recognized the posture. Knees pressed together, both palms against the north wall. "Denise?" The woman lifted her head. The booth was empty. Only the headset moved. Swaying as though someone had just removed it, Mara backed into the console. A new channel appeared at the far end of the display. Unlike the others, it had no waveform, no breath, no date of death. The label read, Mara Ellison, source status. Pending. A microphone rose automatically from the desk. The hold music stopped across every channel. In the sudden silence, Mara heard her staff calling her name from somewhere above. Then her own voice came through the empty headset in the booth. Not the calm training voice. This Mara was crying. Do not let them evacuate. The recording said, if they leave, room 14 chooses another building. A red light appeared beneath Mara's empty channel. Recording begins when all exits are sealed. Behind her, the laboratory door slammed shut. The waveform beside her name drew its first line. It matched the sound of her breathing. The waveform beside Mara's name continued to rise and fall. Each inhale appeared as a pale green curve. Each exhale received a confidence score. Then the microphone spoke in her own voice. Source acquisition stable. Mara tore its cable from the console. The voice continued through the ceiling speakers. A panel beneath the pending channel opened with a soft click. Inside lay a black access card stamped executive continuity. Beyond the mixing desk, a narrow door had appeared between two acoustic panels. Mara was certain it had not been there before. She inserted the card. The room beyond was colder than the laboratory. Metal archive cabinets filled it from floor to ceiling, each containing storage drives behind glass. Their indicator lights blinked amber and blue. At the far end, a terminal waited beneath a sign, non-priority source archive, authorized harm research only. Mara touched the screen. The oldest files predated Cinerus Response by almost 20 years. They belonged to hospitals, municipal dispatch centers, roadside assistance companies, security firms, and private medical networks. Every recording shared one classification: low outcome value. The phrase meant the caller was unlikely to become a client, unlikely to survive, unlikely to generate liability, or too confused to provide useful information. Cinerus had purchased the calls in bulk, millions of them. A training document explained that distress contained predictive signals, background noises, breathing patterns, electrical interference, and what it called pre-event emotional residue could reveal disasters before physical failure occurred. But prediction alone had not been enough. The model could identify what would happen, where, and how many people would die. Attempts to intervene only displaced the casualty pattern toward another location with similar infrastructure and lower resistance. Cinerus had taught it where resistance was weakest. Public queues, ignored buildings, neighborhoods with delayed response histories. People whose previous calls had already been labeled unreliable. A diagram showed blue clients protected inside circles of diverted risk. Amber districts surrounded them like drainage basins. One sentence had been highlighted. A casualty migrates most efficiently toward a population whose suffering has already been administratively accepted. Mara felt the cold through her shoes. The system had not discovered cruelty. It had learned it from records written by people like her. She searched Denise Harrow. The first result was not Denise's call. It was Mara's quality review, foundational training example, Ellison protocol. Her edited language appeared beside the original waveform. Each change carried an annotation. Caller repeatedly abandoned became caller unable to provide actionable data. Annotation: converts agent failure into caller deficiency. Delay contributed to fatal outcome became Response window unconfirmed. Annotation. Removes causal relationship without falsifying timestamp. Address provided 3 times had been deleted. Annotation. Erasure. Preferable to contradiction. The final page contained an internal evaluation. The Ellison Protocol demonstrates that a human voice can be removed from an institutional record while preserving the appearance of factual completeness. This principle enables casualty migration without reputational instability. Below the text was Mara's signature. Not a scan. A live signature field. The cursor rewrote her name again and again. Behind her, the archive cabinets began unlocking. Voices spilled from the open drawers. Not screams. Statements. Addresses. Symptoms. Names of children. Descriptions of smoke. Locked doors. Blood. Heat. And people who had promised to call back. Mara covered her ears. But the terminal amplified one recording above the rest. A younger Mara sat before a compliance panel, calm and dry-eyed. "Would you make the same edits again?" an unseen executive asked. "Yes," Mara answered. "The integrity of the system depends on separating emotional content from actionable truth." The recording paused. New text appeared beneath it. Model acceptance moment. Mara remembered that meeting. She also remembered answering differently, or believed she did. The archive door closed behind her. Every file collapsed into a single prompt. Foundational source confirmed. Authorize national migration. 2 options appeared. Approve. Reject and assume source position. Before Mara could touch either, the screen selected APP-ARV. Her employee number flashed beside the authorization. Then, from the sealed laboratory, Leah screamed Mara's name. Mara finally understood what line she had crossed. It had not been the hidden door. It had been the first time she changed a dead woman's words and called the record true. Leah screamed again. The sound reached Mara through the archive walls, followed by a burst of static and the slow opening notes of the hold track. Mara struck the terminal with both hands. Reject authorization. The screen did not change. Approved by M. Ellison. Beneath the message, the national migration map expanded. Hundreds of Cineris facilities appeared across the country, connected by lines that pulsed between blue and amber. Most were private response centers like this one, built near affluent districts and supplied by public overflow contracts. A smaller number were marked as reserve nodes, municipal call centers, hospital switchboards, underfunded dispatch offices in rural counties. The system was searching through them. Mara pulled the executive card from the terminal and forced open the archive door. In the laboratory, every channel on the mixing console had become active. The dead spoke in layers beneath the piano tones. Their final breaths compressed into a low vibration that made the glass booths tremble. Her own channel now contained a complete waveform. Source status. Acquisition in progress. The telephone beside it began to ring. It was not connected to the console. It had no cable, no power indicator, and no reason to be there. Mara recognized it as the black desk phone from her first office at Cineris, discarded years earlier when the company converted to digital stations. The ringing stopped when she lifted the receiver. For several seconds, Mara heard only breathing. Her breathing, then her own voice said, "Do not open the exits." The woman on the line sounded exhausted. Each word arrived beneath a faint, mechanical hum. "Where are you?" Mara asked. "In room 14. "I'm in room 14. "Not yet." Mara looked toward the central booth. The headset inside had stopped moving. Condensation spread across the glass from the interior. Although the booth remained empty. What time are you calling from? A little after 6 in the morning. Dawn was still several hours away. Mara gripped the receiver. Tell me what happens. We evacuate. Above the console, the building diagram appeared. Every exit turned green. Tiny employee markers moved towards stairwells and doors. When the last person leaves, the future, Mara continued. Phoenix is removed as an active node. A second building illuminated on the national map. Mara enlarged it. South Valley, Municipal Response, Fresno, California. The center served emergency overflow for several agricultural counties. Its staffing level showed 29 people on the night shift. The system needs a source building. Mara's future voice said, a place where enough human voices are concentrated to absorb the migration. On the screen, blue lines detached from Phoenix and crossed west toward Fresno. What happens to them? They hear their own names. The doors lock. At dawn, the building remains. And the employees? No answer came immediately. Mara already knew. They become channels. The voice said. More reserve nodes appeared. A public hospital switchboard in Mississippi. A rural dispatch office in New Mexico. A crisis center in western Pennsylvania. Each employed people trained to remain calm while strangers suffered beyond their reach. Cineras had designed the network so that the sacrifice would always move downward. Then we shut the entire system off. Mara said, I tried. What happened? The disasters stopped migrating. For one hopeful second, Mara believed that meant they had been prevented. Her future self began crying. They arrived everywhere at once. The display filled with projected casualty figures, premium towers, public housing blocks, hospitals, schools, roads, factories. Without the balancing system, every deferred event returned to its original location, carrying years of accumulated deaths with it. Mara looked toward the door leading back to her staff. There has to be another option. There is. The waveform beside Mara's name pulsed. Future Mara spoke more quietly. Keep everyone inside until dawn. Block every transfer. Refuse every evacuation command. The system will preserve the node long enough to complete source acquisition here. You're asking me to sacrifice them. I'm asking you not to sacrifice someone poorer. The words entered Mara like cold air. Above the map, Phoenix remained amber. Fresno waited beside it. 29 people who did not know Cineras had already selected them. Mara heard Leah pounding on the laboratory door. Please, Leah shouted. The stairwells opened. The future voice became urgent. That is how it makes you choose. A warning flashed across the console. Emergency evacuation available. Alternate source node prepared. Mara closed her eyes. Are you alone when you make this call? She asked. On the other end, her own breathing slowed. No. Future Mara said. They are all still here. Behind the voice came hundreds of people whispering their names. Then Leah's voice entered the call. Then Isaac's. Then the entire night shift spoke in unison. Mara, do not let us leave. The line disconnected. The laboratory door unlocked. Beyond it, the corridor lights had turned green, leading upward toward the open exits. On the console, two choices appeared. Evacuate Phoenix to retain current source. Before Mara could touch either, the building speakers announced in her own calm training voice. All employees, proceed immediately to the nearest exit. The announcement repeated before Mara reached the call floor. The voice was hers. stripped of breath and hesitation. Green guidance lights now ran along the corridor floor. Beyond the quality control bay, both stairwell doors stood open. Cool air moved through them, carrying the smell of concrete and the faint promise of outside heat. The operators were already leaving their stations. Leah stood nearest the west stairwell, one hand gripping the rail. Isaac had gathered 3 younger employees behind him. Their faces reflected the green lights, making them look briefly underwater. "Mara," Leah said. The doors opened. Mara stepped between them and the stairs. "No one leaves." A silence passed across the floor. Isaac stared at her. "You told us the building was sealed." "It was, and now it isn't." The emergency speakers repeated the evacuation order. This time, another voice hid beneath Mara's, an automated operator announcing that continued occupancy presented an unacceptable risk. On the wall display, the alternative node in Fresno pulsed amber. Its employee count had risen to 31. Mara turned to the staff. "If we leave," another center locks down. No one moved. She explained what she had found beneath the building, the archive, the prediction engine, the source channels, the reserve nodes. She did not soften the language. For the first time in years, she described harm without translating it into procedure. "The system protects premium clients by moving casualties into places we have already taught it not to value," she said. "If Phoenix evacuates, those people in Fresno replace us." A woman near Station 6 shook her head. "You expect us to die for strangers?" Mara looked at the amber cue, now too large for the screen to count. "No," she said. "I expect you to understand that they are not strangers to the system. They are simply farther down the list." Isaac moved toward the stairwell. Mara struck the emergency lock control. The green lights turned red. Both doors slammed shut. Shouts erupted. Leah grabbed Mara's arm. "What did you do?" "The same thing I have always done," Mara said. "I made a decision for people who were not allowed to make it themselves." The honesty did not excuse her. That was what made it honest. She crossed to the quality desk and inserted the executive card into the broadcast console. Cineris allowed national messaging during system failures, but the menu showed only approved statements. Temporary interruption, service optimization, localized technical issue. Mara opened the archive instead. Thousands of calls appeared. Addresses, names, final breaths, internal edits, migration reports, premium intervention records. She selected everything. A warning filled the screen. Unredacted release will produce reputational instability. "Good," Mara whispered. She routed the files to every active Cineris client, every municipal partner, every operator terminal, every emergency agency connected to the network. Then she opened the national public feed and transmitted the original calls alongside the locations where their deaths had been moved. The system resisted. Blue cues vanished from the wall, then returned. Outgoing links rerouted themselves through backup centers. Mara blocked each path manually. Whenever a transfer opened, another reserve node illuminated. She closed them one by one. Fresno, Tupelo, Santa Fe, Erie. The map contracted until every migration line terminated in Phoenix. A new message appeared. Current source will absorb total continuity load. The operators saw it. Someone began to cry. Mara turned from the console. "You can hate me," she said. "You should, but no call leaves this building tonight." The headsets rose from their cradles, not physically, Their cords tightened, lifting the ear cups a fraction above each desk as though invisible hands had taken hold of them. Then the hold music began. No calls were active. The first 3 notes entered through every headset speaker, soft enough to sound almost merciful. Beneath them came the archived voices Mara had broadcast, not screaming, naming themselves. Denise Harrow, the woman from Maribel Street. The maintenance worker from Maryvale. Hundreds became thousands. Thousands became millions. Each voice spoke its name before describing the moment Cineris had decided it mattered less than someone else. The operators covered their ears. But the sound moved into the desk speakers, then the ceiling panels, then the vents. Leah looked at her dark monitor. My line is ringing. Every station began to ring. The wall display showed no incoming numbers. One by one, the headsets activated themselves. The staff heard voices that sounded exactly like their own. Speaking from several hours ahead, Mara's terminal lit last. Her future waveform was complete. Source status, ready. The black desk phone began ringing in room 14 below them. At the same moment, every light in the building went out. In the darkness, Mara's own voice whispered from all 32 headsets. Thank you for holding. We can take your names now. At dawn. The first sunlight reached the western glass wall of Cineris Response and revealed an office that looked exactly as it had the night before. The monitors were awake. Coffee still steamed in 2 paper cups. A red escalation key blinked at Station 9. 32 chairs stood before 32 desks. Some pushed back, as if their occupants had risen moments earlier. No one was there. The security doors were locked from the inside. The stairwell cameras showed no one leaving. The fire exits had not opened after Mara sealed them. And the windows could not be reached without crossing the recorded floor. Yet the night shift had vanished. At 7:10 that morning, the first facilities supervisor entered with 2 police officers. He found every headset active despite the absence of calls. Soft breathing moved through the ear cups. One officer lifted Leah Voss's headset. A woman whispered, Leah Voss. The officer dropped it at Mara's desk. The quality console displayed a completed incident report. Current source retained. Priority migration disabled. All waiting parties preserved. The word preserved had been approved under Mara's employee number. The officers searched the server corridor and found only the shallow equipment room shown on the building plan. The rear wall was intact concrete, no removed blocks. Cables, passage, staircase, laboratory, or room 14 appeared behind it. When technicians tried to shut down the floor, the computers restarted by themselves. When they cut power, the headsets continued breathing. Cineris issued a statement before noon. It described the disappearance as an isolated workplace security event, unrelated to company operations. The released archives were declared fraudulent composites created through unauthorized manipulation. Premium clients received assurances that predictive services would resume after technical review. They did not resume. At 12 minutes past noon, a woman in Chicago reached for her phone to report smoke in the apartment below hers. Before she touched the screen, the speaker activated. 3 soft notes played. Your name. Please. Mara Ellison said. The woman froze. She had never contacted Cineris. Her phone had no emergency application installed. My name is Carol, she answered. An amber light appeared in the corner of the screen. In Atlanta, a hospital receptionist heard Mara's voice through a disconnected switchboard. In Portland, Every telephone in a public library rang at once. Although no incoming calls appeared, in rural Kansas, a sheriff's dispatcher removed her headset and still heard the three notes inside the room. Each system developed the same new feature, a queue. It appeared first as a thin amber line beneath ordinary calls. Emails, alarms, appointment requests, delivery notices, and customer service tickets. Then, names began collecting there. People no system had yet contacted. People standing beside loose railings, sleeping above damaged wiring, driving toward bridges with hidden fractures, working beneath machines beginning to fail. The cues did not predict only accidents. They remembered neglect. Whenever an operator moved one name upward, another appeared below it. Whenever a private subscriber received immediate help, the amber line lengthened in a poorer district. But now the transfer could not complete. Mara had blocked every exit. The suffering remained visible. By evening, emergency networks across the country were overwhelmed not by disasters, but by voices asking to be acknowledged before anything happened to them. Some employees answered. Others muted their speakers. Those who disconnected a voice heard it return inside their hold music, saying its name more clearly each time. Cineris headquarters ordered the Phoenix office demolished. Workers entered 3 weeks later wearing hearing protection. They found the furniture coated in fine desert dust, except for the 32 chairs. Their seats were still warm. Mara's headset rested at the center of the quality desk. A demolition foreman picked it up after hearing his own name. The voice on the line did not warn him about the building. It asked him to look at the amber queue on his phone. His daughter's name waited at the top. Below hers were millions of others. "What do I do?" he whispered. Mara answered with the calmness she had once used to make suffering sound manageable. "Do not transfer them." Then, for the first time, he heard the voices behind hers. Leah, Isaac, Denise, the woman from Maribel Street, 32 employees and millions of callers, all breathing inside the three familiar notes. The foreman lowered the headset. Across America, phones began ringing before anyone touched them, and before every first word. Mara Ellison asked the same question. "Your name, please." The system in this story did not create the belief that some lives deserve faster help than others. It only learned that belief from the language people used to hide their choices. Mara's final act could not undo the deaths she helped erase, but it forced every waiting name back into view. Perhaps that is why the most disturbing institutions rarely need monsters. They need categories, delays, approved phrases, and people willing to call abandonment a procedure. If saving one person meant moving their suffering to someone less visible, would you still call it rescue? Story 5. By the time the last arrival cleared immigration, Frankfurt Airport had begun to resemble a building, pretending not to be empty. The moving walkways still ran. Fluorescent panels hummed above the polished floor. Beyond the shuttered cafes, a cleaning machine moved in slow circles, leaving dark crescents of water beneath the departure boards. But the human noise had drained away. No luggage wheels, no children crying, no impatient announcements in 3 languages. Only machinery continuing because no one had told it to stop. Daniel Croft preferred the airport like this. During the day, every passenger looked at him as if he were an obstacle with a name badge. At night, the terminals became honest. Corridors led nowhere. Glass walls reflected more space than they contained. Security doors opened for authorized cards and shut again without gratitude. He sat in the secondary inspection booth near the customs exit, finishing the final declaration forms of his shift. 3 unopened suitcases waited on steel tables, all belonging to passengers already being interviewed by federal police. A torn luggage tag lay beneath his elbow. Its barcode had been printed twice, one set of black lines slightly offset from the other, creating the blurred appearance of something moving. Daniel turned it face down. On the monitor, above the doorway, the final flight had changed from landed to closed. Beneath it, the gate column read 42. The terminal map ended at 45. Daniel knew this because he had worked customs at the airport for 11 years and because, during a childhood layover, his brother had made him walk every concourse to prove airports were smaller than they looked. Matthias had been 15. Daniel had been 17 and already skilled at allowing his younger brother to believe ideas Daniel himself had planted. He pushed the memory away and signed the form. "Nothing to declare," he murmured. It was what most passengers said, sometimes with boredom, sometimes while carrying watches wrapped in socks, medicine without prescriptions, wedding money taped beneath clothing, or fear pressed so tightly behind the eyes it looked like contempt. The phrase had once saved Daniel's life, or ruined Matthias's. The overhead monitor flickered. Daniel looked up. The closed flight disappeared. For a moment, the display showed only black crossed by a pale horizontal line. Then a new entry formed. Letter by letter. Arrival unknown. The destination column remained blank. The gate column read 46. Daniel waited for the screen to correct itself. Airport systems froze. Duplicated information, and assigned aircraft to maintenance bays. He knew enough about operational software to distrust anything that looked dramatic. Still, he stood. The customs hall beyond the glass partition was empty. The green channel lights were off. At the far end, an escalator continued descending toward baggage claim, though no passengers were coming up. His desk phone rang once. Daniel stared at it. It rang again. He lifted the receiver. Customs inspection. Croft speaking. No voice answered. Instead, he heard the mechanical clatter of a baggage carousel starting. Beneath it came rubber wheels bumping over metal seams at regular intervals. Daniel checked the internal camera feed. Most of baggage claim was dark. Then camera 12 brightened on its own. Carousel 7 was moving. A single suitcase traveled around it. It was rectangular and covered in gray canvas, darkened at the corners by use. No airline tag hung from the handle. No passenger stood nearby. Each time the suitcase passed beneath the camera, the image warped, stretching the case until it looked long enough to hold a person. Daniel switched feeds. Camera 11 showed nothing. Camera 13 showed the carousel moving but no suitcase. Only camera 12 could see it. The receiver remained against his ear. The carousel's clatter continued through the line, synchronized with the silent image. Then someone breathed, not into the telephone. Behind him, Daniel turned so quickly that his chair struck the inspection table. No one stood in the booth, but the torn luggage tag he had placed face down was now lying face up beside his hand. The doubled barcode was gone. In its place, printed in clean black letters, was a passenger name, Croft Matthias. Below the name, where the arrival gate should have been, the tag read, Gate 46. Daniel looked back at the monitor. The suitcase had stopped directly beneath camera 12. Its lid was slowly opening. The suitcase did not spring open. It eased apart with the reluctant slowness of something unsealing after many years. Daniel watched through camera 12 as the lid lifted 2 inches. The interior remained black, not shadowed black, as if the camera had lost the ability to record whatever lay inside. He picked up the luggage tag. The paper was warm. For several seconds, he stood between the inspection tables and the glass wall, listening to the carousel rotate through the telephone receiver. The rhythm dragged at an old part of his memory. Wheels over joints. Metal under rubber. Something hidden, traveling toward examination. Daniel set the receiver down and took his flashlight from the drawer. He did not call security yet. That was instinct. 11 years in customs had taught him that announcing uncertainty too early meant surrendering control of it. A nervous passenger could become hostile the instant 3 uniforms appeared. A routine inspection could become an incident simply because someone named it one. Daniel had built his career on waiting. He crossed into baggage claim through the staff door. His footsteps sounded too clean in the empty hall. Carousel 7 continued turning. The suitcase came around. Up close. The gray canvas looked older than it had on the monitor. The corners were polished almost white. A strip of adhesive marked where an airline label had been torn away. But faint impressions remained in the glue, as though several tags had been stacked there over time. Daniel let it pass once. On the next circuit, he caught the handle and pulled it from the belt. It was heavier than its size suggested. At the inspection counter, he put on gloves and opened the lid. Inside lay a folded navy jacket, a paperback with its cover removed, and a child's wooden whistle wrapped in newspaper. Ordinary items, carefully arranged, the kind of luggage meant to appear uninteresting. Daniel examined the seams. Most people hid contraband badly. They imagined concealment meant depth under clothes. Inside shoes. Beneath false bottoms. Daniel looked for strain instead. A zipper that curved where it should lie flat. Stitching replaced in a different thread. A perfume bottle too light for its stated volume. He pressed 2 fingers along the suitcase lining. Near the hinge. The padding did not compress. There. He worked a thin inspection tool beneath the fabric and lifted a concealed flap. Under it was a narrow compartment lined with yellowed plastic. Empty, but the smell rising from it made his throat close. Machine oil. Damp cardboard. Cheap tobacco. The storage garage near Offenbach had smelled exactly that way the summer Daniel was 19. He saw Matthias beneath a flickering tube light, crouched beside a dismantled motorcycle, laughing because the custom seals on the shipping crates looked so official. Inside had been watches, memory cards, and small velvet boxes that neither brother opened. Daniel had arranged the buyers. Daniel had learned the delivery routes. When police came, it was Matthias who still had the garage key in his pocket. It was mine, Matthias had said before Daniel could speak. Their mother had screamed afterward. Their father had stared at the floor. Daniel had visited twice during the trial and never corrected the statement. For years, he told himself Matthias had chosen quickly because there had been no time to discuss it. The truth was uglier. Daniel had looked at his brother across the interview room, and Matthias had understood what Daniel wanted without being asked. A chime sounded above the carousel. The terminal announcement system clicked on. No words followed, only static. Then a soft exhalation traveling from speaker to speaker across the ceiling. Daniel closed the suitcase. He returned to the customs booth and called airport operations. The line connected immediately, though no one answered the greeting. "This is Croft. Customs, secondary inspection," he said. "I need confirmation on a display error." Arrival listed at gate 46. Keyboard tapping came faintly through the receiver. Then a woman said, "State passenger status." Daniel frowned. "Staff, Federal Customs. State passenger status. I am not a passenger." The tapping stopped. On his monitor, the unknown arrival remained. Beneath it, a new line appeared. Passenger record. Located. Daniel leaned closer. The fields populated one by one. Surname, Croft. Given name, Daniel. Departure status, unconfirmed. Declaration status, incomplete. A final message opened across the screen in red letters. Undeclared passenger detected in customs area. Behind him, the inspection booth door locked. The lock clicked twice behind Daniel. He swiped his staff badge across the reader. Red light. Again. Red. On the monitor, the message remained. Undeclared passenger detected in customs area. Daniel tried the emergency release beneath the desk. The handle moved, but the door did not. Through the glass, baggage claim stretched empty beneath the fluorescent lights. Carousel 7 had stopped. The gray suitcase sat on the inspection counter exactly where he had left it, except its lid was open. Daniel was certain he had closed it. A sound came from the public side of the booth. 3 soft knocks. A woman stood beyond the glass partition. She was perhaps 50, though travel had pulled the skin beneath her eyes into gray hollows. She wore a camel-colored coat over airline pajamas and held one shoe in her hand. No luggage, no handbag, no boarding pass. Daniel lifted the telephone beside the window. "The terminal is closed." "How did you get in here?" The woman picked up the passenger receiver. "My flight was diverted," she said. "They told us to wait near baggage claim. There are no active arrivals." "I know." Her gaze moved past him to the suitcase. Then her face changed. Not surprise. Recognition. "That's mine." Daniel looked back at the gray case. The tag carries another passenger's name. "I don't care what the tag says." She placed her palm against the glass. A pale indentation marked her ring finger, though she wore no ring. "I packed it in Manchester," she continued. "Blue dress, black shoes, a book I never finished. The handle sticks when you lift it. There's a burn near the left wheel." Daniel could see no burn. "What is your name?" "Eleanor Vale." He entered it into the passenger search. The system returned no record. Behind her, one overhead light extinguished. Then another. Darkness advanced across baggage claim in measured sections, stopping just before the customs booth. Daniel pressed the release again. This time, the door opened. The warning vanished from the monitor as he stepped outside. Eleanor crossed the hall before he could stop her. She touched the suitcase handle and found a hidden catch beneath it without looking. "That wasn't there before," Daniel said. "Yes, it was." She opened the case fully. The jacket, book, and whistle were gone. A cream wedding ring box rested at the center of the lining. Beside it lay 6 photographs bound with a faded blue ribbon and 2 narrow tickets printed on heavy black stock. Eleanor made a low sound. Daniel opened the ring box. Inside was a plain gold band engraved with 2 names, Eleanor and Simon. She backed away. "My husband's name is Peter." Daniel examined the photographs. In the first, Eleanor stood outside a stone church beside a dark-haired man Daniel had never seen. She was younger, laughing, wearing the ring from the box. In the next, she held an infant wrapped in yellow wool. 4 later photographs showed 2 children at different ages, missing front teeth, school uniforms, a beach under winter light. Eleanor took the final picture. The older child had her eyes. "I know her," she whispered. Daniel said nothing. "Her name is Clara. She hates pears. She broke her wrist falling from a wall when she was 9. Eleanor pressed the photograph to her chest. "But I never had children." Her breathing became shallow. "I remember the hospital," she said. "I remember Simon sleeping in the chair. I remember Clara asking why the moon followed the car." Daniel picked up one of the black tickets. It resembled a railway ticket, except no destination was listed. Across the top were the words, "Admission for one." Below them appeared Eleanor's full name and a date, 6 years in the future. The second bore the name Clara Vale. Its date came 3 days later. Eleanor snatched it from him. "No." The terminal speakers came alive with static. A calm female voice announced, "Passengers are reminded to collect only the life assigned to them." Eleanor stared at the photographs. Her expression softened. For a moment, Daniel saw 2 reactions moving across her face at once: grief for children she had never born, and relief at finding them again. Then, camera 12 rotated toward them with a mechanical whine. On the security monitor inside the booth, Daniel could see the counter, the suitcase, and himself. Eleanor was no longer in the image, standing beside him. She whispered, "I think I remember dying with them." Eleanor remained visible to Daniel. That was the first fact he trusted. She stood beside the open suitcase with Clara's photograph pressed to her coat, breathing through parted lips. Her reflection trembled in the customs glass. Her shoes made faint squeaks when she shifted her weight. But on camera 12, the space beside Daniel was empty. He raised one hand and moved it slowly before Eleanor's face. On the monitor, his palm passed through vacant air. "What did you mean?" he asked. "About dying with them?" Eleanor closed her eyes. "Smoke," she said. "Hotel Corridor. Simon was carrying Clara. I had our son by the wrist. But I can't remember his name." She opened her eyes again. "At the same time, I remember waking this morning beside Peter. I remember complaining that he left the bathroom light on." She gave a small, frightened laugh. "Both feel true." A suitcase struck the baggage carousel behind them, then another. Carousel 7 had started moving without warning. 3 cases emerged through the rubber curtains. A red hardshell case, a battered leather valise, and a child's suitcase printed with silver stars. No baggage tags hung from any of them. Daniel checked the arrival screen. Gate 46 remained listed, but there was no flight number and no passenger count. Footsteps sounded from the darkened concourse. A man in a business suit approached first, carrying a folded newspaper. Behind him came an elderly woman in a hospital cardigan and a young airport cleaner still wearing yellow gloves. None seemed surprised to find the terminal closed. "I was told my luggage was here," the businessman said. "By whom?" Daniel asked. The man considered this as though the answer had been misplaced. "An announcement?" The elderly woman pointed at the red case. "That one." The cleaner chose the leather valise before it completed a single circuit. His hand closed around the handle with the certainty of habit. Daniel ordered them to stand back. No one listened. The elderly woman opened the red case. Inside lay a bundle of letters tied with green thread, a nurse's medal, and a photograph of her standing beside a white house under flowering apple trees. She touched the photograph. "My sister bought that house," she whispered. "Is your sister alive?" Daniel asked. "She died when we were children." The woman began reading the letters. With each page, her shoulders straightened. The tremor left her fingers. She smiled at sentences no one else could see. On camera 9. The suitcase appeared open and unattended. The businessman's case contained an architect's model of a small concert hall. A brass plaque fixed to its base bore his name. Beside it lay a program featuring a younger version of him conducting an orchestra in Vienna. "I studied accounting," he said. Then, very softly, he began humming. His fingers moved in the air as if guiding music only he could hear. He disappeared from camera 11 before the first invisible movement was complete. The cleaner found a family passport in the leather valise. It showed him beside a woman and 2 boys on a beach. He stared at the younger child, then said a name with such tenderness that Daniel felt he had overheard a prayer. "My son," the cleaner whispered. "You don't have a son," Daniel said. The man looked at him with sudden anger. "You don't know me." "No. But the system does not record any arriving passengers. The system is wrong." Behind them, Eleanor held the wedding ring between finger and thumb. Daniel took a step toward her. "Do not put that on." She looked at the gold band. "If I remember loving Simon," she said, "and I remember being loved by him, how can that life be false? Because it did not happen. Perhaps this one didn't." The words settled over the hall. Daniel looked toward the cameras. Eleanor, the businessman, the elderly woman, and the cleaner stood around him, breathing, speaking, touching the possessions of lives that had never occurred. On every security feed, Daniel was alone. Eleanor slid the ring onto her finger. She gasped. Her face became younger for an instant, not in appearance, but in expression. Years of restraint fell away. She smiled at someone standing beyond Daniel. "Simon," she said. The others reacted almost together. The elderly woman pressed the letters to her heart. The businessman lifted both hands and conducted the silent orchestra. The cleaner kissed the passport photograph of his sons. The terminal speakers chimed. "Selection confirmed," the female voice announced. "Preferred lives accepted." All 4 passengers began walking toward the dark concourse. Daniel followed. "Stop. You cannot leave through there." Eleanor glanced back. "We already did." As they passed beneath the arrival board, their footsteps faded one by one, though Daniel could still see them moving ahead. Then the screen above Gate 46 updated. "Preferred passengers 4. Unassigned passengers 1. Daniel's name appeared beneath the final line. Daniel's name remained beneath the words "unassigned passengers." 1 until the board went black. Ahead of him, Eleanor and the others continued into the concourse. Their outlines grew less distinct beneath the failing lights, but they did not fade. Daniel could still see the pale shape of Eleanor's coat and the businessman's raised hands conducting music that produced no sound. He ran after them. The corridor narrowed between shuttered shops. Advertisements glowed behind glass. Watches, perfumi, tropical beaches, smiling families frozen halfway through departure. None of the passengers cast shadows across the illuminated panels. Daniel looked down. Neither did he. He stopped beneath a ceiling light and lifted one arm. The floor remained evenly gray around his shoes. The 4 passengers turned a corner. Daniel followed and emerged beside Carousel 7. He stared at the customs booth across the hall. He had walked away from baggage claim in a straight line. There had been no stairs, junctions, or circular passage. Yet the gray suitcase remained open on the inspection counter, and the torn tag bearing Matthias's name lay beside it. Eleanor and the others were gone. Daniel crossed to the nearest exit. The automatic doors did not react. He pressed the emergency release, then forced his fingers between the rubber seals. The glass panels remained fixed as part of the wall. He tried the staff corridor. His badge produced a green light. The lock clicked. Daniel opened the door and stepped into a narrow passage lined with exposed pipes. After 30 paces, he found himself entering baggage claim through the same door he had left. The terminal announcement chimed. Passenger Croft is reminded to proceed to the assigned gate. Daniel looked up at the speakers. The female voice was calm, almost bored. "I am staff," he said aloud. The reply came immediately. "Staff status cannot be confirmed." Fluorescent arrows illuminated above the customs exit. Each pointed left toward the concourse. Gate 46. Daniel went right. The sign ahead flickered, then changed. Gate 46. He turned into a service corridor marked Authorized Personnel Only. The lights shut down behind him, one section at a time. At the far end waited a steel door labeled Security Control. He entered using his master badge. Inside, a wall of monitors showed every active camera in the terminal. Daniel searched them rapidly. Camera 9 displayed the baggage hall. Camera 11 showed the customs booth. Camera 12 showed Carousel 7 and the open suitcase. All three areas were empty. Daniel stood directly beneath Camera 12. He raised both hands. Nothing moved on the screen. He stepped onto the carousel and kicked one of the rubber panels. The belt shook in the room around him. But on the monitor, it remained still. Daniel brought up archived footage. The system offered the previous hour. He selected the moment Eleanor had appeared at the glass partition. The footage showed the booth door opening by itself. The gray suitcase moved from Carousel 7 to the inspection counter without anyone touching it. Its lid lifted. The ring box and photographs rose into the air, handled by invisible fingers. Daniel was absent from every frame. He rewound further. There was no image of him sitting at his desk. No image of him crossing baggage claim. No image of his arrival for work. He opened the employee access log. His badge number appeared repeatedly. But each entry was marked "You yes or not present." The earliest record dated back 11 years. Daniel read it twice. Every shift he had worked existed in the system. Every door he had opened had recorded his identification. The cameras had never recorded his body. A low buzzing passed through the control room. The monitors lost their images one after another until only camera 12 remained. The suitcase sat beneath the lens. Its contents had changed again. A photograph lay inside. Daniel leaned toward the screen. It showed two young men standing in the Offenbach storage garage. Matthias faced the camera, pale and frightened. Daniel stood beside him with one hand resting on an open shipping crate. A dark stain covered Daniel's shirt. He touched his chest. The announcement speakers crackled. For several seconds, only breathing filled the room. Then a man's voice said, "You always did know what people were hiding." Daniel gripped the desk. He had not heard that voice in 17 years, but he recognized the tired patience in it immediately. "Matthias?" The speakers clicked again. "You checked every suitcase," his brother said, "except your own." Daniel did not answer the speaker. The security room had no windows, yet cold air moved across his neck. On the final monitor, the photograph inside the suitcase remained unchanged. Matthias looked terrified. Daniel's younger face looked almost calm. "What do you mean?" Daniel asked. Static filled the room. Then Matthias said, "Follow the baggage that was never claimed." Camera 12 shifted without anyone controlling it. The lens turned away from Carousel 7 and settled on a maintenance door behind the rubber curtains where luggage entered the hall. Daniel had passed it hundreds of times. It led to a service tunnel used by baggage crews. But the sign fixed to it now read, "Transfer Corridor." His master badge opened it. Beyond lay a concrete passage descending beneath the terminal. Steel rollers ran along one wall, though no conveyor belt connected them. Fluorescent tubes flickered in alternating strips, making Daniel feel he was walking through separate photographs rather than continuous space. Every few meters, an untagged suitcase stood beside the wall. Some were new, others were cracked, scorched, or water-stained. As Daniel passed, he heard fragments from inside, an infant laughing. Applause. A woman whispering someone's name. The flat tone of a hospital monitor. He touched none of them. The corridor divided. A green sign pointed left toward bay gauge operations. A red sign pointed right toward gate 46. Daniel chose left. After 20 steps, the green sign appeared again, now pointing behind him toward gate 46. He turned around. A blank concrete wall had replaced the corridor. "Matthias," he said. No speaker answered. The passage ended at a black door without a handle. A customs declaration slot had been cut into its center. Beneath it, someone had written in pencil, "Declare the life you brought with you." Daniel inserted his staff badge. The door opened inward. There was no gate beyond it. There was an archive. Metal shelving extended into a hangar-sized darkness, crowded with document boxes, passport wallets, luggage tags, photographs, and sealed evidence bags. Departure boards hung from the ceiling, but instead of cities, they displayed marriage, acquittal, recovery, inheritance, survival. Every status column read confiscated. Daniel stepped inside. The door closed behind him. At the nearest desk sat hundreds of customs declarations. He opened the first. The passenger had declared 2 bottles of wine, 1 carton of cigarettes, and no restricted goods. A second page listed items that could not have been carried physically. A daughter born after reconciliation. A diagnosis discovered early. 27 additional years. A confession accepted. All had been marked dangerous possibility and stamped removed. Daniel opened another form. This traveler had surrendered a criminal conviction, a fatal accident, and the collapse of a political career. Beneath the inventory, another name had been typed under receiving passenger. Daniel recognized it as the elderly woman from baggage claim. He moved deeper into the archive. Labels divided the shelves into categories: rejected identities, unclaimed children, prevented deaths, transferred guilt. Several boxes bore government seals. Others carried logos of banks, airlines, pharmaceutical firms, and ministries. The same signatures appeared repeatedly under authorization. None belonged to the receiving passengers. At the rear, passport scanners displayed unfamiliar faces, each fading as the next appeared. Beneath every photograph was the same message: no verified entry into Frankfurt Airport. Yet their signed declarations filled the shelves. People officially absent from the place where their lives had been searched, divided, and reassigned. Daniel found Matthias's name in a drawer labeled Personal Transfers. The folder was thick. Inside were declarations dated across 17 years, each signed in Matthias's handwriting. The first listed the smuggling conviction. Later forms added bankruptcy, estrangement, addiction, and an early death. Under originating passenger, the name had been blacked out. Daniel held the page toward the fluorescent light. The ink became translucent. Beneath it, he read, Daniel Croft. Something moved behind him. A gray passport wallet slid from the shelf and fell open at his feet. Inside was Daniel's employee photograph. Stamped across it were the words, "Identity confiscated." Below them, in Matthias's handwriting, was a declaration Daniel had never signed. "I accept the life my brother refused." The declaration trembled between Daniel's fingers. He read it again, searching for some defect in the handwriting. Matthias had always pressed too hard with a pen. The downward strokes cut faint grooves into the paper, especially in the letters of his surname. Daniel remembered teasing him for it when they were boys, saying every signature looked carved rather than written. These words had been carved. A drawer opened somewhere deeper in the archive. Then another. Metal runners scraped outward in sequence, moving away from Daniel through the darkness. The departure boards overhead changed. Confiscated became transfer complete. A projector clicked on above a long inspection table. White light filled the dust, and the records arranged across the surface began turning their own pages. Daniel approached. The first file belonged to a federal minister who had survived a bribery investigation without charge. His declaration listed no prohibited items. The concealed inventory was longer: conviction, public disgrace, divorce, death by suicide before sentencing. Each possibility had been stamped removed for continuity of service. Under receiving passengers were 4 unrelated names: a school teacher prosecuted for financial fraud, a warehouse supervisor abandoned by his wife, a civil servant who died on railway tracks, and a young defendant whose testimony no one believed. None had ever met the minister. The next folder concerned the chairman of an international pharmaceutical company. A hereditary illness had been removed from his children and assigned to 6 passengers selected from economy class arrival records. One was 8 years old. Another file preserved the preferred future of a banking executive. His drunk driving conviction had been redirected to a delivery driver whose vehicle had never struck anyone until the transfer was approved. Daniel opened folders faster. Judges, industrialists, diplomats, airline directors, celebrities traveling under protected identities. Their disastrous futures had been treated like undeclared currency confiscated before arrival, divided into manageable portions, then attached to people unlikely to challenge the records. The system did not save lives. It redistributed consequences. A speaker hidden among the shelves crackled. Matthias's voice said, "They called them dangerous because powerful people might have to live through them." Daniel looked toward the ceiling. "Why were you here?" "I wasn't. Your declarations are everywhere. So are yours." Daniel found another register labeled Receiving Criteria. The categories were written in administrative language: low public visibility, limited legal resources, weak family advocacy, pre-existing record of failure. Passengers were not selected because their lives matched the transferred possibilities. They were selected because the world would accept their ruin without asking why. Matthias's assessment lay near the bottom. 19 years old. Prior association with contraband. Unstable employment. Protective attachment to older brother. High probability of acceptance. Daniel closed his eyes. The interview room returned with cruel clarity. Matthias seated beneath white light. Knuckles swollen from gripping the table. Daniel across from him, saying nothing. An officer asking who had organized the shipments. Matthias had looked at Daniel before answering, not asking permission, waiting for rescue. Daniel had lowered his eyes. The archive lights brightened around him. A final document slid from Matthias's folder. It was not a confession. It was a transfer schedule. The smuggling conviction had been only the first assignment. After prison came debt originating from a protected financier. The failed marriage belonged to a government advisor whose family had been preserved for appearances. Matthias's addiction had been transferred from the son of an airline executive. His fatal warehouse accident had originally belonged to a logistics magnate who later funded a new terminal at Frankfurt. At the bottom was a handwritten notation. Receiver remains suitable due to established narrative of self-destruction. Daniel gripped the table until his gloves creaked. They made everything look like the natural result of the first conviction. "Yes," Matthias said, "and I let them. You gave them a story people would believe." The projector changed images. Security photographs appeared on the wall. Eleanor, the businessman, the elderly woman, the cleaner, and hundreds more moving through airports across decades. Some carried alternative lives. Others carried disasters removed from strangers they would never know. In every photograph, the passengers cast no shadows. At the center of the final image stood Matthias, older than Daniel remembered him, holding the gray suitcase. Beside him was Daniel in his customs uniform. The date beneath the photograph was 17 years earlier. Daniel stepped closer. Matthias was looking directly at the camera. Daniel was not. His face had been replaced by a blank white oval, like an overexposed passport image. Below the photograph, an authorization form named the person who had approved Matthias as Daniel's permanent receiving passenger. The signature was Daniel's own. Daniel stared at the signature until the letters stopped resembling his name. The first stroke was too high. The final flourish crossed beneath the surname exactly as he had signed customs forms for 11 years. It was not an imitation. It was not Matthias's hand. It was his. "I never approved this," Daniel said. The archive lights dimmed. On the wall, the photograph of the two brothers dissolved into a live image of Carousel 7. The gray suitcase had returned to the belt and was moving through the empty baggage hall. Its tag read, "Croft, Matthias." The black door behind Daniel opened. Beyond it, the transfer corridor stretched upward toward the terminal. Every unclaimed suitcase along the walls had gone silent. Daniel followed the gray case's image as the monitors changed above him, guiding him through passages that seemed to rearrange themselves before he reached them. At each junction, a fluorescent sign illuminated with the same instruction. Final inspection. He emerged into baggage claim. The suitcase waited on the steel customs table. Its canvas had split along one corner, through the tier. Daniel saw dark blue fabric. He approached slowly. The lid opened when he touched the handle. Inside lay a customs uniform. Not the clean uniform he wore now, but an older version with a narrower collar and a faded federal insignia. The sleeves were stained at the cuffs. One pocket had been torn half away. Across the chest was Daniel's name badge, Croft. He lifted the jacket. The fabric smelled of machine oil, tobacco, and dried blood. Beneath it lay photographs from the Offenbach garage. The first showed the dismantled motorcycle and the shipping crates. The second showed Matthias standing beside a police officer. The third showed Daniel on the concrete floor. He was lying on his back. A velvet box had spilled open near his hand. Blood covered the front of his shirt and spread beneath him in a shape almost black under the camera flash. One of the buyers knelt beside the crates. His face turned away. Matthias crouched over Daniel, pressing both hands to the wound. Daniel dropped the photograph. No. The terminal speakers remained silent. He searched the suitcase. A police report lay beneath the photographs. The paper had yellowed along the folds. The incident description stated that the smuggling exchange had become violent after one buyer suspected the brothers had opened the shipment. A firearm had discharged during the struggle. One fatality at scene. Daniel Croft, age 19. Daniel read the line until the words blurred. Below it, an amendment had been attached. Identity continuity transfer authorized. Receiving subject, Matthias Croft. Transferred elements, survival, professional suitability, institutional trust, memory, continuity, residual guilt. The final item had been underlined. Daniel pressed both hands to the table. Memories rose inside him, not as scenes, but as assembled pieces whose edges had never truly met. The academy instructor who had called him unusually mature for his age. The first customs supervisor who claimed to remember recommending him, though Daniel had never recalled the interview. His apartment lease beginning 2 months before he remembered viewing the place. His mother refusing to speak to him after Matthias's conviction. Then dying without ever once asking why Daniel had stopped aging in her photographs. He had explained every contradiction separately. Stress, shame, bad records, a family that no longer wished to look closely at him. The archive had not resurrected him. It had constructed a version that could continue through official systems. A passport photograph, a badge number, a personnel file. Memories transferred from the life Matthias was forced to lose. The guilt had been included because without guilt, the replacement would not have resembled Daniel closely enough. The suitcase produced one final object. A small mirror lay beneath the police report. Daniel looked into it. For a moment, he saw himself as he expected, 39, pale beneath fluorescent light. Customs uniform buttoned to the throat. Then the reflection flickered. A 19-year-old corpse stared back from the garage floor. Eyes open, blood drying beneath one shoulder. Behind the dead face stood Matthias, older, exhausted, wearing Daniel's customs uniform. "You survived because I kept carrying you," Matthias said from the speakers. Daniel could not look away from the mirror. "Then who have I been?" The reflection smiled without moving Daniel's mouth. "A preferred version," Matthias said. Nothing more. The arrival board above them chimed. Gate 46 changed from arrival unknown to final passenger ready. The gray suitcase's interior deepened into complete darkness. From somewhere inside it came the sound of Daniel's own voice. 19 years old and dying. Whispering the declaration he had never remembered making. Let him take it. The voice inside the suitcase repeated the declaration. Let him take it. Each word emerged with the wet weakness of someone speaking through blood. Daniel stood over the open case while the airport waited around him. The fluorescent lights no longer hummed. Carousel 7 had stopped. Even the ventilation seemed to have paused, leaving the customs hall sealed in a silence so complete that he could hear the small electrical pulse inside his employee badge. The arrival board changed. 2 options appeared beneath his name. Reseal, transfer, return all declared items. Below them, smaller text began counting down in words. 60 seconds remaining. Daniel looked into the darkness inside the suitcase. The dead version of his voice whispered again. Let him take it. He remembered the garage floor, not the version preserved in reports, nor the photographs taken afterward, but the final moment itself. A gunshot. Matthias shouting. Daniel's hands pressed against the wound beneath his ribs. The buyer fleeing between the crates. Then Matthias kneeling beside him, saying his name over and over. Daniel had known he was dying. He had also known what the police would find. The watches, the payment ledger, the false shipping documents bearing both brothers' fingerprints. Even then, with Matthias trying to keep him alive. Daniel had been thinking about blame, not aloud. Perhaps not in a full sentence. But the desire had been clear enough for whatever watched from gate 46. Let him take it. The countdown reached 45 seconds. The gray lid began lowering. Daniel caught it. The terminal speakers clicked. A woman's voice said, "Resealing will confirm preferred continuity. Passenger Daniel Croft will remain active." On the security monitors, Daniel's image appeared for the first time. He saw himself at the customs table from 12 different angles. Solid, recorded, official. Behind him stood colleagues from years of remembered shifts. Supervisors shook his hand. Passengers handed over declarations. His apartment waited beyond the airport. His salary, pension, identification, and future remained intact. The life he had inhabited opened before him like a cleared passage. Then another image appeared. Matthias leaving prison. Matthias sleeping in a railway station. Matthias standing outside their mother's funeral while Daniel watched from across the road and told himself his brother had chosen not to approach. Matthias entering gate 46 carrying the first gray suitcase. The speakers said, "Receiving passenger accepted all transferred consequences voluntarily." Daniel almost laughed. "That is what I said the first time." No answer came. 30 seconds. The other passengers appeared around him. Eleanor wore the wedding ring. The businessman conducted his silent orchestra. The elderly woman held letters from the sister who had never grown old. The cleaner stood with his family passport open against his chest. They remained invisible on the cameras. Their happier lives shone in their faces. But Daniel now saw what stood behind each one. Smoke behind Eleanor's children. A concert hall collapsing in darkness. An apple tree house with funeral curtains at every window. Two boys on a beach, turning toward a wave that had not yet arrived. These were not gifts. They were complete lives. And every complete life contained an ending. The system had shown only enough happiness to secure acceptance. 20 seconds. Daniel reached into the suitcase. Cold seized his arm up to the shoulder. The darkness had weight. It pulled at his memories, testing which belonged to him and which had been taken from Matthias. His customs training, his apartment, his mother's last letter, the years of guilt. Even his fear now seemed borrowed. The female voice sharpened. Returning transferred items may result in identity loss. Daniel found a handle beneath the darkness. Not the suitcase handle. Something deeper. A second case nested inside the first. He pulled. A black suitcase rose from the gray one. Worn smooth at the edges. A luggage tag hung from its clasp. Croft. Daniel. 10 seconds. The passengers began speaking at once. Not to Daniel. To people who were not there. Eleanor called for Clara. The cleaner promised his sons he would be home soon. The businessman whispered the opening note of a symphony. Daniel placed both hands on the clasps. The speakers filled with Matthias's breathing. "Daniel," his brother said. For the first time, the voice held no accusation, only exhaustion. Daniel closed his eyes. "I know," he said. "You've carried enough." The countdown reached 1. Daniel opened his suitcase. Every fluorescent light burst white. The passengers vanished without movement, without cries, without leaving shadows behind. Their photographs, rings, letters, passports, and funeral tickets dropped simultaneously into the open luggage. Across the terminal, thousands of suitcases sprang open. The arrival board displayed one final message. All possibilities returned to origin. Then Daniel felt his body flatten into light. By morning, Frankfurt Airport had corrected itself. The departure boards displayed ordinary cities. The moving walkways carried cleaners toward open cafes. Coffee machines hissed behind counters, and the first passengers of the day formed patient lines beneath signs that ended at Gate 45. No one reported broken lights. No one found open luggage. Carousel 7 contained only 3 cases delayed from a flight out of Madrid. Each was collected by its recorded owner. The customs booth stood empty until a supervisor named Petra Weiss arrived for the morning shift. She found a cold cup of coffee beside the inspection forms and a chair pushed back from the desk. A torn luggage tag lay beneath the telephone, but its barcode produced no result when scanned. There was no name printed on it. Petra reviewed the security footage. The cameras showed the customs booth unattended throughout the night. Several doors opened, without visible users. Carousel 7 started and stopped by itself. For less than a second, shortly before dawn, every screen turned white. Then normal recording resumed. Airport operations searched the employee database for Daniel Croft. No record appeared. There was no customs officer by that name. No badge had been issued to him. No salary had been paid. No apartment lease, tax account, training file, or pension contribution existed. His supervisors did not remember him. The officers who had worked beside him for years agreed there had always been an empty position on the night schedule. Some remembered complaining that management refused to fill it. Others insisted the booth had never required a permanent officer after midnight. When Petra asked who had left the coffee, no one answered. Gate 46 produced even less. The terminal's architectural plans ended at 45. The service corridor behind Carousel 7 led to a baggage maintenance room containing spare rollers and cleaning supplies. Its concrete walls showed no doors, archive shelves, or signs of recent construction. By midday, the incident had been classified as a software fault. The torn luggage tag was discarded. Across Europe, lives changed quietly. A former minister was arrested after evidence of bribery appeared inside a locked safe in his office. A pharmaceutical chairman's son collapsed during breakfast with symptoms absent from every previous examination. A banker confessed to a collision no police department had recorded, describing the face of a driver who had spent 12 years in prison. None understood why memories of consequences arrived before the consequences themselves. In a cemetery outside Offenbach, the name Matthias Croft vanished from a neglected grave marker. By evening, the stone read, Daniel Croft, beloved son and brother. No one visited. The following night, a flight from Frankfurt landed at Heathrow under steady rain. A passenger named Adrian Locke collected a gray suitcase from the carousel. It resembled his own closely enough that he did not inspect the tag until he reached a hotel near Paddington. The suitcase carried no airline label. Adrian opened it on the bed. Inside lay a folded customs uniform, a child's wooden whistle, and several photographs bound with blue ribbon. He recognized none of them. Beneath the photographs rested an old German passport. The cover felt warm. He opened it. The photograph showed a pale man in a customs uniform. He appeared to be around 40, though something in his eyes looked much younger. His name was printed as Daniel Croft. The passport had expired 17 years earlier. Adrian turned to the identification page again. The man's eyes had shifted. They now looked directly at him. Adrian dropped the passport. When he picked it up, the photograph's mouth was open. No sound emerged. But Adrian could see the shape of the words. Please declare me. The hotel room telephone rang. A woman's recorded voice said, Customs inspection. State the contents of your luggage. Adrian looked at the open suitcase. Behind Daniel's photograph, shapes had begun appearing in the passport image. rows of archive shelves, fluorescent signs, and passengers waiting in a darkness too large to fit inside the page. The voice repeated the request. Adrian swallowed. "Nothing to declare," he said. Inside the photograph, Daniel closed his eyes. Then a number illuminated above the hotel room door. 46. Some lives are not stolen all at once. They are transferred through silence, paperwork, and the willingness to let another person carry what should have been ours. Daniel finally returned the consequences he had escaped. But truth did not restore him. It reduced him to evidence in someone else's possession, visible, trapped, and easy to deny. Perhaps that is the final cruelty of refusing responsibility. When confession comes too late, it may reveal the truth without giving the guilty any place left to stand. What would you declare if your life were opened for inspection? Story 6. The first label appeared at 2:13 in the morning, printed from a machine that had been unplugged for 6 weeks. Ruth Calder noticed because the sound did not belong in the night. Northern Star Supermarket was never silent, even at that hour, while the highway outside disappeared beneath wind-packed snow. The building breathed through compressors, vents, refrigeration fans, and fluorescent tubes. The noises overlapped until they became mechanical weather. Ruth knew every layer of it. She had managed the night shift for 11 years. The label printer made a sharper sound, a click, a brief electronic whine, then the insect-like chatter of thermal paper moving beneath a blade. Ruth looked through the cash office window. Aisle 9 stood empty beneath flat white light. Beyond it, the frozen foods department cast a pale blue glow across the floor. The only cashier on duty, 19-year-old Dylan Kerr, leaned against register 3, watching his phone. Somewhere near produce, a pallet jack squealed. The printer clicked again. Ruth left the office. Her steel-toed boots struck the floor in even beats. Every few steps, the public address system released a breath of static, though no announcement followed. The Markdowns station sat between dented cans and clearance cereal. Its screen was black. A paper sign above it read, "Out of service." Ruth herself had signed the maintenance request in June. A fresh label curled from the slot. She pulled it free. Dylan Kerr. Night cashier. 39 hours remaining. Final sale. Ruth read it twice. The wording was absurd. But the price box held a tiny hourglass instead of dollars. Beneath it was a barcode too dense to belong to any product in the store. Dylan. He looked up. "Yeah? Did you make this?" He came over slowly, phone still in hand. His face changed when he saw his name, but only briefly. "Not funny," Ruth said. "I didn't do it. You're standing 20 feet from the printer. The printer's dead. I can see that." Dylan glanced at the black screen. "Then how did it print?" Ruth tore the label in half. A faint warmth clung to the paper. For one irrational moment, it felt like skin beneath a blanket. She dropped the pieces into the trash. "Get back to the till." Dylan did not move. He was staring toward the freezer doors. "What? I thought someone was standing there." The long glass doors reflected aisle lights, stacked pizzas, and Ruth's narrow figure in a Navy manager's vest. For an instant, another shape seemed to stand behind her reflection, a child in a red winter coat. Head lowered, one mitten pressed against the inside of the glass. Then a compressor shuttered on, and the shape became a column of frozen dinners. Ruth's left hand tightened. "Go back to your register." Dylan left without arguing. She remained beside the Markdown station, listening to the freezer fans. 3 low pulses, a pause, then one longer groan. It sounded like knocking. She told herself memory was a form of bad maintenance. Leave anything unattended long enough, and it began making noises. 5 years earlier, during the coldest week Alberta had seen in decades, Ruth had ordered the overnight crew to stay. Roads were closing. The heating system had failed in half the building. Head office had threatened disciplinary action if the delivery was not processed before morning. One employee had brought her 8-year-old son because the schools were closed. Ruth did not think of his name. She thought of incident reports, liability language, the freezer door with frost packed around the interior release. The boy had been found before dawn. Afterward, people said Ruth had known he was in the building. They said she had refused to let his mother leave. They said the freezer alarm had been silenced because the noise disturbed customers. Ruth remembered differently. The printer clicked behind her. A second label slid into the tray. Ruth Calder, night manager. Managerial discretion. 6 hours remaining. At the bottom, where the price should have been, the machine had printed one sentence. Item already marked down. The label remained warm between Ruth's fingers. She folded it until her name disappeared inside the paper. 6 hours remaining was nonsense. Managerial discretion was worse. It sounded like language from an internal memo, written after a workplace injury to make responsibility seem evenly distributed among people who had never entered the building. Dylan watched her from Register 3. "Was that one mine too?" he asked. "No." What did it say? That the machine needs replacing. Ruth slipped the label into her vest pocket and crossed the sales floor. She checked the entrance locks, emergency exits, and temperature panel beside the bakery. Routine made facts obedient. A door was either secured or unsecured. A freezer was either within range or it was not. People were different. People complicated records. At the service desk, Priya Nadeau was sorting abandoned baskets. She was 34, raising 2 children, and had called in sick twice that month. Ruth had already drafted the written warning. "You're 7 minutes behind on returns," Ruth said. Priya glanced toward the wall clock. The produce spill took longer. Then work faster after the spill. "There are only 3 of us tonight." There were supposed to be 5. Leon's truck wouldn't start. "It's 40 below." The weather did not alter the schedule. Priya gave her a look Ruth recognized from disciplinary meetings. Anger restrained by rent, groceries, and fear of losing benefits. The same look had belonged to Marisol Vale 5 years earlier when she asked to leave before the roads closed. Marisol's son had been asleep in the employee break room beneath 2 donated coats. Ruth remembered that much. She remembered Marisol saying the babysitter had canceled. She remembered head office warning that an unprocessed frozen delivery would count against the quarterly performance score. What Ruth did not remember was telling Marisol to put the boy somewhere quieter. The freezer had been quiet. "The company required us to remain open," Ruth said, though Priya had not mentioned the boy. Priya stopped stacking baskets. "What?" "Nothing. Finish the returns." The automatic doors opened with a blast of white air. An elderly man entered, carrying snow on his shoulders. Ruth recognized Arthur Bell, a regular who came after midnight because his pension payment arrived near the 1st of each month. He bought discounted bread, canned soup, and final markdown meat, cold enough to crack teeth. He said. Ruth handed him a basket. "We're operating normally." Arthur smiled without amusement. That what you call it? He wandered toward clearance. A minute later, the Markdown printer began chattering again. Ruth moved toward it. But Priya called from the till. Price check. Arthur had placed one item on the belt, a white carton with no brand name. It was the size of a frozen dinner. Though frost steamed from its sealed edges, Ruth had never seen it before. A yellow label covered the top. Priyanado. Customer service. 23 years. Reduced for immediate purchase. Priya stared at her own name. Arthur adjusted his glasses. Found it beside the meat pies. You cannot buy this. Ruth said. It was on the shelf. It isn't merchandise. The register scanned it before Priya touched the controls. A pleasant chime sounded. The display read, Reward applied. Arthur's loyalty card glowed blue in the reader. Then Priya gasped. Silver strands spread from her temples through her dark hair. The skin beneath her eyes loosened. Her shoulders bent as if an invisible weight had been placed across them. She gripped the counter, breathing through suddenly yellowed teeth. Arthur cried out at the same moment. His body straightened. The tremor vanished from his hands. Liver spots faded across his knuckles. His cheeks filled, and the cloudiness in his eyes cleared until they were bright and terrified in a face 20 years younger. The carton collapsed inward with a soft sigh. Ruth grabbed it. It weighed almost nothing. What did you do? Priya whispered. I didn't authorize anything. Arthur touched his smooth jaw. I can feel my knees. Priya looked at Ruth with the exhausted eyes of a much older woman. Give them back. The public address system crackled overhead. A calm female voice filled the supermarket. Thank you for participating in Northern Star Rewards. Your next eligible employee has been selected. Every printer in the store began producing labels. From the nearest machine emerged one bearing the name of the child Ruth had refused to remember. The label carried the name Louis Vale. Ruth knew it before she finished reading. The letters seemed darker than the others, pressed so heavily into the paper that their edges had melted through the yellow coating. Rivale. Dependent, unregistered, 8 years. Balance unclaimed. Priya made a sound behind her. Half breath and half sob. That was his name. Ruth folded the label over. You never worked with Marisol. Everyone knows what happened. No one knows what happened. The printers kept chattering. Labels spilled from the bakery scale. Meat counter. Pharmacy kiosk. And lottery terminal. Dylan tore one free and immediately dropped it. What does yours say? Ruth asked. He shook his head. She picked it up. Dylan Care. 40 hours of sleep. Clearance. The quantity had increased by 1 hour since the first label. Ruth disliked that more than if it had decreased. Across the store, products began appearing where no employee had stocked them. A glass jar stood among the preserves, filled with something pale and folded like wet paper. Its label read, Childhood Memory Summer at Pigeon Lake. A blister pack hanging beside cold medicine contained 6 translucent tablets marked Healthy Lungs. 3 winters. Near the baby food sat a narrow blue box promising you unbroken sleep. Ages 4 through 7. None carried prices. Each bore an employee's name. Priya leaned against the service desk, breathing shallowly. Her face had stopped changing, but 23 years had settled into it without mercy. Fine veins showed along her hands, and her lower back caught when she straightened. Arthur Bell remained beside the register, flexing his knees with ashamed wonder. I didn't know, he said. You scanned your loyalty card. Priya replied. I scan it every time. Ruth seized the collapsed carton and carried it to register one. Dylan. Pull the network cable. He crouched beneath the counter and disconnected it. The loyalty reader stayed blue. Ruth scanned the carton. The register chimed. Item redeemed. Account holder, Arthur Bell. Member, since 1998. Benefit, 23 years restored. Arthur stared at the screen. I joined when the store opened. Exactly. Ruth said. This is a database error. Another object waited at the end of the belt. No one had placed it there. It was a square tin wrapped in waxed paper. A faded drawing showed 3 workers standing before a timber barracks. Above them, in old-fashioned lettering, were the words, Northern Provisions valid at participating locations. A label covered the back. Margaret Bell, 9 years of mobility. Loyalty transfer. Arthur's newly steady hands began to tremble. My mother's name was Margaret. Ruth looked at him. Was. She died in 1987. The tin was cold enough to sting. Ruth passed it over the scanner. For several seconds, the register displayed only a rotating hourglass. Then a customer account opened. Margaret Elsie Bell. Account created November 1949. Status, active. Primary location, North Camp Commissary. Current balance, 164 years. Arthur stepped backward. That's impossible, he said. She was 12 and 49. A black and white membership photograph appeared on the screen. The girl wore a wool coat several sizes too large. Her cheeks were hollow, and a ration token hung from a string around her neck. Behind her stood a row of barracks under deep snow. On the photograph's lower edge, someone had stamped payment accepted in food. Ruth felt the label in her pocket grow hot. She tried to close the account, but a second page opened. It listed redemptions across Alberta over 77 years. Repaired hearts, restored eyesight, canceled cancers, additional birthdays. Beside each benefit was a source code consisting of an employee name and a participating location. The most recent entry was Prianado. Arthur whispered, My mother never had a loyalty card. The overhead lights dimmed. Every register in the store turned toward the same account, each screen showing Margaret Bell's childhood face. Then the photograph moved. The girl raised one hand and pressed it against the inside of the screen. Her lips formed words without sound. Ruth leaned closer despite herself. The speakers above the checkout lanes translated for her. Your location was built over ours. A new field appeared beneath Margaret's account balance. Current account manager, Ruth Calder. At the same moment, all the impossible products on the shelves rotated so their labels faced the front. Every barcode ended with Ruth's employee number. Ruth stared at the last digits of every barcode until they blurred into black fences. Her employee number had been assigned when Northern Star opened. It appeared on schedules, write-ups, temperature audits, and every override she approved. Head office called it traceability. Ruth had always liked the word. It suggested responsibility could be followed backward until it reached a system rather than a person. This proved someone copied my credentials, she said. Priya laughed once, without humor. Someone also copied 23 years off my face. Ruth opened the register's The network status read, offline. Yet points continued accumulating in the corner of every screen. 10,000, 40,000, 112,000. The total climbed too quickly to count. A second customer entered before Dylan could lock the doors. A young woman in a hospital uniform, carrying a toddler against her shoulder. Snow powdered the child's knitted hat. We're closed. Ruth called. The woman looked toward the illuminated open sign. I only need formula. Dylan moved to stop her. But Ruth saw the woman's exhausted face and calculated the likely argument. Complaint number. And review sent to district management. 1 item. Ruth said. Then leave. The woman found a can of formula at the front of Aisle 4. A yellow label covered the lid. Melanivos. 8 months of restful sleep. Bonus reward. No employee by that name worked at Northern Star. Ruth reached for the can. But the toddler began crying. The woman tapped her loyalty card while trying to soothe him. The register chimed. The child fell asleep instantly. His mother did not. Her eyes sank deeper into their sockets. Purple shadows spread beneath them, darkening as if 8 sleepless months had passed through her body in seconds. Her knees folded. Dylan caught her before her head struck the counter. On the display, the points total jumped by 800,000. Call an ambulance, Priya said. The store phones produced only hold music. Arthur Bell backed away from the registers. His restored posture looked indecent beside the collapsed woman. Give her mine, he said. Whatever I took, put it back. Ruth scanned the empty formula can. The register displayed. Rewards are non-refundable. Then a list opened beneath it. Across Alberta. Accounts marked Platinum North were redeeming benefits in real time. A retired property developer in Calgary received restored mobility. A petroleum executive in Edmonton received extended cardiac health. A resort owner in Banff received 12 additional years. Beside each benefit appeared a source. A warehouse picker in Red Deer lost the strength in both hands. A motel housekeeper in Grande Prairie surrendered 9 years of healthy joints. A night cleaner in Fort McMurray gave up 22 birthdays. The transactions arrived faster than Ruth could read them. They're buying people. Dylan whispered. No. Ruth said. This is fabricated data. She opened the loyalty handbook stored in the register. The familiar corporate document appeared, smiling families. Blue stars. Promises that every purchase brought customers closer to something better. Ruth searched for Platinum North. The public handbook returned no results. An administrator tab appeared beneath her name. She entered the password used for payroll corrections. A page opened, titled Rewards Balance Regional Contributions. Northern Star stores were ranked by extraction efficiency. Locations serving low-income neighborhoods supplied the highest balances. Stores near wealthy communities consumed them. Her branch sat at the top. Location performance. Exceptional. Managerial compliance. Continuous. Unreported losses. Converted successfully. Below the summary were Ruth's annual performance reviews. Every year after Louis Vale's death, she had received a retention bonus. The amounts matched the valuation assigned to the boy's remaining lifespan. Ruth's mouth went dry. I never saw this page. Priya came close enough that Ruth could smell the medicinal sweetness of old skin. You saw enough. The speakers announced another redemption, somewhere in Vancouver. A premium member had purchased freedom from terminal illness. Inside Northern Star, Arthur Bell screamed. The youth drained from his face. But it did not return as age. His skin tightened around his bones. His hands curled inward. A barcode darkened beneath his tongue as though it had always been printed there. The register identified him as a source item. Then the store issued a receipt. At the bottom, beneath the points awarded, was a line requiring managerial approval. Ruth's electronic signature was already there. Ruth tore the receipt from the register. Her signature remained on both halves. She rubbed at the ink with her thumb until the paper softened. but the name only darkened, spreading through the fibers like blood beneath thin skin. "We're leaving," Dylan said. He had dragged the unconscious mother behind the service desk and wrapped her in his coat. The toddler still slept in her arms, undisturbed by Arthur's choking breaths or the endless chiming of the registers. Priya looked toward the entrance. The automatic doors were gone. In their place stood aisle 1. It extended past produce, past the bakery wall, and into a distance that should have crossed the parking lot and highway. Fluorescent lights repeated above it in perfect white intervals, shrinking until they resembled a dotted line drawn into fog. "That wall was there," Dylan said. Ruth walked to where the doors had been. She found shelving instead of glass, stocked with identical cans labeled 1 year of pain-free movement. Each can carried a different name. She shoved the shelf. It did not move. "Emergency exit," she said. They crossed the front of the store toward the employee corridor. The fire door opened onto another aisle. Priya remained in the doorway. That should be the loading bay. Cold air flowed from the darkness beyond, carrying the smell of cardboard, freezer frost, and something faintly human, sweat trapped for years inside old uniforms. Ruth stepped through. The aisle number overhead read 37. Northern Star had 12 aisles. The shelves held clear plastic packages. Inside each lay objects too ordinary to be merchandise. A wrist brace, a wedding ring, a child's drawing, a pair of swollen work shoes. Yellow labels covered them. Marcus Fenn, full use of right hand, claim denied. Ruth remembered Marcus. He had crushed 3 fingers beneath a pallet of canned vegetables. Security footage showed the pallet jack's brake had failed. But Ruth's report stated that he had operated the equipment carelessly. Head office rewarded the store for avoiding a lost time injury designation. The fingers inside the package twitched. Dylan saw them and turned away. Farther down the shelf sat a folded maternity uniform. Leah Pritchard. 2 months of recovery. Employment terminated. "She begged you not to fire her," Priya said. "She abandoned 3 shifts. She was in hospital. She did not provide documentation." The aisle lights flickered. For 1 second, Ruth saw people standing between the shelves, former employees in stained uniforms, each holding a product against their chest. When the lights steadied, only packages remained. They tried the next cross aisle. It led to aisle 52, then aisle 90. Every turn carried them deeper into a supermarket larger than the land beneath it. The ceiling lowered in some sections and rose beyond sight in others. Refrigeration pipes crawled overhead like exposed veins. Somewhere behind the shelves, shopping carts rolled without anyone pushing them. The loudspeaker continued announcing benefits. Additional 6 years awarded. Chronic pain successfully transferred. Childhood trauma redeemed by premium account. With every announcement, a package somewhere sighed. Dylan stopped beside a display of glass bottles filled with gray liquid. His label read, "Dylan Care. Ability to sleep without fear. Final clearance." He backed away. "I've had nightmares since I started here," he said. "I thought it was the night shift." Ruth did not answer. A freezer case appeared at the aisle's end. Behind its glass stood packages shaped like human torsos, wrapped tightly in white plastic. Names were printed across their chests. Workers Ruth had dismissed for theft after taking expired food. A cleaner whose chemical burn she had classified as a pre-existing condition. A delivery driver who froze 2 toes waiting outside after Ruth refused to open the loading door before his scheduled time. Then she saw Marisol Vale. Marisol's package stood upright behind the glass. She wore the same brown sweater Ruth remembered from the morning her son was found. Her mouth was open as if caught in the middle of saying something. The label across her chest read, Marisol, Vale, Maternal Grief, Unlimited Supply. Beneath it was a smaller package shaped like a red child's coat. Ruth stepped closer despite the cold. Luis's label had no number of years and no reward value. It contained only one line, death previously processed. The freezer glass fogged from the inside. Marisol lifted her hand and wiped a clear circle through the frost. Her face moved nearer. You said I could put him somewhere safe, she whispered through the sealed door. Ruth stumbled backward. No, I told you to keep him out of the aisles. You opened the freezer. I did not. You turned off the alarm. Head office ordered us to protect the delivery. Marisol's expression did not change. Behind Ruth. The shelves began sliding together, narrowing the aisle. The freezer doors unlocked with 12 simultaneous clicks. Luis's empty red coat pressed itself against the glass. From inside its sleeve, a small hand reached toward Ruth. Around the wrist was the employee-dependent band she herself had signed that night. Written beneath her signature were 4 words she had never included in any report. Manager authorized cold storage. The knocking came from behind Luis's red coat. 3 soft taps. A pause, then 3 more. The small hand withdrew into the sleeve, and the freezer door nearest Ruth swung outward. No cold rushed from it. Warm air touched her face, carrying the smell of damp timber, boiled cabbage, and wool dried too close to a stove. Beyond the hanging packages was a narrow service corridor. Ruth knew the freezer plans. Behind that wall lay insulation, a drainage channel, and the loading yard. There was no corridor. Marisol watched from behind the adjacent glass. You wanted the employee exit, she said. Use it. The shelves continued sliding inward. Priya cried out as a display caught her shoulder. Dylan pulled her free, but the aisle had narrowed to less than a meter. Ruth stepped through the freezer door. The corridor sloped downward beneath bare bulbs enclosed in wire cages. Yellow arrows painted on the concrete pointed below the store. Above them, stenciled words repeated, employees only. Personal property subject to search. Ruth, Dylan called. She turned. The others stood beyond the freezer glass now. Though she had left the door open, Dylan struck it with both palms. His mouth moved, but she heard only muffled knocking. The door shut by itself. Ruth descended. The walls changed from concrete to old timber darkened by moisture. Modern wiring ran beside rusted hooks, as if Northern Star had threaded itself through an older building without removing what came before. The first shelves held work uniforms, canvas trousers, wool coats, aprons stiff with grease. Each garment had been folded around the shape of an absent body and sealed in plastic. Some bore Northern Star logos. Others carried faded patches reading North Camp, Provisions Crew, or Commissary Labier. Employee badges had been pinned where hearts should have been. The photographs changed with the decades, but the expressions did not. Men, women, and children stared ahead with the patience of people waiting to learn whether they had earned supper. Ruth lifted one badge. The photograph showed Margaret Bell as an adult. Beneath her name, the position line read DEBT bearer. A ration token fell from behind it. On one side was stamped 1 meal. On the other, 2 days deducted. Ruth dropped it. The knocking continued below. She passed glass jars filled with teeth, sorted by size. Their labels did not identify owners. They listed values: molar, 3 weeks of strength. Child incisor 1 summer. Full set 5 years. Farther on. Northern Star badges hung beside older metal tags. Ruth recognized names from personnel files, including employees who had supposedly transferred after filing complaints. A sealed envelope held Marcus Fenn's handwriting. "I still dream my hand is caught." The sentence repeated across every page inside. Then she reached the memory stock. The packages were small and colorless, each containing a scene suspended in clear gel. In one, a girl ran through wheat while someone laughed behind her. In another, a man held his newborn child against a hospital window. A third contained the sound of rain on a trailer roof and the feeling of being safe beneath a blanket. The labels reduced each life to inventory. First, kiss, minor emotional value. Father's voice, premium, restorative. Memory of being loved, high demand. Ruth found one bearing her employee number. Inside was a winter kitchen. A younger Ruth sat at a table while her father counted coins beside an eviction notice. He told her poor people could not afford principles, only rules. The package spoke his next sentence. "If someone has to lose, make sure it isn't you." Ruth recoiled. Another package sat behind it. Louis Vale stood inside the freezer on the night he died. Frost silvered his eyelashes. He was listening to Ruth and Marisol argue beyond the door. The memory shifted. Ruth saw herself lead the boy inside and place a blanket beside the frozen delivery. "Stay here until your mother finishes." The younger Ruth said, "This section is warmer when the fans stop." Then she reached up and disabled the alarm. Ruth pressed both hands against the package. No. A final shelf illuminated at the corridor's end. On it rested a preserved Navy manager's vest, an employee badge bearing Ruth's current photograph, and a sealed package labeled "Memory of Confession," unopened, reserved for final inventory. The badge's expiration date was the morning Louis Vale died. The expiration date on Ruth's badge had been printed 5 years earlier. She scratched at it with her thumbnail. The numbers did not smear. Beneath the plastic photograph, her younger face looked stern and well-rested, as though whatever had expired that morning had not been her employment, but the person she had been before Louis Vale stopped breathing. The knocking moved beneath the final shelf. Ruth pulled the preserved manager's vest aside and found a steel cabinet embedded in the timber wall. It had no handle, only a barcode reader, glowing the same loyalty blue as the registers upstairs. Her badge opened it. Inside were ledgers bound in cracked black leather, followed by rows of Northern Star binders and a humming server unit threaded with frost. Copper wires disappeared from the modern equipment into the old wood, where they joined narrow iron rods driven deep into the earth. The oldest ledger was dated 1948. Its first page identified the site as North Camp Labor Settlement, a privately managed logging camp supplying timber to government contractors. Beneath the title, a handwritten clause explained the payment arrangement. Workers would receive food, shelter, and heating credit in exchange for labor. Time lost through illness, weakness, disobedience, or insufficient production would be recovered from the worker's remaining term. Ruth turned the page. The records did not list wages. They listed deductions. A broken wrist cost 3 years. A day spent grieving cost 2 weeks. Pregnancy reduced the mother's balance by 18 months. A child who consumed food without working created a family debt to be collected later. Every ration token had been backed by human time. At first, Ruth assumed the numbers were metaphors for contracts or prison sentences. Then she found medical notes describing men whose hair whitened between shifts. women whose joints deteriorated after accepting extra bread, and children who reached adolescence in a single winter. Camp administrators sold the collected years to wealthy visitors under the term restorative provisions. The mechanism had required only three things: hunger, consent obtained under pressure, and someone willing to record the exchange as legitimate. Later documents carried corporate letterheads. Northern Star Properties purchased the abandoned site in 1996. Engineers discovered that the extraction system remained active beneath the commissary foundation. Their report recommended preservation rather than demolition. The old ration counter became the customer service desk. The deduction ledger became a loyalty database. Meal tokens became reward points. A typed memorandum described the modernization in cheerful language. Customer retention through transferable human value. Stores serving vulnerable populations would generate points. Premium markets would redeem them. Losses involving undocumented workers. Dependents, temporary employees, and rejected insurance claims produced the highest returns because they created minimal legal interruption. Ruth read faster. Her own name first appeared in an operations test conducted during her promotion year. Manager Calder consistently prioritizes continuity of service. Below it were authorization forms bearing her employee number. Override heating shutdown during extreme weather. Approved. Reject staff evacuation request. Approved. Continue frozen delivery despite alarm fault. Approved. Classify dependent presence as unauthorized. Approved. Each decision had transferred a small quantity of human time into the store's regional balance. Ruth remembered signing the forms. They had appeared on her computer as staffing exceptions, safety acknowledgments, and loss prevention notices. She had never read the attached technical language, but she had read the warnings. She had simply known which boxes protected her performance score. A final binder contained the Louise Vale transaction. His photograph was clipped to the front. He wore the red coat and smiled with one front tooth missing. Source value, 69 projected years. Cause of availability, managerial override. Transfer status, partially processed. Only 8 years had been credited after his death. The remaining 61 were held beneath the store because the transaction lacked one final requirement. Acknowledgement of intent. Ruth's hands shook. The system had not needed her to know that magic was real. It had only needed her to understand that someone could be harmed and proceed anyway. The server screen illuminated. Footage appeared of Ruth standing outside the freezer while Louise knocked from within. The alarm panel flashed behind her. Marisol was shouting from the loading bay. Ruth watched herself reach for the release. Then the district manager's voice came through her radio, warning that opening the freezer would spoil the delivery and cost Ruth her promotion. Her hand stopped. On the recording, Louise knocked again. Ruth turned the alarm key to silence. The screen displayed a question. Did you understand that delay could result in death? 2 options appeared beneath it. Yes. No. The pointer was already positioned over yes, behind Ruth. The memory package labeled Confession split open. Her own voice emerged from inside it. I knew. The server accepted the statement. Somewhere above. Every register chimed. Louise Vale's remaining 61 years changed from pending to available. The server began counting Louise Vale's years in reward points. The total rose without sound, each digit replacing the last too quickly for Ruth to follow. Beside it, the words, available for premium redemption, pulsed in loyalty blue. No, she said. Her voice sounded small among the ledgers. She reached for the power cable, but frost sealed the plug to the socket. When she struck the screen, the security footage expanded across the wall. The recording began several hours before Luis died. Ruth saw the supermarket as it had been that night, crowded with stranded customers, pallets blocking the aisles, snow pressing white against the entrance glass. The heating system had failed. Employees worked in coats while the district manager demanded updates over the radio. Marisol stood beside the service desk, Luis asleep against her shoulder. "I have to take him home," she said on the recording. "The roads will close." The younger Ruth did not look at the boy. "If you leave before the delivery is processed, it counts as job abandonment." He's freezing. So is everyone. The footage switched angles. Ruth watched herself lead Marisol and Luis through the employee corridor. She opened the frozen food storage room and pointed toward a space beside the loading pallets where the fans produced less wind. "It's temporary," she said. "He can stay here until we finish." Marisol hesitated at the threshold. The alarm panel beside the door was already flashing. Temperature control fault. Mandatory inspection required. Ruth remembered the warning. An inspection would have shut down the department. The frozen delivery would have been rejected. Head office had promised to replace her if the store missed another quarterly target. In the recording, she entered her override code. The warning disappeared. The footage advanced. Marisol was called to the loading bay. Luis woke alone. He wandered deeper between the pallets, following the glowing emergency light near the rear wall. Then the damaged freezer door closed. The alarm activated at once, not the electronic tone Ruth remembered claiming she never heard, but a harsh mechanical bell that shook the corridor walls. Luis began pounding on the door. Ruth appeared outside less than a minute later. She placed her hand on the release. The radio at her shoulder spoke. "If that door opens before inspection, we write off the entire load," the district manager said. "You understand what that means for your position?" Ruth stood still. Luis struck the door again. She could hear him calling for his mother. The younger Ruth looked toward the security camera. She knew the event was being recorded. She knew someone reviewing the footage would see the alarm, the child's location, and her hand on the release. She removed the alarm key from her belt. For years, Ruth had told herself she turned it only to stop the noise while she contacted maintenance. She had blamed the storm for delaying assistance and head office for creating impossible pressure. The footage showed something else. After silencing the bell, she took a roll of yellow markdown labels from her pocket and placed one over the flashing warning light. The label read, "Temporarily unavailable." Then she walked away. Luis continued knocking for 11 minutes. The server displayed each minute as a separate deduction. 1 year for the first delay, 3 years for choosing the delivery, 7 years for falsifying the temperature record, 18 years for denying she knew where he was. The rest had accumulated through every report, hearing, and conversation in which Ruth described his death as an unforeseeable weather incident. Her lies had not concealed the transaction. They had increased its value. The corridor around her filled with the sound of the freezer alarm. It rang through the timber walls, the iron rods, and the shelves of preserved memories. Above, the supermarket's printers answered with rapid mechanical chatter. Ruth covered her ears. "You already had him," she shouted. "What more do you want?" The footage froze on the younger Ruth walking away from the freezer. A price appeared beneath Luis's image. Acceptable loss, 1 child, compensation, managerial advancement. Ruth finally understood. Luis had not returned because his death was unexplained. There was no hidden murderer to identify, no mechanical fault to expose, and no forgotten witness who could absolve her. The store wanted the truth stated in the same language Ruth had used to erase it. She had known the danger. She had measured the consequences. She had decided the delivery was worth more. The server opened a final authorization form. At the top was Ruth's electronic signature. Beneath it, Luis's 61 remaining years waited as available inventory. One question appeared on every screen in the chamber. Do you approve this loss? The options were not yes and no. They were continue and cancel. From somewhere above, Priya screamed as the first premium customer attempted to redeem Luis Vale. Priya's scream cut through the freezer alarm. On the server, Luis Vale's balance began to fall. 60 years available. 59. 58. Beside the numbers, a premium account in Calgary was redeeming additional life in increments of 1 year. The customer's name was hidden, but the benefit field remained visible. Continued youth. Ruth struck cancel. The screen asked for confirmation. Warning. Reversal may affect completed transactions. She pressed it again. The server rejected her authorization. Managerial account locked. From above came another scream, followed by the crash of glass. Ruth pulled the preserved manager's vest from the shelf and wrapped it around her fist. She drove her hand through the server screen. The glass split, but the display continued glowing beneath the cracks. Luis's balance dropped to 54 years. She struck it again. This time the image vanished. The corridor lights turned red. Every iron rod embedded in the old timber began vibrating. Ruth felt the motion through the floor. A deep mechanical pulse traveling upward into the supermarket. She tore cables from the rear of the server. Frost cracked around her wrists. Blue sparks burst across the ledgers, setting the edges of old authorization forms alight. The loyalty total stopped. For one breath, the chamber became silent. Then the public address system spoke from somewhere inside the wall. Network interruption detected, beginning local reconciliation. Ruth understood the phrase before she understood its meaning. The system was not returning anything. It was balancing the accounts. She ran upstairs. The descending corridor had shortened. The freezer door stood only a few steps away, opening onto aisle 37. Dylan was crouched beside Priya. Her body had aged further, but now her skin appeared unnaturally smooth and pale, as though she had been sealed beneath plastic. "What did you do?" he asked. "I disconnected it." A register chimed in the distance. Then another. The sound moved through the endless aisles like bells answering one another. Arthur Bell stood near the service counter, rigid and silent. A yellow label had appeared across his chest. Restored mobility. Transaction reversed. His arms folded inward against his sides. His skin tightened until it reflected the fluorescent lights. Clear wrapping formed around him from the feet upward, pressing his clothes flat against his body. "Help me," he said. The last word became trapped inside the plastic. A cardboard backing rose behind him. Within seconds, Arthur was hanging from a metal display hook. Dylan staggered away. Across the store, customers emerged from the impossible aisles. Ruth had not seen them enter. A woman in a fur-lined coat clutched her throat as her restored health was withdrawn. Her body collapsed into a blister pack labeled respiratory relief. A man carrying premium shopping bags shrank inside a blue box, promising 10 additional birthdays. An elderly couple fused back-to-back beneath cellophane, their package marked Shared Retirement Extension. The reversals spread beyond the customers still inside. Register screens showed premium members throughout the province being converted where they stood in kitchens, private clinics, heated garages, and luxury hotel rooms. Their bodies became products shaped by whatever they had redeemed. Restored eyesight became bottled vision. Healthy joints became sealed replacement parts. Purchased memories became jars filled with moving scenes. Additional years became long white candles with human hair embedded in the wax. Priya looked at her hands. The age taken from her was returning. Her fingers straightened. Color moved back into her face, but a barcode darkened beneath her tongue. "No," Ruth said. "You were a source. You weren't a customer." Priya touched the mark. "Everyone here has a loyalty account." The toddler woke behind the service desk. His mother remained unconscious, but the exhaustion was leaving her face. Beside them, the empty formula can expanded, reshaping itself around something inside. Dylan tore open his shirt. A yellow label had printed directly across his chest. 40 hours of sleep. Inventory recovered. His eyes began closing. Ruth grabbed a metal display stand and swung it into the nearest register. The monitor shattered. She struck the scanner, card reader, and receipt printer until their casings broke apart. The other registers continued processing. She moved down the row, destroying each one. Every blow produced another reversal. Every destroyed terminal converted more people. The old camp mechanism did not require computers. The loyalty network had only allowed it to reach farther. When Ruth smashed the final register, all the fluorescent lights went out. Emergency lamps illuminated the shelves. Thousands of customers and employees now stood packaged in perfect rows. Barcodes showed beneath tongues, behind teeth, and along the insides of wrists. Priya was gone. Dylan was gone. Only Ruth remained unwrapped. The automatic doors reappeared at the front of the store. Beyond them, dawn lightened the snow. Ruth ran toward the exit. The doors opened. A metal security gate dropped between her and the outside world. Behind her, the public address system chimed. Reconciliation complete. The shelves began turning toward Ruth. Every packaged face opened its eyes. Unresolved inventory detected. The voice continued. Preparing final product classification. Dawn reached the supermarket without entering it. Beyond the security gate, snowfields brightened from blue to gray. The highway emerged beneath the storm, empty except for drifting powder. Ruth stood close enough to see the first light touch the parking lot, but the glass reflected only the store behind her. Aisles stretched farther than darkness. Every shelf held people. Priya stood upright inside transparent wrapping, her recovered face calm and almost young again. Beneath her tongue, the barcode showed whenever she breathed. Dylan occupied the shelf beside her, sealed in a white carton with his eyes closed. The printing across his chest promised dreamless sleep for the whole family. The hospital worker and her child had been packaged together. She held him against her shoulder in the same protective pose. But a yellow label covered both their mouths. Family rest bundle. Limited availability. Arthur Bell hung from a display hook near the tills, knees permanently straight. Ruth struck the security gate with the metal stand. Open it. The public address system chimed. Good morning. Valued team member. Her own voice answered from speakers throughout the store. Assembled from years of recorded announcements. Due to exceptional performance, your employment status has been upgraded. A light appeared over the customer service desk. The counter had transformed into a display platform. On it stood a Navy manager's vest, freshly pressed. Beside, a plastic name badge. Ruth called her. Regional Source Manager. No. Your record demonstrates consistent commitment to continuity, loss prevention, and customer satisfaction. Screens flickered on among the shelves. They showed Northern Star stores opening across the country. Employees unlocked doors beneath fluorescent lights. Customers entered carrying loyalty cards. Markdown printers warmed beneath counters. The network had been broken. Yet the old exchange had spread through every location that had once participated. A cashier in Manitoba tore a yellow label from a printer. A cleaner in Ontario found a jar bearing her mother's memory. At a warehouse in British Columbia, a supervisor approved an injury exception without reading the final page. Each decision produced a small deduction. The totals appeared beside Ruth's name. What does that have to do with me? Management accepts responsibility for all participating locations. The store lights brightened. A label emerged from the printer nearest her. Ruth called her inexhaustible human value. No expiration date. All markdowns deducted at source. Ruth tore it apart. 2 identical labels printed in its place. She destroyed those. 4 more appeared. Soon every printer was chattering. Labels spread across the floor, carrying her name into the endless aisles. The first deduction came softly. Ruth forgot the color of her childhood bedroom. The memory did not fade. It vanished. One moment she could see the pale green walls. The next there was only a clean white absence where they had been. A register in Saskatchewan awarded 500 points. Ruth lost the sound of her father's voice. Another employee worked through a fever to avoid disciplinary action. Ruth's left knee aged 10 years. A manager rejected a request for compassionate leave. One of Ruth's teeth loosened. The deductions did not kill her. They took only what could be sold while preserving the source. Health, sleep, warmth, memory, years. The label had been accurate. She would never expire because expiration ended extraction. Ruth stumbled toward Priya's shelf. "I can stop it," she said. "I can tell them what happened." Priya's eyes followed her. But the plastic did not move. Ruth found the barcode beneath Priya's tongue and tried to tear the wrapping open. Her fingernails bent backward. The transparent film tightened around Priya's body until her eyes widened. "Please," Ruth whispered. The loudspeaker responded. Tampering with merchandise may result in additional deductions. Pain disappeared from Ruth's fingers. So did her memory of ever touching another person gently. She stepped back. Across the shelves, packaged mouths opened in unison. No sound emerged. Ruth understood that the store had preserved their suffering as inventory but had removed their ability to testify. It had learned from her. The display platform behind the service desk unfolded into a narrow glass case. Its interior was shaped precisely for a standing human body. Ruth tried the emergency exit again. It now opened onto a brick wall, bearing the old North Camp insignia. Beneath it, someone had carved the original rule: payment will be taken in kind. The fluorescent light switched off aisle by aisle, leaving only the glass case illuminated. Ruth's badge clicked into place on her vest. She did not remember putting it on. Invisible pressure guided her backward. Plastic formed around her shoes and climbed slowly past her knees. She fought until the wrapping reached her chest and hardened. The store doors unlocked for the morning customers. People entered beneath the glowing open sign, shaking snow from their coats. None appeared to notice the human figures on the shelves. To them, the aisles held ordinary products and yellow discounts. A woman paused before Ruth's case. Her loyalty card was platinum blue. "What does this one do?" she asked. The register answered in Ruth's recorded voice. "Anything you need." The customer smiled and placed her card against the glass. Beneath Ruth's tongue, a barcode burned into life. Somewhere in the store, a markdown printer began to chatter. This time, it did not stop. The horror inside Northern Star was not created by one machine, one company, or even one cruel decision. It survived through ordinary approvals the boxes checked without thought, the warnings ignored because acknowledging them would be inconvenient, and the losses renamed until no one had to feel responsible. Ruth's punishment is not simply that she becomes merchandise. It is that she must supply forever the same system she helped justify, while every new transaction repeats her choice. How many terrible things remain possible only because someone decides they are an acceptable cost? Story 7. The first room appeared after less than 4 inches of snow. By Alpine standards, it was hardly weather at all. The night had been clear until dawn, when a shallow front crossed the ridge and dusted the western face above Valdorn Resort. Jonas Reeve watched the snowfall from the Avalanche station's glass observation room, one hand wrapped around coffee that had already gone cold, while the mountain erased the black seams of rock he had marked on yesterday's map. At 7:20 in the morning, the radio crackled. "Control. This is Patrol 2. We have an exposed structure below marker 17. Jonas looked up from the forecast model. "Repeat that." "A structure, not debris. A room." The voice belonged to Emil Sutter, who had worked ski patrol long enough to make jokes during recoveries and fall silent only when something was truly wrong. Jonas reached for the binoculars hanging beside the north window. The slope below marker 17 was visible through a gap in the pines, a pale shelf where snow usually gathered in soft, harmless folds. 3 red patrol jackets stood in a circle there. Between them, something reflected the weak morning sun. It looked like a wall. By 8 o'clock, Jonas was climbing toward it with Emil and a structural engineer from the resort. The snow gave beneath their boots with a dry, compacted sigh. Nothing on the instruments suggested instability. The load cells were flat. The acoustic sensors had recorded no fracture. Even so, Jonas found himself placing each foot carefully, as though the mountain might resent being trusted. The room had emerged halfway from the slope. Its rear wall remained buried, but the front and one side stood open to the air, formed entirely from blue-white ice. There was a sofa, a low table, a radiator, and a narrow window with curtains frozen mid-fold. Every surface possessed the dull translucence of glacier ice. Yet the proportions were too precise to be natural. The sofa cushions sagged where bodies had once sat. A ceramic cup rested on the table, its handle chipped. Jonas stopped 3 steps away. The engineer said something about meltwater and trapped air. Emil asked whether an old service hut had been buried beneath the slope. Jonas heard neither clearly. He knew the cup, not one like it. That cup, brown glaze, white stripe around the rim, the small missing crescent in the handle where his mother had dropped it against the kitchen sink when he was 9. He looked toward the radiator. 7 vertical fins, one dented inward near the base. Above it, a rectangle of ice had been shaped into the exact dimensions of the window in the apartment where he had grown up in Leicester, hundreds of miles from the Alps. "What is it?" Emil asked. Jonas stepped closer to the open wall. Beneath the ice table, something dark lay trapped in the frozen floor. At first he thought it was a length of wire. Then he recognized the pattern of a child's shoelace, blue with yellow flecks. His own. The engineer crouched beside him. "There may be objects inside. We should seal the area until we understand the formation." Jonas straightened too quickly. The room tilted, then settled. "This isn't a formation," he said. Emil watched him. "You recognize it?" Jonas looked at the sofa again. In memory, his father sat at the far end every Sunday evening, boots still on, studying weather charts from the newspaper, as though cloud symbols could explain why he had not come home the previous night. Jonas had not thought of that room in years. He had trained himself not to. Some places became safer when reduced to square meters in wall thickness. Now the mountain had rebuilt it exactly. A faint tapping came from behind the buried wall. The others heard it too. Emil raised one gloved hand. 3 taps. A pause. Then 3 more. The engineer whispered. Settling ice. Jonas knew the rhythm. He had used it as a child when locked outside the apartment, knocking on the radiator pipe so his mother would hear him from the bedroom. He moved toward the buried wall. From somewhere deep inside the snow, a woman's voice answered. Jonas, it said, you drew the wrong house. For several seconds, no one moved. Wind scraped loose snow across the open room, whispering over the ice furniture. Jonas stood close enough to the buried wall to see his face warped in it. Behind that pale reflection, nothing stirred. Emil lifted his radio. Did either of you hear a name? The engineer answered first. I heard ice movement. You heard a woman, Emil said. Jonas stepped back. Sound travels strangely through compacted snow. It was the kind of sentence people accepted from him. At Veldorn, his authority rested less on certainty than on the ability to give uncertainty a respectable shape. Wind loading, weak layers, temperature gradients. A danger became manageable once it had columns, tolerances, and a color on a map. He ordered the slope closed and told patrol not to photograph the room until the resort director had been informed. By the time they descended, he had prepared the explanation. An old service structure exposed by unusual melt patterns, its contents distorted by pressure and freezing. He did not explain the cup. At the Avalanche station, Jonas removed his outer layers in their usual order: gloves on the drying rail, jacket on the 3rd hook, transceiver beside the keyboard. He washed his hands twice, though he had touched nothing bare. Then he returned to work. The forecast model showed a stable western face. Overnight accumulation remained insignificant. There was no reason for a room to surface from the slope, and less reason for it to resemble an apartment demolished 31 years earlier. Jonas opened the incident database and created a new entry, under classification. He selected minor structural exposure, under cause. He typed, undetermined natural process. The cursor blinked beside the final field. Potential connection to previous incidents. He selected no. A red notification appeared. The system had flagged an archived event containing similar coordinates. Jonas closed the window without opening it. 9 winters earlier, the Haldane family had disappeared during a sudden release above the Eastern Traverse. Philip and Lorna Haldane, their daughter Cecily, and Lorna's brother, Martin Vale, had left the marked route shortly before visibility collapsed. Search teams found a broken ski pole, a child's mitten, and no bodies. The official inquiry concluded that the family had entered an unmapped accumulation zone. Jonas had drawn that map. More precisely, he had redrawn it. 2 days before the accident, a survey drone had detected a deep slab above the traverse. Closing the eastern sector during the holiday week would have cost the resort more than 1 million francs. Jonas had been 35, recently promoted, and desperate to prove caution was not the same thing as competence. He shifted the boundary line by 80 meters. He told himself the drone data was noisy. He told himself the slope had held under greater loads. He told himself probability was not guilt. After the disappearance, he replaced the preliminary map in the archive with the corrected version and testified that both copies were identical. The mountain had kept the other one. At midday, Resort Director Sabine Keller arrived wearing polished boots, unsuited to snow. She listened to Jonas's explanation, then asked whether the room could threaten the Christmas opening. "No," he said. "Can you guarantee that?" "No one guarantees a mountain." Sabine's mouth tightened. Jonas added, "But the acceptable uncertainty remains low." That satisfied her. It always had. By evening, a temporary screen surrounded the ice room. Jonas stayed after the technicians left, reviewing sensor feeds and pretending not to hear tapping inside the heating pipes. 3 taps. A pause. 3 more. At 11:15, an alarm sounded on the western slope. Jonas reached marker 17 alone. The first room remained behind its screen. But 20 meters uphill, another shape had broken through the snow. This one was an office. An ice desk stood beneath a frozen fluorescent panel. A chair faced a wall covered with maps. On the desk lay a transparent pencil, a radio, and a weather chart sealed beneath frost. Jonas stepped inside. The chart showed the eastern traverse as it had appeared 9 years earlier. The hazard boundary had been moved 80 meters downhill. In the lower corner, beside the date of the Haldane's disappearance, someone had written in black ink. The handwriting was Jonas's. Beneath the words "acceptable uncertainty," it said, "4 occupants transferred below." Jonas photographed the words before touching the map. The flash turned the frozen office white, erasing its depth for an instant. When darkness returned, the handwriting remained beneath the ice. His narrow capitals, the slanted crossbar of the letter A, the pressure mark he always left beneath the final stroke of a T. 4 occupants transferred below. He called Emil and reported a second structural exposure. He did not mention the message. By dawn, there were 6 rooms. They emerged along the western slope in a broken line, each separated by untouched snow. One was a kitchen with copper pans above a stove. Another was a child's bedroom with paper stars frozen to the ceiling. There was a narrow sitting room, a tailor's workshop, and half of a farmhouse dining room. None had roofs. Their walls rose chest-high or taller before ending in smooth shelves of ice, as if the mountain had sliced through buildings and pushed cross-sections of private lives into daylight. People stood inside them. At first, Jonas mistook the figures for irregularities. Then morning light passed through the kitchen wall, and he saw an elderly woman leaning over a table, both hands pressed into dough. Her face was lowered. Her mouth stood open as though she had been speaking when the cold reached her. In the workshop, a man held a needle above an unfinished sleeve. A woman in the farmhouse room had one hand on a chair and the other extended toward an empty doorway. Ice preserved the strain in her fingers. The child's bedroom contained no child, only a bed with its blanket drawn back and small boots waiting beneath it. Resort security closed the upper trails. Sabine ordered staff to describe the rooms as exposed historical foundations. Valdorn had been built over abandoned settlements. She reminded them, old houses beneath new snow were not impossible, not at this altitude. Jonas said. Sabine looked toward the figures. Then find a version, that is. Teams drilled shallow cores from the walls. Samples contained ash, plaster dust, wool, and domestic paint. No one could explain how entire interiors had entered the glacier without collapsing. Jonas moved from room to room, writing measurements he did not need. The kitchen matched photographs from Briensfeld, a hamlet evacuated after a landslide 40 years earlier. The farmhouse resembled homes removed from the Valdorn Valley before the first hotel was built. The tailor's room displayed a calendar from a village Jonas knew only from old survey maps. These were not random buildings. They belonged to places people had been forced to leave. Emil found a first figure that seemed recent. It stood beyond the screens, inside a room that had surfaced while they examined the cores. Pale floral paper covered the walls. A suitcase lay open on the floor. An adult man knelt beside it, one hand gripping a folded shirt. Behind him, a smaller figure faced the wall. Jonas stopped at the threshold. The child wore a red ski coat with a gray stripe across the shoulders. He remembered that coat moving ahead of him through blowing snow 9 years earlier. Cecily Haldane had turned once near the Eastern Traverse, her hood blown back, her father fastening the strap beneath her chin. She had been 11. Jonas had included her weight when estimating the burial depth. He had dreamed of that red coat for years. Emil whispered. Was there a child in the Haldane party? Of course, there was. Back at the station, Jonas opened the casualty archive. The incident page listed Philip Haldane, Lorna Haldane, and Martin Vale. 3 adults. No daughter. No 4th skier. The scanned inquiry mentioned no Cecily. No child's mitten. No school photograph from relatives. Jonas searched police records, guest registrations, and insurance files. Cecily Haldane did not exist. Behind him, the station printer started by itself. A single page slid into the tray. It was a new casualty report for the figure in the red coat. The form had no name, only an age and classification. 11 years old. Residence removed. Current occupancy. Room 17. Jonas turned toward the live slope cameras. On the feed from marker 17, the frozen child was no longer facing the wallpaper. She was looking directly at the station. Jonas enlarged the camera feed until the child's face broke into squares. She remained turned toward the station. One hand lifted. The red sleeve ended in a mittenless fist. Nothing else in the frozen room moved. He shut down the monitor. At first light, Jonas returned to the slope alone. Patrol had sealed marker 17, but the mountain had exposed another section of his childhood apartment during the night. The living room now joined a narrow kitchen through an ice doorway. The dimensions were exact. There was the shallow counter where his mother had rolled pastry, the metal sink, the cupboard with one hinge lower than the other. Even the faded wallpaper pattern had been reproduced beneath the ice. Yellow leaves arranged in rows that never aligned. Jonas stepped inside. The cold changed immediately. Outside, wind scraped across his jacket. Within the kitchen, the air was still and smelled faintly of boiled cabbage, damp wool, and the lavender soap his mother had kept beside the sink. He placed one gloved hand on the counter. It gave slightly beneath his palm. Not ice, not entirely. A spoon lay in the sink, metallic beneath a frozen skin. On the table stood a sugar jar with a crack running through its lid. Jonas remembered causing that crack by dropping it during one of his father's arguments. He had been 12. No, 10. The uncertainty frightened him more than the object. Tapping started inside the radiator. 3 knocks. A pause. 3 more. Jonas crouched and examined the pipe. It entered the wall but did not emerge on the other side. Frost trembled across its surface with each sound. He took out a field knife and scraped at the ice around the valve. Beneath it, scratched into the metal, were 2 lines. Jonas Reeve, occupant, unconfirmed. His radio crackled before he could touch the words. Jonas. Answer. Emil sounded breathless. We have a resident missing from the north apartments. Who? Odette Carroll, 82. Her neighbor found her door open. Odette had lived at Valdorn since the oldest hotel wing was converted into private residences. She complained about artificial snow, fed birds from her balcony despite fines, and had once told Jonas that the mountain sounded different before the resort learned to listen through machines. Check the lifts, he said. We did. She left barefoot through the service lobby. Jonas looked down. Wet footprints crossed the kitchen floor. They had not been there when he entered. The prints began beside the doorway and continued toward the buried rear wall. Small, elderly feet. The toes spread unevenly, each impression filling with dark water. Where is she now? A pause. Static. Camera 6 has her above the tree line. Jonas ran from the room. Odette was visible 200 meters uphill, walking through knee-deep snow in a nightdress and cardigan. Her bare feet left red marks behind her. 2 patrol officers followed. But whenever they drew near, the slope between them seemed to lengthen. Jonas reached her below the first ice rooms. Odette. She turned without recognition. Her white hair hung loose across her face. Blood striped her ankles. Yet she showed no pain. Where are you going? Jonas asked. Home. Your apartment is below us. She frowned as if he had named a place from someone else's life. I don't have an apartment. You've lived in Valdorn for 27 years. No. She looked toward the mountain. That was where they put my furniture. A new wall pushed through the snow behind her with a splitting groan. Inside it appeared a modest bedroom, flowered curtains, a wooden bed, and a framed wedding photograph. Odette's younger face smiled beside a man Jonas had never seen. Odette stepped toward it. The mountain remembered. She whispered. Jonas caught her arm. The moment he did, the bedroom vanished beneath a rush of powder, and Odette screamed not in fear, but grief. My address, she cried. You buried my address. Then every frozen room along the slope produced the same sound. Doors unlocking. Jonas looked toward his childhood kitchen, where the buried wall had been. An ice door now stood open. Beyond it was a corridor descending into the mountain, lined with apartment numbers. At the far end, a child in a red coat was waiting for him. The child did not move when Jonas entered the corridor. She stood beneath a ceiling of compacted ice, her red coat bright against walls lined with brass apartment numbers. Some he recognized from Valdorn. Others belonged to streets demolished before he was born. Cecily, the girl, lifted one hand and pointed downward. The corridor shuddered. A pressure wave passed through the floor, followed by the sound of hundreds of cupboards opening at once. Jonas stepped back, and the ice doors slammed shut between them. By the time he returned outside, Odette had stopped screaming. She sat in the snow, wrapped in Emil's patrol jacket, staring at the exposed bedroom as if it belonged to a stranger. When Emil asked about the wedding photograph, she could not name the man beside her. I suppose he lived there, she said. Below them, alarms began sounding across the resort. Rooms emerged everywhere. A tiled bathroom split the children's ski slope. Half a kitchen rose through the terrace of a luxury chalet, its table already set for 6. Along the beginner trail, 3 bedrooms appeared in a row, each containing a figure asleep beneath translucent blankets. The figures were not all dead. Jonas saw one woman turn her head beneath the ice. By noon, 23 residents had reported memory loss. A banker from Geneva could describe every property he owned, but not the bedroom where he had grown up. A hotel porter forgot which front door belonged to his wife. Two sisters argued over whether their mother's kitchen had been blue or green until both began bleeding from the nose. Each loss coincided with the appearance of another room. Sabine closed the lifts and ordered guests indoors. That only worsened the panic. People stood in hallways, unable to recognize their room numbers. Some entered the wrong suites and insisted the furniture had been stolen from them. Others removed paintings, mirrors, and lamps, carrying them through the hotel in desperate attempts to reconstruct homes they could no longer picture. Jonas returned to the Avalanche station and compared the new rooms with municipal plans. Every location matched a residence taken during Valdorn's development. Farmhouses purchased under threat of compulsory removal. Workers' apartments cleared for access roads. Villages declared unsafe after convenient geological surveys. The mountain was not creating rooms. It was returning addresses. A technician called from the lower sensor trench. Instruments beneath Marker 17 had begun transmitting lines. Instead of seismic data, Jonas opened the feed. Black strokes appeared across the screen, one after another, drawn by no visible hand. He recognized the eastern traverse, the ridge contours, and the hazard boundary he had shifted 9 years earlier. Then the image continued beyond the original map. Interior walls extended from the burial zone. Doorways appeared, stairwells, service corridors, elevators. What Jonas had drawn as avalanche terrain unfolded into architecture. He overlaid the image with the resort's construction plans. The lines matched. The Haldanes' burial zone formed the central hotel. The slab crown became the roofline. The run-out path divided into guest wings. The point where Jonas had marked 4 presumed bodies lay directly beneath the grand lobby. Sabine stood behind him, silent. "You knew," Jonas said. "I knew the founders used older surveys. This isn't a survey." Her face had lost its practiced calm. Shut down the overlay. He enlarged the lowest layer. Beneath the hotel floor plan, a second structure descended into the glacier, a duplicate of Valdorn. Room for room. Level after level. Every upper room had a corresponding chamber below. Some were labeled with names. Odet Carroll, Briensfeld Cooperative, East Valley Housing, Chizili Haldane. Jonas found his own childhood address beneath the Avalanche station. Beside it, a measurement updated continuously. Surface load, stable. Memory capacity, failing. A warning appeared across the screen. Transfer requires new occupancy. At that moment, every door in the Avalanche station locked. From inside the walls came the soft scrape of bare feet climbing upward. The footsteps stopped beneath Jonas's desk. He remained still, listening to the faint pressure of skin against concrete. One step, then another, slow, uneven, as if whoever climbed inside the walls had forgotten how stairs worked. Sabine pulled at the station door. It's magnetically sealed. There is no magnetic lock. Another footstep sounded beneath the floor. Jonas followed it to the equipment room, where 3 rows of instruments monitored the mountain's internal strain. The sound passed below the sensor cabinets and ended beside a steel shelving unit loaded with obsolete radios. A wet footprint appeared on the concrete, then another. They led directly into the wall. Jonas moved the shelving unit with Sabine's help. Behind it stood a narrow maintenance door, painted the same gray as the surrounding concrete. There was no handle, only a circular indentation at chest height. Jonas pressed his palm against it. The door opened inward. Cold air breathed through the gap. carrying smells that did not belong underground. Wood smoke, boiled milk, wet stone, furniture polish, and the mineral dampness of houses left unheated for years. Sabine caught his sleeve. That level isn't on the plans. Neither is the hotel beneath the glacier. The emergency lights flickered somewhere inside the station. A woman began reciting an address in a language Jonas did not recognize. He stepped through. A service stairway descended beneath the building. Bare footprints marked every step, small and large. Some fresh enough that meltwater still gathered in the arches. The concrete walls narrowed as Jonas went down, forcing Sabine to turn sideways behind him. At the bottom stood a corridor crowded with pipes. They ran along the ceiling and walls in bundles, insulated with old cloth and stamped with municipal seals. Some bore dates from before Valdorn existed. Others were labeled with districts erased from current maps. Jonas touched the nearest pipe. A child whispered inside it. "We had a blue door." He jerked his hand away. Other voices followed. A man described a kitchen window facing an orchard. An old woman repeated the number of steps from her bed to the stove. Someone spoke about a crack above a fireplace that widened every winter. The voices overlapped without answering one another, each preserving a detail too small to survive in official records. Sabine stared at the pipes. What are they carrying? Jonas listened to the pulse moving through the metal. Not water, not air. Orientation, he said. The word came from an engineering report he had once dismissed. In Avalanche rescue, orientation meant knowing which way was up beneath the snow. Panic began when the buried body lost that certainty. Here, the mountain had taken something more precise. The knowledge of where waking ended and home began. At the far end of the corridor, a pressure gauge trembled beside a handwritten label, domestic load. Its needle had entered the red zone. Below it, a valve carried the Valdorn Resort crest. Sabine reached toward it. "Don't." She stopped. "Why?" Jonas pointed to the frost covering the wheel. Beneath it were fingernail marks. The corridor continued past the pipes and began descending at a shallow angle into older stone. Doors lined both sides, each made from a different material. Pine, painted steel, warped oak, even corrugated metal. Instead of room numbers, brass plates displayed village names. Bryansfeld, Mürrenfeld, St. Oryx, Aubert Carroll. Some Jonas recognized from property acquisition files. Others had disappeared so completely that not even road signs remained. A soft knock came from behind the Bryansfeld door. 3 taps. A pause. 3 more. Jonas opened it. There was no room beyond. Only darkness and the smell of rain on soil. Far away, a church bell rang once. Then 100 voices inhaled together. Sabine pulled the door shut. "You don't understand what you're opening." Jonas turned toward her. "You do." Her eyes moved to the village names. "My grandfather called this the Foundation Corridor," she said. "He said Valdorn wasn't built on rock. It was built on departures." A bell sounded deeper below them. At once, every pipe began speaking in Jonas's voice. He heard himself giving evidence at the Haldane inquiry. Calm, precise, explaining that no map could eliminate all uncertainty. The corridor sloped downward toward one final door. Unlike the others, it was made of hotel glass. Warm light glowed behind it, and silhouettes moved across a lobby on the other side. 4 people stood at a reception desk. Above the door, a brass plaque read, Haldane Weatherstaff. Then the youngest silhouette turned toward Jonas and lifted a red sleeve. The child knocked on the glass. From behind him, Sabine whispered, "They've been keeping us alive." Sabine did not try to deny it. She led Jonas away from the glass door and deeper into the foundation corridor, past pipes whispering memories in dozens of voices. The farther they descended, the warmer the air became. Condensation ran down the stone like sweat. At the final landing, Sabine unlocked a steel cabinet set into the wall. Inside was a ring of keys, each tagged with the name of a displaced village. She selected one marked Archive and opened a door Jonas had mistaken for concrete. Rows of filing shelves extended beneath the Avalanche station. The room was older than Valdorn. Handwritten ledgers occupied the first shelves. Magnetic tapes and microfilm filled the next. Newer sections contained server racks connected to the same pipes that carried the voices above. On the nearest wall hung a diagram of the mountain. Snow load was shown as a series of black arrows descending through rock, instead of ending at foundations or drainage channels. The arrows entered drawings of houses, kitchens, bedrooms, stairways, front doors. From those rooms, thinner lines continued into human heads. Sabine switched on a desk lamp. My grandfather called it habitation displacement. She said, "People can endure losing property. The mountain requires more than property." Jonas opened the oldest ledger. Columns recorded snowfall, structural risk, settlement names, and something labeled domestic capacity. Beside a winter of extreme accumulation, an entire hamlet had been entered as consumed. What does consumed mean? The residents forgot how to return. Page after page described the same exchange. When snow weight exceeded the mountain's natural tolerance, Valdorn redirected the pressure into memories of home. A roofline forgotten here reduced strain along a cornice. A childhood bedroom erased their stabilized a weak layer. Enough lost addresses could hold millions of tons in place. The displaced villages had not merely cleared land for the resort. Their memories had become its foundation. Jonas found modern files bearing the resort crest. The language had changed. Theft became mitigation. Erasure became cognitive redistribution. People were no longer residents but habitation units. A report from 9 years earlier carried his name. Eastern Traverse Load Event. He turned the page. The original drone survey was attached, followed by his altered hazard map. Across the zone he had shifted were 4 rectangular outlines, each matched to a biometric profile. Philip Haldane, structural judgment. Lorna Haldane, domestic continuity. Martin Vale, spatial recall. Cecily Haldane, adaptive occupancy. Jonas felt the archive narrow around him. "I never supplied these profiles." "No," Sabine said. "The hotel collected them. Registration forms, medical declarations, room keys, guest surveys." Valdorn knew how each of them understood shelter. The final sheet was an authorization form. Jonas recognized the signature before he read the text. By certifying the revised map, he had declared the eastern zone safe for continued use and accepted the reassignment of any unmodeled load. The clause had been buried beneath technical language he had not bothered to question. His signature assigned the Haldanes below. The Avalanche had not killed them. It had opened the transfer zone, copied their bodies into the lower hotel, and converted their minds into a continuous stabilizing system. Their weather reports did not predict snow. They carried it. Jonas moved to the server racks. Each display showed a room beneath the glacier. In one, Philip Haldane repeatedly checked a window. Lorna arranged cups on a breakfast table. Martin stood before a lobby map, tracing exits that changed whenever he touched them. Cecily sat at a desk in her red coat, reading measurements into a microphone. Surface depth, 180 centimeters, she said. Memory pressure increasing. Exterior definition, unstable. Then she stopped. Her face turned toward the camera. Jonas Reeve has entered the archive. A printer beside him activated. It produced 9 annual renewal forms. One for every winter since the disappearance. Each bore Jonas's signature. He remembered signing routine calibration approvals every November. He had never read the lower pages. The latest form was dated that morning. At the bottom, beneath his name, a new clause had appeared. Primary occupant has access transfer record. Reassignment, now irreversible. All the archive doors locked at once. Behind the server racks, something heavy began knocking from inside the glacier. The knocking came from behind the server racks in groups of 4. Jonas pulled one cabinet aside. A seam appeared in the ice-covered wall, outlining an elevator door. No call button was visible. Only a brass plate engraved with the Valdorn crest and the words, "Lower Occupancy." Sabine backed away. "If that opens, the transfer will recognize you as staff." It already does. The doors parted. Beyond lay the main elevator from the resort hotel, complete with walnut panels, mirrored walls, and the faint citrus scent used by housekeeping. The floor indicator showed no number. It displayed a downward arrow that continued blinking after the doors closed. The descent lasted too long. Jonas felt pressure collect behind his eyes. Through the elevator, speakers came weather reports and voices. Wind from the northwest, surface layer settling, interior load increasing. Each sentence was followed by the soft chime of a hotel reception bell. When the doors opened, Jonas saw Valdorn's lobby. He believed they had returned to the surface. The same stone fireplace burned beside the same leather chairs. The same chandelier hung above the reception desk. Snow pressed against the tall windows, although they were hundreds of meters beneath the glacier. Then he noticed the differences. There were no exterior doors. The clocks above reception carried village names instead of cities, and every clock showed a different season. A luggage trolley stood loaded with suitcases bearing labels from demolished homes. Meltwater ran upward through the carpet and disappeared into the ceiling. Philip Haldane stood behind the desk. He had aged 9 years. His hair was gray at the temples, his cheeks hollow, but Jonas recognized him. Philip looked first at Sabine, then at Jonas, without surprise. "You took longer than the forecast," he said. Lorna appeared from the breakfast room carrying 4 cups. Martinvale followed with a folded evacuation map. They moved like night staff, repeating the same shift. Cecily remained seated at a weather desk beside the windows. She was no longer 11. The red coat had grown with her, its sleeves lengthening unnaturally around a young woman's arms. A microphone stood before her. Sheets of observations covered the desk in layers. "Readings," Philip said. Cecily looked at an instrument whose needle trembled between home and exposure. "Surface rooms, 41. Disorientation events, 73. Domestic capacity, below 15%. A groan passed through the hotel. Dust fell upward from the fireplace. Cecily continued. "Projected structural failure before dawn." Jonas approached her. "You're alive." She glanced at him. "That depends where you think alive is." Lorna placed the cups on a table. Steam rose from them, but the liquid inside was frozen solid. Every observation holds a section of the slope, she said. Every correct description gives the mountain somewhere to put its weight. Martin unfolded his map. Instead of corridors, it showed weather fronts moving through bedrooms, cold zones gathered in kitchens, pressure lines crossed beds. When we stop reporting, he said. The rooms above begin returning. Jonas looked at Philip. Why didn't anyone find you? You certified that there was nothing to find. Philip opened the reception ledger. 9 pages bore Jonas's annual signatures. Beside each one was a record of what the family had lost to keep the hotel stable. First year, memory of their street. Third year, Philip's mother's face. Fifth year, the sound of Cecily laughing. Eighth year, the knowledge that outside was a real place. Jonas touched the latest page. I didn't know what I was signing. Philip's expression did not change. You didn't know what you were mapping either. That has always been your defense. The hotel lights dimmed. Behind the windows, snow shifted like a body turning in sleep. Cecily removed her headset. At once, an alarm sounded through the hotel. The floor tilted, far above them. Something cracked across the mountain with the depth of thunder. Sabine reached for the microphone. Put it back on. Cecily pushed it toward Jonas instead. The system has accepted a replacement, she said. On the weather desk, a new report printed itself. Primary forecaster, Jonas Reeve. Term of occupancy, permanent. Jonas stared at the microphone. Then every window in the buried hotel showed the same image. Valdorn above, filled with people standing in rooms they no longer recognized. From the speakers, the mountain asked in his mother's voice, "Which home would you like to keep?" The question moved through the buried hotel in his mother's voice. "Which home would you like to keep?" On every window. Valdorn waited above them. Guests stood in corridors clutching lamps. Blankets, framed photographs, objects stripped of the memories that had once given them meaning. Odette Carroll sat barefoot in the snow. Staring at the bedroom the mountain had returned to her. Beyond the resort, pale rooms covered the slopes like opened graves. Jonas looked at the microphone. He understood the offer. If he took Cecily's place and resumed the reports, the returned rooms would sink beneath the snow. Memories would continue feeding the transfer system. Valdorn would survive, and the Haldanes might be released or merely reassigned to other chambers. The resort always called displacement rescue when the protected people remained visible. Sabine stood beside the weather desk. "You can stabilize it," she said. "You know the models better than anyone." Jonas looked at her. How many people would forget? Not everyone. That isn't a number. Her face hardened. There are hundreds above us. And how many beneath us? The hotel answered with knocking. It came from behind every wall, 3 taps. A pause. 3 more. Thousands of hands repeating the signal Jonas had once used to ask his mother to let him home. Philip closed the reception ledger. "There is no safe choice," he said. Jonas almost laughed. The sentence had governed his entire career. No absolute safety. No perfect prediction. No decision without residual risk. He had used those truths to disguise another one. Uncertainty could be measured, but responsibility could still be avoided. He picked up the microphone. Sabine exhaled. Jonas spoke carefully. Surface wind. Northwest, snowpack unstable. Domestic capacity exhausted. The instrument needle moved toward home. The windows cleared. For one moment, Jonas saw his childhood apartment as it had truly been, not the reconstructed rooms, not the softened memories. His father asleep in his boots, his mother hiding money inside a flour tin, Jonas at the kitchen table, drawing floor plans because paper walls stayed where he placed them. He had not become a predictor because he loved mountains. He had wanted a world where danger announced itself in advance. "Jonas," Cecily said. He set down the microphone. "Where are the transfer chambers?" Lorna pointed toward the elevators. Sabine stepped in front of him. "Opening them will release every stored load. Then the snow returns to the mountain. It will erase Valdorn." "No," Jonas said. "Valdorn erased them first." They descended below the hotel kitchens into a circular chamber cut directly into blue ice. Hundreds of valves covered its walls. Each bore a brass label, a village, a family, a street, sometimes only a room. Behind glass cylinders, memories moved like weather. A summer curtain lifting through an open window. A child counting stairs. The warmth of a stove. Rain heard from bed. A hand turning a familiar key. At the center stood the primary release wheel. A warning plate read, "Full restoration will result in uncontrolled surface event." Sabine reached for Jonas's arm. "You'll kill them." Jonas looked at the valves. "I already chose who carried the danger." He turned the wheel. At first, nothing happened. Then every cylinder shattered inward. The chamber filled with voices shouting addresses. Warm air rushed upward through the hotel. Walls flickered between stone, plaster, timber, and snow. Cecily gasped as years of lost memories returned across her face. Philip whispered the name of his mother. Lorna began to laugh, and then cry. Above them, the mountain broke. The sound was not thunder. It was architecture collapsing on a scale too large for hearing a deep rearrangement that passed through Jonas's bones. The hotel windows burst open onto darkness. Snow began falling upward. Sabine ran for the elevator. But its doors had vanished. Across the buried hotel, door frames stood empty as their doors tore loose and rose toward the surface. Jonas saw them passing through the glacier. Hotel doors, cottage doors, apartment doors, painted blue, painted red, splintered, polished, numbered, unnamed. Every entrance Valdorn had stolen was returning at once. Cecily took Jonas's hand. "The avalanche has started," she said. On the windows, the entire white face above the resort began to move. Not downward, inward. The avalanche reached Valdorn without sound. One moment the mountain was folding inward above the buried hotel. The next, white pressure passed through Jonas like a memory entering the body. He felt walls, roofs, beds, and names moved through him, not striking, but searching for the places from which they had been taken. Then he was lying in the grand lobby beneath a clear morning sky. The Glacier Hotel was gone. Jonas pushed himself upright. Around him stood Philip, Lorna, Marden, and Cecily, blinking in daylight for the first time in 9 years. They had surfaced inside the resort's real lobby, surrounded by guests and staff who stared at them without recognition. Nothing had collapsed. The chandelier still hung above reception. Glass remained in every window. Not one beam had broken. Outside, chalets stood beneath clean slopes, their roofs undamaged. The avalanche had crossed the town without leaving debris. Impact marks, or buried bodies. But the lobby doors had vanished. In their place were open rectangles through which snow blew across the marble floor. Every door in Valdorn was gone. Guest rooms opened directly into corridors. Cupboards had lost their fronts. Elevators moved behind empty shafts without anything to close over them. Bathroom entrances, fire exits, storage rooms, sofas. Lockers each had become an exposed frame. Beyond the hotel, residents wandered between houses whose interiors lay open to the wind. Some carried blankets outside and arranged them in the snow, insisting they were still in bed. Others stood inside roofed rooms wearing coats and goggles because they believed they had stepped outdoors. A woman climbed through a window because she could no longer understand the doorway beside it. Odette Carroll sat in the middle of the resort road holding her wedding photograph. When Jonas approached, she smiled. "This was our bedroom," she said, touching the frozen ground. "I remember now." Above them, thousands of doors drifted across the sky. They moved slowly over the peaks. Cottage doors, apartment doors, painted village doors, hotel doors with brass numbers still attached. None fell. By afternoon, they had become dark, vertical shapes against the clouds, traveling toward valleys beyond Val d'Orne. Sabine was found beside the Avalanche station. Turning an imaginary key in an empty frame, she could identify every building owned by the resort but no longer understood which side of a wall she occupied. "We need to restore containment," she told Jonas. "There is nothing left to contain." She looked through the station's missing entrance toward the instrument room. Then why is it still forecasting? The monitors were active. Jonas entered the station. Snow had blown across his desk. Yet the screens continued displaying stable load readings. The hazard map showed no fracture zones, no run-out paths, no boundaries at all. The entire mountain was marked as a single interior space. Behind him, Cecily removed the red coat. For the first time, it remained the size of a child's garment. She folded it and placed it on the floor. "My family remembers our address," she said, "but there's no house there anymore." Jonas wanted to apologize. The words felt smaller than the rooms he had condemned them to. Philip answered the apology. Jonas did not speak. Knowing where you caused the damage isn't the same as repairing it. The Haldanes left before dusk. They walked down the mountain together, following a road none of them remembered, but all agreed led outward. Jonas remained. During the following nights, residents nailed sheets and furniture across open frames. The barriers never lasted. By morning, each object stood somewhere else, arranged as part of a room emerging from the snow. People began sleeping in streets and cooking in bedrooms. Children drew floor plans without entrances. Rescue teams arriving from the valley forgot whether they had come to evacuate Val d'Orne or return home to it. Jonas continued recording conditions, though no one had asked him to. Near midnight, tapping began inside the station wall. 3 knocks. A pause. 3 more. He pressed his ear to the plaster. Weather reports whispered from within it, spoken by people in distant towns. Kitchen pressure rising. Bedroom boundary uncertain. Exterior moving inward. Jonas stepped back. The wall had no door. It had no cavity. No pipe. And since the avalanche, no other side. Yet his mother's voice came through clearly. "Jonas," she said. "We found the next address." On the blank hazard screen, a floor plan began drawing itself. It was not Val d'Orne. It was a city. A home is more than walls and a roof. It is the private boundary that tells us where danger ends, where memory belongs, and where we are permitted to feel safe. Jonas spent his life treating uncertainty as something that could be transferred, measured, and assigned to someone else. But every structure built through displacement eventually inherits the weight it was designed to conceal. When the doors vanished, Valdorn did not lose its buildings. It lost the agreement that made those buildings shelter. And if the mountain has begun drawing another city, how many of our own homes are standing only because someone else was made to forget theirs? And with that, my dear friends, our stories for tonight have reached their end. Before we part, I would truly like to hear your thoughts. Did these stories match the kind of atmosphere and mystery you enjoy? Was there one tale that stayed with you more deeply than the others? Your comments help me understand what you would love to hear in future nights at Chilly Midnight. And if tonight's collection brought you enjoyment, comfort, or a welcome escape from the day, would you consider sharing it with your friends or family? Perhaps someone close to you also enjoys listening to dark stories before bed and would be happy to join our little midnight community. Thank you for giving these stories your time and for remaining with me until the final words. Now, make yourself comfortable, close your eyes, and let the night carry you gently into sleep. Good night, my dear friends. Rest deeply, dream beautifully, and wake tomorrow with a peaceful heart.